Long sensed the shift in Ling Lan's aura and could not help but worry for Luo Lang. Could it be that boss had truly become furious because of Luo Lang's disobedience? Right then, Ling Lan asked Long in a low voice, "Can you tell what personality he managed to activate?" Ling Lan hoped the personality Luo Lang activated was not one which was brutal, bloodthirsty, and uncontrollable. Otherwise, she would have to forfeit to protect Luo Lang. The military academy would never permit an uncontrollable loose cannon who could not differentiate friend from foe to continue studying at the school and eventually enter an army division. Long peered closely at Luo Lang and then shook his head, puzzled. Strange. This personality has never appeared before. I cannot sense any intense malicious intent, but my innate talent is warning me that I must be careful. Ling Lan frowned at his words. She carefully studied Luo Lang's expression. There was no sign of bloodthirst, nor was there any sort of extreme ruthlessness. The current Luo Lang just seemed endlessly cold, but this coldness did not encompass everyone, merely directed solely at his opponent. Weighing things in her mind, Ling Lan decided and said, "Let's continue watching." Ling Lan too wanted to know what personality this was that Luo Lang had activated. As long as Luo Lang did not lose control, Ling Lan did not want to cut the match short. This was because she knew that, since Luo Lang had thrown caution to the wind to activate his innate talent, he must really not want to lose to this opponent who had insulted him. As their boss, Ling Lan wanted to help Luo Lang achieve what he wanted to do. Seated beside them, Wu Jiong and Liang Jie did not know the struggles of Long and Ling Lan. Right now, their attention was fully absorbed by the stage. They had even stood up in their excitement, as Luo Lang had currently taken full control of the scene. With one hand, Luo Lang gripped Chiya's ankle. All the spectators knew that the power behind that kick was extremely formidable. Handling it with one hand must definitely be challenging. However, Luo Lang seemed to do so easily. He did not even take a single step back due to the opponent's strength, appearing cool and unruffled. Luo Lang could be seen to slowly lift his head. The red flush on his face from before was gone, and his complexion had already regained its usual fairness, becoming unbelievably cool. Both his irises were a deep black, like pools of dead water, so deep and unfathomable that Chiya, being pinned by them in close range, felt a chill permeate his heart. "I've told you before to shut up," said Luo Lang calmly. "What a shame you would not listen." As he spoke, Luo Lang raised his right hand and swept it in a fierce chop down at the opponent's shank, one gripped in his other hand. Based off the speed and force that he was applying, if the strike connected, the bones of the shank would certainly break. Chiya's pupils shrunk in fear, the warning bells in his mind ringing. He shook his right leg desperately, trying to regain the freedom of his leg. But Luo Lang's left hand was like a vice. He could not struggle free anytime soon. Chiya naturally would not just do nothing and resign himself to his fate. He sprang up from the ground with his other foot, and executing a half flip in the air, he swung his left leg, which had initially been supporting his weight, out in a fierce kick towards the side of Luo Lang's neck. In order to protect his right shank, Chiya was revealing the brutal side of his nature. He no longer held back, beginning to target Luo Lang's vital points. Everyone exclaimed in shock at the sight, sucking in a cold breath. Quite a few freshmen even stood up in horror, concerned for Luo Lang on the stage. If the opponent's kick landed, Luo Lang's fragile neck area would certainly be snapped, killing him instantly. There would be no chance at all for rescue and recovery. In an arena battle within the military academy, these vital points were off limits. Without question, Chiya had broken the academy rules. Seeing this, a cold gleam flashed through Tang Yu's eyes. He was just about to take action when he saw Luo Lang calmly change the attack trajectory of his right hand to directly meet the other's kick. Thus, Tang Yu paused, but he still made preparations to act. However, right then, Colonel Tang Yu had drawn a huge X in his heart over Chiya. This kind of person who would be so ruthless against a comrade, he would never give him a chance to go to those elite, ace military troops. With an audible pow, Luo Lang's palm struck the opponent's other ankle, and Chiya felt a snap. Following that, an intense pain radiated from Chiya's foot to his heart, and he could not help but yell, "Arg!" The collision of the two forces naturally produced a tremendous rebound force. Chiya was thrown back forcefully, and due to the intense pain he was in, he actually did not manage to land soundly. His entire body was flung out to crash heavily onto the stage, where he then slid across the ground, leaving a faint mark in his trail. Meanwhile, Luo Lang had to take several steps back before finding his footing. However, his left hand hung limply by his side. From the swinging motion it was making, it was clear to see that Luo Lang's left hand had most likely been broken by the rebound force in meeting the other's kick earlier. Looking at Chi cradling his ankle on the ground, his expression a rictus of pain, and contrasting it with Luo Lang on the other side, who also had a broken bone, but sported a cold and unfeeling expression. It was clear to see which was superior. The freshmen were naturally unconditionally on Luo Lang's side, while some of the seniors could not help but frown as well at this time. They looked down on Chiya for losing the face of the seniors, and silent admiration for Luo Lang began to grow in their minds. This delicate-looking youth was actually a tough character. Colonel Tang Yu walked over to Chiya's side expressionlessly and asked, "Cadet Chiya, can you still fight? If you cannot, I will announce the victor for this match." Both sides were similarly injured, but it never even crossed Colonel Tang Yu's mind to ask this question of Luo Lang. This was because he believed that, as long as that fellow Luo Lang had breath left in his lungs, he would definitely continue fighting. This was how a qualified military man should behave. Compared to Luo Lang, this fifth-year Chiya was just too much of a wimp. Chiya felt as if there was a drill boring into his right ankle. The pain was truly unbearable. Without saying a word, Chiya knew the other must have applied some hidden move on his ankle, and the hate for Luo Lang in his heart just grew even more. Right then, hearing the referee Tang Yu ask this, how could he voluntarily admit defeat? Holding back the pain, he replied, "I can fight." That said, Chiya slowly climbed off the ground. This scene was greeted by the applause of the spectating students. Even though Chiya had truly performed terribly before this, at this very moment, he was undoubtedly acting as a qualified cadet should. This gained him the acknowledgement of a portion of the students. At this scene, Qilong could not help but snicker softly. He said quietly to Ling Lan, "Boss, looks like that punk Luo Lang has secretly used a mean move." He stroked his jaw and wondered, which move did he use? The third form of one-inch punch. Ling Lan instantly responded, "No, it's the fourth form." "Huh? When has there been such a move?" Qilong was stupefied. How did he not know about this? The one-inch punch is the Luo family's ultimate arts. "Of course it'll have some ace in the holes," answered Ling Lan. The instructors within the learning space had already developed the one-inch punch up till the 9th form. Ling Lan's team had already mastered all the forms up to the 3rd form. But since the one-inch punch series had originated from the inherited ultimate arts of Luo Lang's family, Ling Lan had specially taught the 4th form to Luo Lang. This was to prove that the one-inch punch was still the Luo family's ultimate arts, so Luo Lang would forever have an extra ace in the hole than the others. After listening to Ling Lan's explanation, Qilong found it made sense, and so no longer concerned himself about the issue. This was Qilong's strength, always knowing where to draw the line, never demanding things that did not belong to him. On the stage, Chiya, who was back on his feet, glared hatefully at Luo Lang. He knew that his performance had disgraced him in front of everyone here, and all of this had been caused by this hateful youth before him. He was raging internally, wishing that he could kill Luo Lang to release the pent-up anger and hate in his heart. Luo Lang's eyes met Chiya's, and the remote disinterest in Luo Lang's gaze sent a chill through Chiya. His mind, which had been consumed with rage, was suddenly shocked into wakefulness, because he had sensed a kind of danger. In fact, he could even sense a slight trace of killing intent from the other. Could it be the other also wanted to kill him? How could this be? Chiya shook his head emphatically, casting this thought aside. He hadn't done anything to. So how could the other have killing intent against him? Right then, Chiya had forgotten those words he had said earlier. He did not know that some things, some people, just could not be sullied. Seeing the two face off once more, Tang Yu announced, "The match continues." No sooner had he finished speaking when Luo Lang moved. He dashed out like a ferocious tiger, flying over to Chiya's side. Since the other could not move properly, when should he attack if not now? Just as Luo Lang expected, 1 foot short, Chiya could not dodge. He could only meet Luo Lang's attack head-on. Of course, Chia was not afraid. In fact, he was rather gleeful. He had wanted to fight Luo Lang head-on from the start. With regards to internal energy 4, his was undoubtedly more substantial than Luo Lang's. Fighting on that front, he had full confidence to injure Luo Lang and obtain the final victory. However, were things really going to turn out as he expected? When the two of them exchanged the first blow, Chiya's expression changed dramatically. He found that the other's attack power was no weaker than his. His original anticipated plan of using internal energy to injure the other had no way of being realized. The second move, the third move, the fourth move, slowly, Chiya realized that every time his arms blocked the other's attack, the spot he blocked with would ache in pain. This pain was extremely similar to that of where his ankle was broken, just not as intense. For the first and second move, he had not sensed much of it, but after the third and fourth moves, the pain began to intensify, and by the time they reached the seventh and eighth move, he was actually unable to raise his arms properly. A bam rang out. Luo Lang had grasped the opening and struck Chiya's cheek forcefully, and Chiya was sent flying. Luo Lang had held back on this strike, not using the forms of one-inch punch, but even so, Chiya was knocked unconscious instantly by Luo Lang's base strength. He crashed onto the ground and did not get up again. Colonel Tang Yu quickly rushed forwards to check on Chiya's condition. Seeing that the youth had no life-threatening injuries and was indeed out for the count, he indicated for the staff in the combat hall to send Chiya to the treatment center. With the present technology, as long as it was not a fatal injury, any patient who was still breathing could basically be saved. Chiya was seen to be lifted off the stage, and Tang Yu then smiled and announced loudly, "The first match, first-year Luo Lang of the new cadet regiment wins." The faces of the people from Leitang were currently a sheet of darkness. It was unexpected that Chiya, who they had had high hopes for, would actually be defeated in an upset by a frail-looking first year. The opponent had taken a match right from the start, and more frighteningly, the one they had defeated was their third strongest. Quite a few members of Leitang began to reconsider. Could they really win this fight against the new cadet regiment? For the first time, they began to harbor doubts. Lin Jidong gritted his teeth and said, "It's no matter. I suppose the other side had sent one of their strongest. As long as we win the rest of the matches, losing one match won't affect the final outcome." A man beside him said evenly, "The key is the fight order. If the opponent just happens to use their strongest few against our weakest." This was not like a transparent private fight, where fights were arranged according to personal strength. A blind fight not only tested a fighter's true strength, but also tested the psychological tactics and strategy of each side. Perhaps it could be called luck, but this was the mode the official challenges used, all in hopes of seeing more diverse matchups. Compared to an open fight, a blind fight was undoubtedly much fairer. If one applied the correct strategy and had a great burst of luck, even the weak had hopes of winning. These words made Lin Jidong fall into silent contemplation. His gaze wavered slightly, but quickly settled. He did not believe that their luck would be so horrible that the opponent would manage to grab hold of those two opportunities so precisely. Luo Lang slowly walked off the stage, and he was welcomed back by the respectful gazes of the members of the new cadet regiment. As there were quite a few non-Central Academy freshmen within their ranks, those students had indeed been somewhat doubtful at Luo Lang's inclusion as one of the 5 representatives. However, this fight had proven that Luo Lang truly had the skill to be one of the 5 top fighters of the new cadet regiment. There was no longer anyone within the new cadet regiment who doubted his strength now. Seeing Luo Lang's impressive performance, the man in the box who had already become interested in Luo Lang licked his lips excitedly, chuckling deeply as he said, "What a prideful and spirited little fellow. If I break those proud bones of his bit by bit, wouldn't his expression be very interesting?" 5 Moa. 6. Gruesome laughter rang out to fill the entire box, involuntarily causing one's skin to crawl. Luo Lang slowly walked to stand before Ling Lan, where he then stared coldly at her. Facing this strange situation, Wu Jiong and Li Yingjie, who had initially planned to step forward and congratulate Luo Lang, stopped moving instantly. They stared uncertainly at the two people in front of them. Ling Lan remained seated, unmoved, as she stared back evenly at Luo Lang. The cold air around her body became much denser. Luo Lang opened and shut his mouth, but emitted no sound. Ling Lan coldly rebuked, still not letting go. That said, Ling Lan's eyes gleamed with a cold light, piercing Luo Lang with its intensity. As if receiving some heavy blow, Luo Lang's body swayed, and then his eyes closed, and he began falling towards the ground. Qi Long reacted quickly, catching Luo Lang and pulling him into his arms. At first chance, he examined Luo Lang's arms, and then, face paling, he shouted, "Boss, there are multiple breaks on the bones of Luo Lang's arms." "I know. Let the staff arrange for Luo Lang to go to the treatment center." Accompanied by Lin Zhongqing, Ling Lan swiftly ordered. This punk, using the fourth form of one-inch punch multiple times when he had yet to master it, forcefully increasing the level of his internal energy, unable to fully control the form's power. Of course, his own arms would have been broken by the rebound force of the one-inch punch. Still, the tolerance level of that alter ego of his was truly off the charts, and he was tough towards himself as well, actually tolerating the pain of both broken arms until he could finally defeat Chia. When Tang Yu found out that Luo Lang had been fighting while tolerating the pain of broken arms, waiting till he won and returned to his teammate's side before allowing himself to collapse, he was even more delighted with this strong and determined youth. He had already made up his mind that, even if Luo Lang's body did not meet expectations in the end, he would still use his own special rights to take in the other as his disciple. Once Luo Lang had been sent off to the treatment center, Ling Lan, noticing the confusion in Wu Jiong's and Li Yingjia's eyes, spoke up to explain. Just now, the opponent had insulted Luo Lang, saying that he had only been chosen as a representative because he belongs to me. The two stared blankly back, not understanding the meaning behind the words right away. Qi Long understood, however, because Ling Lan had already mentioned it to him previously when she had explained why Luo Lang had become enraged enough to activate his innate talent. Thus, he pulled the two aside and quietly spelled things out for them. Wu Jiong's and Li Yingjia's facial expressions soured and they turned to spit fiercely at the ground, glaring furiously at the area where the Leitang representatives were. Those words of Qi Ya's not only insulted Luo Lang and Ling Lan, they also insulted every single person in the new cadet regiment at the same time. This made the boys livid. As classmates who had grown up alongside Ling Lan, Luo Lang, and the others of their team, Wu Jiong and Li Yingjia naturally knew the nature of the close relationship among the members of Ling Lan's team. It was absolutely the purest of brotherly bonds. From the first grade at the Scout Academy, Ling Lan, who had already been more mature than any of them, had watched over and cared for his team members like an elder brother, treating them like his own younger brothers. In fact, they were very envious of the rapport between Ling Lan and the other members of his team, which was so good that, at times, they could understand each other with just one look. They just could not imagine how someone could sully the pure relationship between the two by casting such aspersions. Li Yingjia had always been a straightforward person who spoke without filtering his words. He grumbled discontentedly, saying Boss Lan and Luo Lang have this kind of relationship. He might as well say it's Qi Long and Luo Lang. Those two have always hung around each other since young, sparring and fighting with one another. Haven't they spent even more time together? These words made Qi Long hook his arm around Li Yingjia's neck in indignation, where he then pressed his fist forcefully against the other's head. This made Li Yingjia squawk in pain. But with his fighting strength being no match for Qi Long's, he had no way of escaping Qi Long's violent hands. He could only apologize repeatedly until Qi Long finally let him go. Of course, Qi Long would be annoyed. How could such a big stalwart man like him like guys won? In comparison, Qi Long still preferred those curvaceous bodies of pretty younger sisters too. Right at that moment, Little Four once more informed Ling Lan of the submission of the opponent's candidate name. This time, they had chosen their fourth strongest fighter, Song Lianlu. Ling Lan very quickly realized the reasoning behind this arrangement of the opponent. Qi Ya, who they had had high hopes for, had been defeated. This made Leitang have no choice but to be cautious. They were afraid that if they sent out the weakest among their lineup, and he met a strong opponent, they would lose one more match. However, they also did not want to send their two strongest out, as that would leave them with no one to hold the fort. Thus, after some deliberation, they had sent out the safest option, the fourth strongest, to attempt to take this match. Ling Lan turned her head to look at Qi Long and the others. Just as she was about to tell Qi Long to get ready, Li Yingjie stepped forward and volunteered. Boss Lan, I'll go up for this match. Ling Lan felt her gums ache as she held back the words she had been about to say. Like Luo Lang, Li Yingjie was also at first-level early-stage Qijin. Against an opponent of top-level early-stage Qijin, he had almost no chance of winning, unless Li Yingjie also had that kind of inexplicable, mysterious, and unpredictable innate talent like Luo Lang's. Then, there might still have been the possibility of an upset. Seeing Boss Lan staring at him with a frigid expression, Li Yingjie clenched his fists nervously. Although he knew volunteering on his own to fight was rather reckless of him, very likely to affect Boss Lan's strategic arrangements, he just did not want to lose to Luo Lang. At the same time, he also wanted to prove that he was not a coward. Earlier on the stage, his involuntary shudder had caused Luo Lang to mistake him for one, and he was still stewing over it. Thus, having seen Luo Lang win the first match after great difficulty, Li Yingjie did not want to fall behind Luo Lang by too much. The fighting spirit in Li Yingjie's eyes made Ling Lan change her mind instantly. She nodded and said, "All right, don't disgrace our new cadet regiment." The reason why Ling Lan had changed her mind at the last moment was that Luo Lang had unexpectedly won his match. Therefore, even if Li Yingjie lost this next match, it would not affect the bigger picture. After all, there was still the weakest fighter in the opponent's lineup who, barring any unexpected incidents, should lose whether Wu Jiong or Qi Long went up against him. And so, Ling Lan agreed to Li Yingjie's plea to fight now. As long as it would not affect the final outcome, Ling Lan was willing to go along with these little fellows' wishes. Obtaining Ling Lan's approval, Li Yingjie's eyes shone with a trace of pleasant surprise. He had originally thought Boss Lan did not like him very much. After all, he had indeed been rather annoying in the past. But just now, there was no dislike or apathy in Ling Lan's eyes. His demeanor had been extremely serious. In that moment, Li Yingjie fully felt the trust that Ling Lan had in him. For some reason, he suddenly recalled his second eldest cousin brother Li Shiyu's words to him. When you finally learn what brotherly bonds mean, then you will understand that power is not something irreplaceable. At this moment, Li Yingjie seemed to vaguely understand what his second cousin brother had been saying. He looked towards Ling Lan. If it were Ling Lan, Li Yingjie probably would not fight with him over the position of regiment commander. On the stage, Colonel Tang Yu had already received the name list from both sides. The moment time was up, he announced, the new cadet regiment versus Leiting Mecha clan, second round. First year Li Yingjie against fourth year Song Lianlu. Inside the box, Yun Xiu heard this announcement and his spirits rallied. He quickly turned to yell, "Xiu, your younger cousin brother is up now. His opponent is Song Lianlu from our year." Li Xiu, who was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa, abruptly opened his eyes. Seeing Li Yingjie strut confidently onto the stage, his brow furrowed. Song Lianlu is already a Qijin master. Li Yingjie is most probably no match for him. No matter how much he said he looked down on Li Yingjie, Li Xiu could not help but worry for him right then. Yun Xiu had an opposing opinion. Not necessarily. That weak-looking youth earlier managed to defeat the Qijin stage Qia after all. I think this year of freshmen aren't as weak as we think them to be. Perhaps your cousin is also already in Qijin. Li Xiu was silent for a moment, and then said faintly, "I hope it turns out that way. Still, if he loses, I will let him understand the consequences of losing." Since he and his eldest cousin brother could not become the family head of the Li family, he hoped that Li Yingjie, who would become the family head in the end, would be even stronger. Even if he could not get used to the Li family's heartlessness, having been taught all this time to take pride in the Li family, Li Xiu still did not want to see the Li family decline. Seeing that both sides were ready to fight, Colonel Tang Yu waved his right hand and shouted, "Begin." Following this sound, the two fighters faced each other from a distance, not attacking right off the bat. Qiya's loss had made Song Lianlu become exceedingly cautious. He did not know whether his opponent was strong or weak, so he was prepared to observe the situation for a bit before making a decision. Meanwhile, Li Yingjie had received instruction from Ling Lan as well before getting onto the stage. Like with Luo Lang, because he had just entered Qijin stage and his Qijin had yet to settle, it was not wise for him to fight head-on with his opponent. Thus, his strategy would still focus on drawing things out. Of course, the situation on the stage would be constantly shifting, so everything would still depend on Li Yingjia's judgment. Although Li Yingjia was an arrogant punk, he was not an impulsive one. His combat intelligence was still pretty good, otherwise he would not have remained securely within the top 5 for 10 years. Therefore, he chose the same path as Song Lianlu. The two of them faced each other from a distance, circling the stage as they looked for a chance to attack. This was distinctly different from Luo Lang and Qi Ye's direct confrontation. The two fighters in this fight circled the stage for a whole 3 minutes without acting. This dull scenario made the spectating students lose their patience, some of them even outright beginning to yawn. Quite a few people began discussing among themselves, wondering how many minutes more they would spend dancing around each other. Right then, the initially still circling Song Lianlu suddenly rocked on the balls of his feet, and then his entire body shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Yingjia, his right fist striking out fiercely at Li Yingjia's left side. Just before, a weakness had suddenly appeared in Li Yingjia's defense. Song Lianlu knew that this could also be a lure, but he also knew that if he did not try and attack now, even if they continued to weave around one another for half a day, he still might not find a better chance to attack. Thus, Song Lianlu decided to make his move. However, as Song Lianlu attacked, he found that the weakness had disappeared. In its place was Li Yingjia's long, ready-clawed hands. This was the Li family's ultimate arts, the strongest defensive measure to handle an opponent's attacks. Seeing this, Ling Lan's brow furrowed, knowing that Li Yingjia was likely to come to grief. This lure and counterattack tactic of Li Yingjia's was actually not wrong. His mistake was in underestimating his opponent's capabilities. If he had used this move against an opponent of equal level, Li Yingjia would absolutely have had the upper hand. But now, things were not so certain. Sure enough, Li Yingjia's grasping hands locked onto the opponent's right fist, but the moment they connected, Li Yingjia felt a strong surge of energy coming from the opponent's fist, almost repelling his grab off in its intensity. Li Yingjia knew that if the other repelled his grab, he would certainly take a heavy blow from the other in return. He would definitely be injured, and may have to declare his loss in advance. He did not want Luo Lang to taunt him. So, gritting his teeth, he tolerated the intense pain radiating up his arm, tenaciously keeping his hold on the other's right fist. Song Lianlu felt that he was about to shake his opponent's palm off, but just as he was about to succeed, the other retained the hold on his right fist, and then he felt a pull. He felt the strength of his entire body being pulled to an empty spot, and he careened uncontrollably to crash into the shielded area on the edges of the arena. The shielded area emitted a blinding light, a pattern like the shattering of glass appearing within the light. In the meantime, after drawing the opponent's strength to one side, Li Yingjia's readied right fist struck out immediately towards Song Lianlu's chest. Defense was just a prelude to attacking. The final objective of Li Yingjia's move was here. However, Song Lianlu reacted equally swiftly. His left palm moved to block his chest at the critical moment, forcibly receiving this unexpected attack by Li Yingjia. With a pow, fist met palm, and then, with a loud crack, the two were sent flying backwards. Song Lianlu had to take a whole 3 steps back after landing to find his footing, while Li Yingjia also had to take 3 steps back before standing firmly. From the spectating students' perspective, the two fighters had battled to a draw. Only those with a keen eye had noticed that Li Yingjia's low-hanging left hand was trembling minutely beyond his control. That powerful attack of the opponent he had grabbed hold of previously had clearly damaged Li Yingjia's left hand severely. Wu Jiong and Qi Long could tell, and their expressions paled. Wu Jiong said worriedly, "Li Yingjia's left hand is injured. It'll be tough from this point on." Ling Lan said calmly. This match, Li Yingjia was at a disadvantage from the start. That's why winning or losing isn't so important. I just wanted to see how far he could go. Li Yingjia had a fatal weakness. When he knew he was at a disadvantage, that he was no match for his opponent, he would very easily give up on himself. His character lacked some tenacity. This was also why he had lost to Luo Lang so many times all this while, ending up in 5th place, slightly behind Luo Lang in the rankings. This was what Ling Lan was thinking. Since Li Yingjia had sincerely acknowledged her as boss, She was inclined to help Li Yingjie solve this problem. Today was a good opportunity. It was rare for Li Yingjie to have such an intense desire to fight. Suppressing the intense pain coming from his left hand, Li Yingjie looked at the confident Song Lianlu across from him, and his heart sank. That last move had let him know just how wide the gap was between his strength and the opponent's. Under these circumstances, how could he beat the other? Li Yingjie's gaze began to waver with uncertainty. Song Lianlu had similarly sensed the power behind Li Yingjie's attack. Despite his hastiness in blocking it, he had still managed to take it. It looked like the strength of this cocky punk in front of him was indeed weaker than him by a strand. With this, he had some basis for confidence now. His initial caution and tentative approach vanished, to be replaced by a raging barrage of attacks. Facing this sudden attack, Li Yingjie naturally did not choose to take it forcefully. He instantly retreated to evade. It should be said that though Li Yingjie's evasion ability was not as elegant as Luo Lang's, it was still extremely remarkable, nimbly dodging all of Song Lianlu's fierce attacks. Still, even so, Li Yingjie was already disadvantaged, clearly being a passive receptor of Song Lianlu's attacks. Just like that, one attacked fiercely without any reservations, while the other dodged narrowly again and again. Everyone could tell that the loss of the new cadet regiment's representative was just a matter of time. Unless this freshman managed to pull out some ultimate move and have a sudden explosion of strength like the previous freshman, the outcome of this match would not change. Of course, they would not jump to a conclusion so quickly. After all, before the final results were out, anything was possible. Thus, everyone watched the stage intently, waiting for the results to emerge. Either this freshman would be on the defensive right until he gets defeated, or, like in the previous round, he would suddenly explode and launch a counterattack from dire straits. Below the stage, the spectating Wu Jiong and Qi Long's faces were growing darker and darker. They knew that, if things continued like this, Li Yingjie would definitely lose. It was not that they could not accept failure, but they did not want to see Li Yingjie being pummeled continuously in such a frustrating manner. In their minds, even if they lost, they must lose gloriously. Ling Lan frowned. Li Yingjie's old problem had appeared again. The moment he met an opponent he could not beat, he would become unmotivated and defend passively, having no courage at all to risk everything in a last-ditch struggle. Ling Lan began to think back. When had Li Yingjie begun to have this issue? As Ling Lan had not paid much attention to Li Yingjie in the past, by the time she had noticed, this fellow had already had this problem. Of course, Ling Lan was not a saintly matron. She would not go and help this irritating punk the way he was back, then even when she noticed. Therefore, this problem had lasted all this while until today. Sensing his boss's confusion, Little Four could not help but roll his eyes. Without saying a word, he pulled out several video clips he had recorded in the early days, projecting them within Ling Lan's mind space. The first video was of Ling Lan's first fight against Li Yingjie. Without even sparing the other a glance, Ling Lan had sent Li Yingjie flying with one punch. At the end of the video, Li Yingjie's disgruntled and resentful gaze was clearly captured within the frame. The second video was Ling Lan's second fight against Li Yingjie. Again, she had not even looked at him, sending him flying with one kick. Li Yingjie's expression at this time was one of dejection, with even a touch of self-doubt. The third video was similarly a fight between Ling Lan and Li Yingjie. Ling Lan once again casually sent Li Yingjie flying with one punch. Li Yingjie's expression here now was somewhat wooden, and a light trace of self-contempt could be read from his lips. The fourth video was still a fight between Ling Lan and Li Yingjie. This time, Ling Lan just happened to be in the period when her killing intent had been the densest. Regardless of how Little Four tried to cover it up, some had still leaked when she had fought, instantly smashing through Li Yingjie's mental defenses. That time, Li Yingjie did not even manage to do anything before being sent flying off the stage by a punch from Ling Lan. Back then, his gaze was filled with terror. From then onwards, whenever Li Yingjie encountered someone stronger than him, he no longer had the courage to try and fight it out. Ling Lan rubbed her forehead wearily. Little Four, you mean that Li Yingjie's current condition is completely because of me? Little Four nodded firmly. Of course, the first few defeats had already made that fellow's heart become unbelievably weak. That fourth time was coincidentally when your killing intent was at its worst. His spirit received a terrible blow by that killing intent you leaked, leaving him with an inner demon. Why is this fellow's heart so dim and weak? Isn't he very arrogant and proud? Ling Lan was somewhat baffled by this. Qi Long had been constantly losing to her as well, and she did not see any openings open up in that brat's mental state to produce an inner demon. He still fought as roughly as before. How could it be the same? Qi Long respects you, boss. In his heart, boss is not only boss, but also a master. Losing to you is very normal for him. But it's different for Liangjie. He has always considered you, boss, as a rival, desiring to beat you so much that he was almost crazed by it. But boss just happened to be too strong and overwhelming. Losing again and again. Losing until he had no more confidence. And then his already fragile heart was coincidentally invaded by boss's killing intent, hence leading to this problem. Little Four's explanation made Ling Lan somewhat depressed. She had never thought that Liangjie would end up following her in the end, making this problem an issue she had to handle. If she had only known earlier, she would have been more merciful back then one. However, it was too late for all that now. She might as well put her energy into thinking about how she could resolve the psychological problem this brat had now. Right then, a powerful sound of fist meeting flesh rang out. Pow! On the stage, Song Lianlu had finally grasped a chance to land a heavy punch onto Liangjie's left shoulder. Liangjie was sent flying to crash heavily onto the stage. He slid several meters, leaving an extremely obvious line on the stage. It was clear to see how powerful the opponent's blow had been. Liangjie could not stop himself from throwing up a mouthful of blood. Although his vital points had not been hit directly, the opponent's strength had still been strong enough to cause blast injury to his internal organs. He felt a profound ache in his chest cavity, and even worse, his entire left arm had lost all sensation. Who knew if that last punch had shattered the bones of his shoulder, or if it had damaged his nervous system? Song Lianlu saw the opponent struck down, and pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes. Just as he wanted to follow through to determine the outcome, Colonel Tang Yu suddenly stopped him and indicated for him to stand to one side. Then, Colonel Tang Yu walked up to Liangjie's side and asked, "Do you choose to admit defeat or continue to fight?" When Liangjie heard Colonel Tang Yu's question, a voice rang out in his heart. "Liangjie, admit defeat quickly. The opponent's strength is so much higher than yours. You have no way of beating him. There's no point in persisting. You might as well admit defeat and suffer less." Yes, why did he have to hold on so hard and fight? He was weaker than the opponent to begin with. Wasn't it normal to lose? Liangjie slowly raised his hand, prepared to say the words, "I admit defeat," when a cold voice rang out from behind him. "Liangjie, stand up." Liangjie turned his head in bewilderment and saw Ling Lan, who had initially been seated below the stage, now standing right by the edge of the arena stage, looking at him with an icy expression. "Liangjie, where have the guts you had when you were younger gone to? Godmit, stand up. It's time to let them see what the real cocky Liangjie is like." Ling Lan's gaze was clearly frigid, but for some reason Liangjie could see the same firm faith in him as before in his gaze. He understands me, and is also willing to believe in me, which was why he had agreed to my request. Liangjie did not forget that, before the round, Ling Lan's gaze had been on Qi Long, but he had still agreed to his volunteering in the end. Not perfunctorily, but with full faith in him, believing that he would put up a good fight. "No, I cannot let him look down on me." Liangjie was shaken. A voice in his heart was raging. "Yes, I'm cocky and arrogant. I was not afraid of anything at the beginning. Even if someone was stronger than me, I would dare to challenge them, admit defeat." When had this phrase appeared in my mouth? That's definitely not me. Liangjie abruptly turned his head around. His initially slightly raised right hand changed directions to slam onto the ground and support him as he slowly pushed himself off the ground. In spite of the agony, there was no change in Liangjie's face at this moment, as if the wounds on his body did not exist. Seeing Liangjie's movements, Ling Lan turned around with satisfaction, returning to her seat. She believed that, this time, Liangjie was different now. Liangjie stood up straight, and turning to the waiting Colonel Tang Yu, he said, "I want to continue fighting." A trace of approval flashed through Colonel Tang Yu's eyes, and he nodded and said, "All right, the match continues." Song Lianlu silently addition. If Colonel Tang Yu had not stopped him, he could have taken the chance to beat the other until he had no more fight in him. At the heart of it, this punk had been saved by the referee. However, this would be the only time. A subtle smile appeared on the corners of Song Lianlu's lips. This half-crippled punk before him was completely no match for him. Who was the one who yelled earlier? In the Leitang area below the stage, Lin Jidong frowned as he looked at Ling Lan walking back to her seat and asked the people around him. I don't know. This person is very unfamiliar. The person beside him looked closely at Ling Lan and found her face unfamiliar, and so shook his head. As Ling Lan had always stayed within the villa without going out, other than those people from the Doha academies, most of the major factions outside really did not know about her. This person needs to be watched. Lin Jidong was extremely alert. Being able to rekindle a comrade's fighting spirit with just a few words, this person could not be simple. Yes, Vice Regiment Commander Lin, I will arrange it, answered the person beside him respectfully, silently memorizing Ling Lan's name. Qilong, Li Yingjia's aura seems to have changed, said Wu Jiong to Qilong excitedly. Li Yingjia's transformation on the stage had also been sensed by Wu Jiong. Qilong let out a sigh of relief as well and replied, Yes, we don't have to worry about him anymore. He then sighed and added, Boss Lan is truly Boss Lan, able to change Li Yingjia with just one sentence. These words received Wu Jiong's agreement. He glanced admiringly at the calm and cold-faced Ling Lan by their sides. Only a talent such as Ling Lan, who could discern a person's nature with one look, would be able to unearth the latent talents of everyone in their team, better leading them as they advanced further. On this point, Wu Jiong was really too far away from Ling Lan's level. Once again, Wu Jiong felt the distance between he and Ling Lan keenly. This sort of respect and admiration accumulated bit by bit in Wu Jiong's heart, until it was so substantial that it could not be overturned. He could only continue to willingly chase after the other, until the end of time. The sudden shift in Li Yingjia's aura startled Song Lianlu. His attacking speed slowed reflexively, giving Li Yingjia time to swiftly pull away to face Song Lianlu from a distance once more. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Colonel Tang Yu's face. This representative of the new cadet regiment was still not too bad. Although he did not perform well at the start, he had still adapted in the end. Only a child like this was worthy of being Luo Lang's teammate. Colonel Tang Yu's heart had unknowingly begun to lean towards the new cadet regiment. Li Yingjia glared at Song Lianlu. At this moment, he only wanted to rip off a chunk of flesh from the opponent's body somehow. Exactly like a savage wolf cub, prepared for its final struggle. Li Yingjia's fierce gaze made Song Lianlu's heart clench. His expression became grim. Even if he was confident in his victory, he did not dare to move recklessly right then. Seeing the opponent suddenly become hesitant and cautious, Li Yingjia's lips curled into a self-mocking smirk. It turned out that when he himself was resolute, the opponent's aura would also shift in response. Many of his previous inexplicable defeats had truly been his own fault. Li Yingjia's self-mocking smile lasted only for a brief moment before he once again reverted to his typical arrogant and haughty demeanor. The appearance of this expression actually made his initially handsome face rather irritating to look at. Apparently, changes in mental state would affect one's external appearance. This was also why Li Yingjia had not been very popular in the Central Scout Academy despite being a handsome little fellow. Still, the attention of the spectating students was not on Li Yingjia's annoying face. Instead, their gazes were drawn to an extremely unique motion he made. Li Yingjia's remaining mobile right hand was raised slightly forwards, his fingers molded into a strange form, like a hook, but not a hook, like a fist, but not a fist. But for some reason, the moment this form appeared, everyone found their attention involuntarily drawn to it. Ah, what move is this? Seeing this atypical stance, inside the box, Yun Xiu could not help but turn to ask his good friend Li Shiyu in surprise. This brat is actually using this move now. Li Shiyu's expression instantly gentled. Earlier, when Li Yingjia was being beaten like a stray dog, his face had been thunderous and unsightly. You know? Yun Xiu stared with starry eyes at Li Shiyu, his face filled with anticipation to hear his best friend's explanation. This cute Mo puppy dog look made a small smile appear on Li Shiyu's lips, his mood turning for the better instantly. He said, This is my family's exclusive killing art. Choosing to use it here, it looks like this fellow is prepared for a final plunge. At this explanation, Yun Xiu turned to look wide-eyed at the screen, excited to see what would happen next. Seeing the opponent's strange actions, without even thinking about it, Song Lianlu knew the other was about to do something major. However, he was not like that moron Xia, only wanting to save face and reacting with brute force. As long as the final victory was his, he did not mind if the process was unsightly, or if it was dull and uninteresting. Thus, Song Lianlu was extremely patient. He chose to continue waiting for this surging aura of Li Yingjia's to pass. He believed that, having been heavily injured, Li Yingjia would not be able to hold out for too long. This rallied strength of his would certainly pass, and that moment would be Song Lianlu's time to attack. The scene once more descended into the ennui of the start. On the stage, the two fighters each staked out a separate corner, where they stood unmoving. Time passed bit by bit. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The two fighters who seemed content to face off like this forever made the spectating students restless, and they began to chat among themselves. The initially quiet and austere combat hall began to rustle with the noise of discussion. How long are they planning to face off like that? This is too boring. Isn't that freshman already half crippled? Why does that Leitang person have to be so careful? Is it necessary? All these were complaints by the bored people. That new cadet's stance is a little cryptic. It's necessary for the Leitang candidate to be cautious. Looks like Leitang's representative can't figure out the depth of the other's move either. But waiting is more advantageous for the Leitang candidate. Even though the fight is more boring this way, this is undeniably the correct way. These were the viewpoints of those who supported the prolonged impasse. The views of the people below the stage were varied. Some scorned Leitang, some supported them, but no one believed that the new cadet regiment had any chance of making a comeback in this match. This was because Li Yingjia was already heavily injured, while Song Lianlu of Leitang was completely unharmed. Furthermore, Song Lianlu was obviously the stronger of the two fighters, so unless there was a major accident, the outcome would not change anymore. Right now, all the audience was waiting for was when Song Lianlu would officially defeat Li Yingjia and clinch the victory. Just when everyone thought that this impasse would continue, Li Yingjia seemed to have run out of stamina and could not hold on any longer. His body swayed slightly. Song Lianlu's gaze brightened, and long prepared, he dashed in, leaping at Li Yingjia. At the moment Li Yingjia had swayed, that immense pressure from that move pressing down on Song Lianlu had collapsed, the threatening sense of danger hanging over his head disappearing completely. Song Lianlu believed that Li Yingjia's broken body could not support the move any longer, so this was definitely the best opportunity for him to attack. Just when Song Lianlu was about to hit the other's body, he saw the pale-faced Li Yingjia suddenly smile at him. This unexpected smile made Song Lianlu's heart clench, but victory was right in front of him. His fist would strike the opponent in the very next second. Based on his strength, he believed that Li Yingjia was no longer able to muster the energy to fight on. Watching from below the stage, when Ling Lan saw this scene, her expression changed abruptly, and she stood up quickly. The corners of her lips twitched, but in the end, she only pressed her lips tight in a thin line, expression cold as she waited for the final outcome. Unwilling to give up on this opportunity, despite the unease in his heart, Song Lianlu clenched his teeth and punched his fist forwards tenaciously. He could not simply give up on this chance just because he could not figure out Li Yingjia's strange smile. Instantly, he felt his fist strike a soft, fleshy body. Bullseye! Song Lianlu was overjoyed. This meant he had won this match. But before he could even smile in relief and joy, he felt his abdomen hit by a large force. It instantly broke through his defensive layer of internal energy, penetrating into his body. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Song Lianlu's mouth. The powerful force had directly injured his internal organs. His entire body was sent stumbling back 7 to 8 steps before he managed to stop. However, right after that, he felt his knees fold and he slumped to sit on the ground. The cause of this phenomenon was the strange and erratic internal energy running amok in his body. It was brutalizing his innards, nerves, and muscles, leaving Song Lianlu with no more strength to remain standing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yingjie had similarly been sent stumbling back several steps by Song Lianlu's attack. He retreated even further than Song Lianlu, only stopping when he reached the edges of the stage. Compared to Song Lianlu's injuries, Li Yingjie was undoubtedly hurt even worse. Mouthfuls of blood were being heaved out uncontrollably from his mouth, but even so, he still smiled as he stared at Song Lianlu, smugly and arrogantly. This brat, actually choosing a mutually destructive outcome. In the second-floor box, Li Xiu smacked a palm into the wall in a fit of anger, leaving a palm print in it. At one side, Yun Xiu's heart ached once more. It looked like the fewer-than-few credits he had could not be saved anymore. Still, heartache aside, he was even more worried about the condition of Li Yingjie. Xiu, will your cousin be fine after taking that blow? As long as he still breathes, he won't die, said Li Xiu flatly. Li Xiu may have sounded indifferent, but he was still worried for that disappointing cousin of his deep inside. After all, that brat had clearly been injured severely and was likely unable to move anymore. It was very probable that he would faint dead away on the stage in the very next second. Li Yingjie had not chosen to dodge that heavy blow by Song Lianlu, using his body to take it forcefully instead. This was full-on direct internal damage. Of course, Li Xiu also knew well that it was not that Li Yingjie could not dodge that swaying motion from before. Li Xiu knew that it had been a lure because the Li family had that particular combination move. However, he had not thought that Li Yingjie would use the method of exchanging injury for injury to counterattack. Although Li Xiu felt that this was somewhat not worth it, he had to admit that for Li Yingjie to inflict heavy damage on his opponent, this was the only option which had any chance of succeeding. It should be known that if Li Yingjie had chosen to dodge, the opponent would also have had a similar chance of evading Li Yingjie's killer move. This brat has become much more ruthless than before, not only towards others, but also towards himself. Being able to take such ruthless action, this brat has grown up a little more. It is just unclear whether this growth is good or bad, thought Li Xiu somewhat dispiritedly. On the stage, Li Yingjie knew he was smiling because he had gravely injured the opponent. The aftereffects of the Li family killing move would be more than enough to trouble the other considerably. He had avenged himself. Even if he did not win the match, he did not feel disheartened. He believed that his companions would definitely recover this loss. Li Yingjie was in fact already at his limit. He felt his head spinning and his vision blur. These were the symptoms of massive blood loss. He knew he should lie down and receive first aid, but for some reason, he did not want to just lie down like this. He wanted to see Boss Lan's face and observe his expression, but he just did not have the strength left to even turn his head around. What a pity, not being able to see Boss Lan's expression at this time. I wonder if he would be satisfied with my performance today, Li Yingjie thought somewhat bitterly. So he had yearned so much for Boss Lan's acknowledgement. Li Yingjie, today, I'm proud of you. The distinctly cold voice belonging to Ling Lan rang out by Li Yingjie's ears. This voice made Li Yingjie's spirits perk up. He actually managed to turn his head and saw that icy yet domineering face of Boss Lan. Currently, Ling Lan had once again walked over to stand by the edge of the stage. Even though his face was as cold and flat as usual, Li Yingjie could clearly feel the sincerity of his words. That will do. Li Yingjie closed his eyes in satisfaction, a smile on his lips as he toppled backwards. However, someone very quickly caught him. It was the referee of the fights, Colonel Tang Yu. The moment Colonel Tang Yu saw Li Yingjie's condition, he knew the other was already completely unconscious, unable to continue fighting. His condition was dangerous as well. Even without using internal energy to probe the other's body, he could tell the other had received extensive internal damage, because blood was still flowing unstoppably from Li Yingjie's mouth even now. Staff, send him to the treatment center immediately, Tang Yu shouted. Two uniformed staff members brought a stretcher onto the stage, quickly whisking Li Yingjie away to the treatment center. Seeing this, Ling Lan turned to instruct Qi Long, notify Xie quickly. Tell him to go with them and keep us updated. Qi Long quickly contacted Xie, telling him to follow Li Yingjie to the treatment center and to give them timely reports on Li Yingjie's condition. This combat method of Li Yingjie's, which fully displayed his unwillingness to lose even if it would result in an internecine outcome, one had moved Qi Long, Wu Jiong, and the others. It had also let the members of the new cadet regiment see a whole new side of the arrogant to the point of annoying Liangjia. It turned out that detestable second-generation ancestor, who would every so often push them around with his abilities and family background, was as willing as them to put his all into fighting for his companions' freedom and their futures. At this time, even those new cadet regiment members who bore some dislike for Liangjia found themselves silently laying down their grudges. Since you treat me with sincerity, then I will also treat you sincerely. We are comrades willing to brave life and death together, advancing hand in hand without ever giving up. Liangjia was very quickly carted away, leaving a still relatively conscious Song Lianlu on the field. Tang Yu announced expressionlessly, "The second match, fourth-year Song Lianlu of the Leitang Mecha clan wins. Overall, the score is now at 1-1. Tang Yu had just announced the results when Song Lianlu on the other side could not hold on any longer either, collapsing to the ground in a dead faint. Tang Yu could only send someone to cart Song Lianlu to the treatment center as well. It had only been 2 matches, but all 4 fighters involved had to be admitted into the treatment center. It was clear to see how intense the fights were this time. A cold gleam flashed through Ling Lan's eyes, and the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. Qilong and Wu Jiong could not help but shiver. Without having to ask, they knew that Boss Lan was currently very angry, otherwise the temperature would not drop so significantly. Still, they were very happy to see Boss Lan react this way. This meant that Boss Lan was about to go berserk, and the fate of the Leitang contingent could only be even worse than Luo Lang and Liangjia's. Qilong and Wu Jiong's anticipatory schadenfreude was, at the heart of it, because Leitang had been too brutal. Their fighters had had no intention of stopping the moment victory was determined to. Otherwise, Luo Lang and Liangjia would not have been injured so badly, and Ling Lan would not have become so angry. Following Tang Yu's announcement, the waiting Lin Jidong finally let out a sigh of relief. They had finally won this match. He had not expected the opponent to be this strong, able to fight so fiercely against Leitang's representative. Lin Jidong was somewhat regretful. Perhaps he should have found out more about the opponents before making arrangements. However, he only wavered for an instant, and then Lin Jidong's eyes became steady again. With the overall score at 1-1, the 2 sides were again at the starting line. Of the subsequent 3 matches, he only needed to win 2, and Leitang would win this wagered fight. Compared to the other side who had already played all their trump cards, he still had 2 of the strongest Joker's 3 in his hand. This fight, it was impossible for him to lose. Lin Jidong looked towards the 2 seniors seated beside him watching the fights, and a trace of respect shone in his eyes. With a bowed posture, he softly asked one of them, "Senior Feng Ming, the next match, I may have to trouble you to fight, to clinch another victory for Leitang." These 2 powerhouses were not people he could order around casually. He needed to ask whether they were willing. One of them, the man Lin Jidong had called Senior Feng Ming, laughed brightly at the question. "Seeing them fight so well, my hands have indeed begun to itch. The next round I'll fight." His smile as wide as ever, he turned his head to look in the direction of the new cadet regiment area. His gaze was tinged with admiration and approval. It looked like he had a very good impression of the new cadet regiment. In the end, he did not forget to advise, "Jidong, if Leitang really wins, inform Xiao Ting that we cannot bully them. We need to cultivate them well. They will definitely become the future supporting pillars of our Leitang." Freshly admitted into the military academy, and they were already able to fight on equal terms with older cadets like themselves, he believed that the futures of these youths would perhaps be even better than theirs. Lin Jidong smiled and nodded. "That goes without saying. Otherwise, I would not have arranged this wagered fight." The connotation was that he had set his sights on the other side, which was why he wanted to take them in wholesale. Senior Feng Ming nodded and said nothing more. Meanwhile, the other strong and good-looking youth beside him said levelly, "The freshmen this year are indeed very strong." Boss Hua, Senior Feng Ming turned in bewilderment to stare at his team leader, unsure why the other would say this. 2 Qijin stage masters have already come out. What level is the remaining 3 at? The good-looking youth said with a half-smile and a quirked brow. Senior Feng Ming began to muse in silence at those words, while Lin Jidong had also been startled into realization. Slack-jawed, he asked, "Boss Hua, you mean?" "No, They can't all be at Qijin's stage. Lin Jidong shook his head repeatedly in denial. That's definitely impossible. How could there be so many Qijin stage masters among the freshmen? 2 or 3 would already be stretching the limits. They must be using the principle of Tianji's horse racing. The next one must definitely be their strongest fighter. Hearing this, the good-looking youth only swept a dispassionate gaze at the somewhat panicking Lin Jidong, mentally shaking his head. Although Lin Jidong performed pretty well on all fronts, he was still not from the military strategy specialization after all, unable to truly hold steady during times of crisis. However, this was already Xiao Ting's problem. Since he had already let go, he needed to believe that Xiao Ting could support the whole of Leitang. On the other side, Lin Jidong had just submitted the name list when Little Four alerted Ling Lan, saying, "Boss, the other side has sent out Nie Fengming. The second strongest, is it?" Currently, Ling Lan could only send out either Qi Long or Wu Jiong. Comparatively, the public regiment commander Wu Jiong could less afford to lose. Ling Lan's gaze landed decisively on Qi Long. Although Qi Long's physical skills level was higher than Wu Jiong's by 2 levels, he was still no match for the opponent. Still, Ling Lan believed that Qi Long would be able to learn much from this fight. "Qi Long, prepare to fight," Ling Lan ordered. At her words, Wu Jiong's spirit sank as Qi Long shouted excitedly, "Got it, boss." Both of them had had their fighting spirits stoked by the previous 2 matches and wanted to be the third to fight. Unfortunately, Ling Lan had chosen Qi Long in the end. Thus, one dejected, one gleeful. 2 distinctly different expressions appeared just like that before Ling Lan. Facing the endlessly mournful and piteous signals Wu Jiong was emitting, Ling Lan rubbed her brow and said helplessly, "Wu Jiong, you'll get your turn. Don't rush." Ling Lan's words made Wu Jiong's eyes light up, and he instantly tucked away his previously mournful expression as he threw a smug look in Qi Long's direction. "You can bloody enjoy yourself in this match first. Next round is my turn." Right then, Wu Jiong did not know that Qi Long was actually a pitiful cannon fodder Ling Lan had sent off to die. Obtaining the final victory would depend on him and Ling Lan. Tang Yu received the name lists sent by both sides, and the moment time was up, he announced, "Leitang Mecha Clan versus New Cadet Regiment. 3rd round. 5th year Nie Fengming against 1st year Qi Long." This announcement caused a commotion to break out below the stage. In particular, those older cadets sported faces full of shock. They had never expected that, for this match, Leitang would actually dig out their previous vice regiment commander. Since he had appeared, then would the previous Leitang regiment commander appear as well? That person was the number 1 within the military academy for physical combat. After both representatives had stepped onto the stage, having obtained confirmation from both sides that they were ready, Colonel Tang Yu coolly declared, "Match start." Following this cry, Nie Fengming made the same decision as Song Lianlu earlier. He wanted to observe the opponent's strength before making a decision, so he did not launch an attack. Instead, he immediately moved into a defensive position, his eyes closely watching the opponent's stance and movements. Nie Fengming thought that his opponent would do the same, but Qi Long surprised him. After jumping back and forth several times to stretch and loosen his muscles, Qi Long suddenly accelerated and charged forwards, coming up to Nie Fengming in the blink of an eye, lifting a hand to send a fist hurtling straight at the other's face. Qi Long's fighting style was not like the typical balanced, simultaneously offensive and defensive combat of the Chinese Federation. His style was closer to that of the neighboring Caesar Empire, full-force attacks, substituting offense as defense. It could almost be said that defense did not exist for Qi Long. Although Ling Lan had always wanted Qi Long to learn some defense, after multiple sessions of intense torment, Qi Long had walked onto a different path of training. Since he could not defend well, then he might as well not defend at all and focus all of his strength into increasing his body's resistance and ability to take hits for. Within Ling Lan's learning space, this type of training method was named body refining. It was one of the hardest paths to walk, but once it came to fruition, according to Ling Lan, he would have an indestructible body, able to withstand up to 100,000 caddies 5 of force. Thus, Nie Fengming was destined to have no chance of observing his opponent. A wild barrage of attacks had begun bearing down on him. Nie Fengming weaved left and right, finally dodging this sudden wild attack of Qi Long's. He was almost drenched in cold sweat by fear. It was fortunate that he had plenty of battle experience. If someone weaker were in his place, they would certainly have been pummeled silly, falling in bafflement beneath these flurry of wild punches before they could even show what they could do. Nie Fengming gradually got used to this unreasonable and brutish method of attacking. He began to inject some counterattacks in between his initial dodging. The two fighters went back and forth exchanging blows, throwing punches and kicks. The fighting was intense. It was difficult to determine who would win anytime soon. Watching this, Tang Yu's eyebrows quirked and a slight smile emerged on his face. At the beginning, Qi Long's disorganized attack made him think that this youth was the weakest representative of the new cadet regiment, perhaps only included to make up the numbers. But now from the looks of it, he had misjudged. His seemingly reckless actions were actually very systematic. Every attack was directed at a tricky spot, which would harass the opponent. Even more astounding was the fact that the trajectory of his every attack also shielded all the fatal weaknesses and openings of his own body very well. If the opponent wanted to strike those spots, he would have to choose to battle it out with Qi Long with brute force. Otherwise, his efforts would be futile. Colonel Tang Yu was filled with silent admiration. Who'd have thought that there would be so many highly talented youths among this year's freshmen? This youth especially had progressed even further than his previous two teammates in the realm of physical skills. It could even be said that, while others were still at the stage of learning through mimicry, he had already begun to seek out and develop a combat style exclusive to himself. Tang Yu's gaze was involuntarily drawn to peer at the area below the stage. There were still two more youths. Would they be just as outstanding? In the rest area of the Leitang mecha clan, the expressions of many had turned extremely ugly. Who the heck was this youth? Why could he fight evenly with their previous vice regiment commander? Lin Jidong could not help but ask Boswa beside him. Boswa, can you tell what level that youth is at? As Qi Long was the primary attacker right now, with Nie Fengming defending passively, it was hard to tell for now what realm the opponent's physical skills were at. Boswa responded dispassionately. It won't be lower than Fengming's by much, otherwise Fengming would not be so passive. However, this is just temporary. No matter how strong someone at the early stages of Qi Jin was, they would not be able to hinder Nie Fengming to this extent. That youth on the field was certain to already be at the middle stages of Qi Jin. The only question was which minor level in the middle stages he was at. Lin Jidong's face paled at these words, and he said with a rasp, "Middle stage Qi Jin? How can this be? For the past few years, even if the freshmen had great talent, some admitted at the level of Qi Jin, they would still only have just stepped into early stage Qi Jin. Take Zhang Jing'an for example. Looking back throughout the history of the military academy, it was still only that 1 year 20 years ago, when General Ling Xiao had entered the academy, that a student had entered the school already at the middle stage of Qi Jin. It had caused a rather large commotion back then. With a troubled expression, Lin Jidong looked towards that youth engaged in a close fight on the stage with Nie Fengming. Could this be the aberrant Zhang Jing'an had been talking about? With much difficulty, Lin Jidong pressed down the shock in his heart to say resentfully, "I just knew it. For the third round they would definitely send out the strongest one in their team. Luckily I had arranged for Senior Fengming to fight. If he had sent out their weakest member here, they would very likely have already lost this match." He had initially thought to easily finish off the other side with a breezy 3-0, yet the score was now already 1-1. However, Lin Jidong still hoped that Leitang could be ahead in points overall, so they would be able to fight from a superior position instead of being pressured to perform with a disadvantage in the count. Hearing this, Boswa could not help but glance at the rest area of the new cadet regiment. Was this youth on the stage right now really their strongest fighter? Why had there been a sudden flash of cold air just earlier, which had made fear stir in his heart? Was it an illusion, or was there some powerful instructor from the academy present? Boswa could not find an answer, and so could only set aside the concerns in his heart and continue to watch the fight on the stage. Meanwhile, on the side of the new cadet regiment, only Wu Jiong remained by Ling Lan's side. He was clenching his fists, expression nervous as he kept a close watch on the stage. Seeing Qi Long push back the opponent again and again, he could not hold back the joy from his face as he turned to Ling Lan and asked, "Boss Lan, don't you think Qi Long has a chance to win this match?" Qi Long was fighting so well, and he had always been very strong. He would not disappoint them. Right then, Ling Lan had her arms folded across her chest as she coolly watched the moves exchanged by the fighters on the stage. This was her usual habit, copying the combat moves of the real world and feeding them into the learning space. Besides being able to earn some amount of contribution points this way, she could also obtain the improved and further refined ultimate moves developed by the instructors based on the moves she fed the learning space for free. From Ling Lan's perspective, this could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. To Wu Jiong's question, she replied instantly, "The fight has just begun. It is too early to determine." Frankly, Ling Lan could see very clearly that it actually was not impossible for Qi Long to win, but the probability was extremely small. Even though he seemed to be fighting his opponent evenly for now, the fight appearing to be extremely exciting, Ling Lan could clearly sense that the flow of the match was already gradually leaning in favor of Nie Fengming. If Qi Long continued to fight like this, his chances of winning would only keep decreasing. But would Qi Long change his fighting style? No. Thus, Qi Long's loss, Ling Lan could already almost see it. However, it was not completely impossible. All of it would depend on whether Qi Long could achieve a personal breakthrough on the stage. To overpower the strong from a weaker position, the chance lay in securing a breakthrough during the fight, and Qi Long truly had the potential to do so. Ling Lan could not help but recall the time back when they had been 6 years old, during the entrance test of the Central Scout Academy. Qi Long's combat moves had been extremely immature, but he had unexpectedly achieved a personal breakthrough then. Perhaps she could place a little hope on this. The people below the stage were nervous and conflicted, while the two on the stage were getting more and more engrossed in their fight. Qi Long's combat style had always been attack, 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 with no pauses to take stock or defend. He was the type who became more and more berserk as he fought. The more pressure he was under, the harder he fought back. In Ling Lan's words, he was an unkillable Rochi. Therefore, despite Nie Fengming having the upper hand in terms of the flow of the match, in terms of attack, Qi Long seemed to be on a roll. With the exception of people like Ling Lan whose realm was high enough to discern the true face of things, the other people were all watching as if through cloud and mist. Even if Lei Tang was extremely confident in Nie Fengming, they could not help but find their hearts beating erratically at this moment. What's going on? Lin Jidong was flustered. Boss Hua, didn't you say Senior Fengming would take control of the situation? Why isn't there any sign of this even now? Boss Hua's thick eyebrows knitted tightly, and he replied, "Don't rush, keep watching. The opponent is not weak, but I estimate that he is weaker than Fengming by one minor level." Boss Hua, you've made out the levels? Pleasant surprise bloomed on Lin Jidong's face. As long as the opponent was not stronger than Senior Fengming, he was not afraid. The spots that the opponent has been attacking are all the weak points of Fengming's moves, making it very uncomfortable for Fengming to fight. Boss Hua's eyebrows remained locked together. The opponent seems to know Fengming's combat moves very well, leading Fengming to be countered at every turn. Still, even so, the opponent has no way of taking Fengming down. Based on this point alone, we can tell that the opponent's strength is weaker than Fengming's. Otherwise, Fengming would be finding it even more difficult to fight. Then, when will Senior Fengming be able to turn the situation around? Lin Jidong's combat realm was too low, so he really could not tell anything much from watching. He could only ask Boss Hua once again. Boss Hua answered, "Wait patiently for a little longer. It should be soon." He had barely finished saying that when he suddenly smiled and added, "There's no need to wait anymore. Fengming is already turning things around now. He should finish off the opponent very quickly." Only at this point did Boss Hua notice the shifting of the flow towards Fengming. The time it took for him to come to this conclusion was obviously behind Ling Lan's. It was clear to see that in terms of vision, Boss Hua was no match for Ling Lan. However, Boss Hua was still astounded enough at the capability of this year's freshman. Thinking back to when they had first entered the academy, there had only been one early-stage Qijin combat master, and that had already been enough to send the military academy into rapture, pooling their resources to focus on cultivating that talent. Who could have imagined that this year, Qijin stage combat masters were almost like a dime a dozen, popping out one after the other? Was it because Qijin masters were now mainstream, or had their year just been too lousy? Could it be that the military academy is about to be turned upside down? For some reason, Boss was suddenly had this thought, but he very soon shook it out of his head. In the military academy, the determination of whether one was strong did not depend on physical skills, but on mecha control. Perhaps, 2 years later, they would be able to see if these talented youths were equally aberrant when it came to mecha control. On the stage, as expected, the flow of the match was developing as Ling Lan had predicted. Nie Fengming had become used to Qi Long's berserker-style attack mode, and was slowly turning the situation around. Qi Long's initially fierce attacks gradually toned down, and his attacks even seemed to give off a sense of being forced and restricted. With this, everyone believed that, not too long after, Nie Fengming would certainly be able to defeat his opponent, clinching the victory for this round. However, everyone had been too idealistic. Another 50 to 60 moves passed, and still there was no sign of Qi Long's defeated figure. Even though he was not fighting as freely and wildly as he did at the start, he was still holding on. Another 10 minutes passed, and Qi Long was still holding on. 20 minutes passed, and Qi Long was still holding on. 30 minutes went by, and Qi Long was still holding on. FCK, that freshman is really an indestructible cockroach. Qi Long's tenacity finally gained him the admiration and respect of some of the older cadets. How was this freshman so tenacious and resistant to damage? Several times, it was obvious that he had been struck by Nie Fengming's fists and legs. Many people thought that Qi Long would be injured by this, and that even if he was not hurt, he would still end up shifting his posture and attack stance due to the pain, leading him to lose the ability to use his offense as defense. Of course, once that happened, Nie Fengming would jump on the chance to launch consecutive attacks and bring him down completely. But surprisingly, even after taking several attacks, Qi Long seemed not to feel anything. The attack motions of his hands were not at all affected. Instead, Nie Fengming was greatly shocked by Qi Long's pain-free reaction, so much so that he forgot to continue attacking. This gave Qi Long a breather, and he forcefully tided his way through the attack. Damn, does that fellow not have any pain receptors? Many times they saw Nie Fengming's forceful fist strike the other's body. Even the audience watching from below could feel their bodies ache in sympathetic pain, but Qi Long remained indifferent, no change at all in his expression. What a monster! Even if his strength was weaker than themselves, meeting such an opponent would cause anyone to have a headache. Frankly, Nie Fengming currently indeed found himself presented with a terrible headache. He even wondered if this youth before him was a robot, just cloaked in a layer of human skin. Looks like this match has turned into a fight of endurance. Now we just need to see who runs out of stamina first. Those who were astute had already figured out that the outcome of the fight would not be determined anytime soon. That body of Qi Long's is truly abnormal. Even though he's hit, it looks as if he was only tickled. This match is going to drag on for a while. It would be great if the opponent could be worn down. Wu Jiong stared excitedly at the stage. Every time he saw Qi Long fight, he would be unbelievably excited. It could not be helped. Qi Long's combat style was just like that, every punch meeting flesh, no flares and dramatics, his pure strength doing all the talking. The opponent is extremely collected. At present, Qi Long has no advantage. Ling Lan replied with a frown. Qi Long may be acting extremely nonchalant, but she had still seen his face twitch slightly whenever he had been hit. It wasn't that it didn't hurt. Qi Long was just suppressing it by force. Great. Each one of this bunch of brats is even more tolerant than the one before. They were all bloody, turning into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1 now. She could only hope Qi Long's internal injuries were not too severe, otherwise he would not be able to hold up for long. Ling Lan worried in her heart. Ling Lan actually did not mind whether Qi Long won or lost. She only hoped that Qi Long would be able to find a chance to break through during this match, pushing past his current bottleneck. Mind you, Qi Long had been stuck at middle stage Qijin for almost a full year now. Although she had sought Qi Long out whenever she had time to spar with him and put him through the ringer, the effects had been insignificant. Perhaps Qi Long had already gotten used to her combat methods, for his bottleneck had not budged at all from their sessions. This was also why Ling Lan had chosen to let Qi Long clash with the second strongest on the opposing team. Even as Ling Lan plotted to ensure the final victory would be theirs, she also hoped Qi Long would be able to benefit from this fight. The opponent is pulling away. Wu Jiong suddenly stood up to shout. At the same time, The development playing out on the stage made Ling Lan's brow crease into a deep furrow. Nie Fengming, who had been fighting close to Qilong all this while, suddenly retreated, distancing himself from Qilong. Qilong had never been a fighter who relied on speed. He was unable to keep up with the opponent's unexpected move, and a considerable distance was put between them. A cold light flashed through Ling Lan's eyes. She knew that Nie Fengming was probably about to unleash some ultimate move. Sure enough, Nie Fengming suddenly crouched low and then sprang up into the air. Airborne, a surge of qi seemed to flow from the soles of his feet into his right arm. With an audible tearing sound, Nie Fengming's right arm bulged. The rippling muscles tore through his school uniform, his sleeves turning into tatters. Pneumatic punch, Nie Fengming shouted. His right hand clenched into a tight fist which was hurtling towards Qilong. Good timing. The fighting spirit in Qilong's eyes flared. Even if he knew he was no match for the opponent, Qilong would never cower. He resolutely threw out his own right fist in response. Take my 1-inch punch. Only the third form of 1-inch punch would be able to help him weather this move. Seeing this scene unfold, even someone as calm and composed as Ling Lan could no longer sit still. She stood up abruptly, her expression coldly focused as she waited for the final outcome. The two punches collided with a loud boom. Endless energy surged from the two fists, radiating out from where the fists were connected. This surge of energy shook the entire stage, causing the stage to actually emit groaning noises, creaking as it began to quake. Beneath the feet of the two fighters, the ground suddenly shattered. Of course, this was just virtual 3D imaging, but it made the audience feel as if it were real. It was as if the stage beneath the fighters' feet would really be unable to hold on past the next second and thoroughly collapse. The cracks spread rapidly outwards. The speed and range of those around Nie Fengming were slower and smaller, while those around Qilong were quicker and larger. This point alone proved that the stacked strength Qilong was wielding with the aid of the third form of 1-inch punch was still a bracket inferior to the opponent's in terms of internal energy. If not, the feedback force beneath his feet would not be so large one. Both fists stayed connected for several seconds. In the end, the two of them could not withstand the opposing forces and were sent flying back at the same time. With a somersault in the air, Nie Fengming dispersed the reaction force and landed soundly on one corner of the stage. Still, even so, he felt his qi and blood roiling in his chest, a sickly sweet coppery taste at the back of his throat surging to get out. He clenched his teeth and forcefully pushed back this bloody qi. As the second strongest person in Leitang for physical skills combat, he would not allow himself to be visibly injured on the stage. This was his pride. Meanwhile, Qilong was in a worse state. He had no way of dispersing the energy as casually as Nie Fengming had. He was instantly sent flying, and in the air, he could not stop himself from spewing out a mouthful of blood. Qilong's body had initially already been injured by the opponent. He had merely been suppressing it by relying on his tough body. However, at this moment, being pressured by this tremendous surge of qi gene from the opponent, he could no longer hold back the extent of his injuries. Not only that, this forceful clash had heaped yet more injury on top of his previous injuries, thus resulting in his spewing of blood the moment he was sent flying. Qilong was not as vain as Nie Fengming. Since he could not do it, he might as well not force it. He allowed his body to slam heavily onto the stage, leaving a dent on the already crumbling stage. Qilong pressed a hand to his chest as he fell to the ground. By this time, Colonel Tangyu had already come up to his side, and he crouched down to ask, "Qilong, can you still fight?" He did not ask him whether he admitted defeat, instead asking whether he could still fight. This was because the impression Qilong had made in Colonel Tangyu's mind was that he was a youth who absolutely would not admit defeat. Qilong's lips split into a wide grin as he replied loudly, "Fight. Why wouldn't I fight? As long as I can still move, I'll fight till the end." Even though Qilong had no dignity to speak of at this moment, his mouth and lips all coated with blood, looking somewhat frightening, his grin and those words and tone filled with conviction moved Colonel Tangyu. Qilong's honest face carried a look of determination and a somewhat silly smile, but it was much purer than those clever people and their schemes. He was someone who devoted his entire body and soul into combat. This kind of person would often climb much higher than those intelligent prodigies, walking further than they ever could. Colonel Tang Yu felt his initially cold and hardened heart begin to burn, and he shouted out loud, "Good. Then let the fight continue." Tang Yu abruptly stood up and took 2 steps back to stand in the middle of the stage. This meant that the match was in a temporary timeout. The fight would need his declaration to resume. A trace of gratitude flashed across Qi Long's drooping eyes. He looked to be unbelievably guileless, like such a nice guy, but Han Jijian had always claimed he was in fact very black-bellied. He understood all the things he truly needed to understand. Indeed, that was true. Like right now, Colonel Tang Yu's actions may not have been explicitly explained, but Qi Long still understood that the other was helping him. Interrupting the fight was extremely advantageous to Qi Long. This gave him a chance to catch his breath and deal somewhat with his injuries. It also gave him the time to settle his chaotic Qi gene to restore some of his fighting strength. Qi Long did not sit to rest, but slowly climbed off the ground. He could not let Colonel Tang Yu's good intentions be noticed by anyone else. Colonel Tang Yu saw Qi Long's slow movements, and a trace of approval flashed through his eyes. Able to use the time he had to recover his strength without any outward signs, this silly little fellow was not truly silly. However, this was even better. There were way too many plots and schemes in this world. Even someone as formidable as God-class operator General Ling Xiao had not been able to avoid being set up and harmed. A little adaptability was never out of place. Although Qi Long had obtained a chance to catch his breath, the time was not very long. In the span of a few breaths, Qi Long had stood up straight again. "Can we start now?" Tang Yu asked Qi Long once again. Seeing Qi Long nod, he then turned to ask the same to Nie Fengming, and seeing Nie Fengming nod as well, he waved his arm and yelled, "The fight continues." During the time when Colonel Tang Yu had paused the match, Lin Jidong had not been able to stop himself from frowning. He said, "Boss Hua, Colonel Tang Yu seems to be intentionally dragging the time." Even though Colonel Tang Yu was the teacher advisor of Lei Tang's regiment commander Qiao Ting, with regards to this wagered battle, Colonel Tang Yu was obviously leaning towards the side of the new cadet regiment. Colonel Tang Yu has a very favorable impression of this batch of new cadets. Looks like the 6-person quota of next year has largely been decided now, Boss Hua sighed. Initially, he had hoped Lei Tang's freshmen would be able to secure 1 or 2 of the slots, but now, it looked like the chances were low. Lin Jidong gaped and said, "You're saying? These freshmen? What do you think? Able to represent the new cadet regiment, these must be their strongest. And these people will undoubtedly be the future students of the mecha classes. Just the 3 freshmen who have already come out to fight are already enough to please Colonel Tang Yu. I only hope that the next 2 are truly, as you say, the weakest of the new cadet regiment's lineup. That way, our Lei Tang freshmen may still have some hope of becoming Colonel Tang Yu's students." Lin Jidong could see Boss Hua's displeasure and said in response, "Boss Hua, as long as we win this wagered battle, we will be able to take in the entire new cadet regiment. Then, Colonel Tang Yu will still be the mecha instructor of Lei Tang." "You're not wrong, but outsiders will never truly put their full effort into serving Lei Tang. I will still rest easier if our own Lei Tang people manage to obtain some slots," said Boss Hua with a solemn tone. People they added in from the outside could be utilized, and utilized well at that, but the full future of Lei Tang could not be entrusted to them. If by any chance the other held some grudge in their hearts and betrayed them from the inside, then it would truly be a tragedy for Lei Tang. Lin Jidong's heart clenched in fright, and he hurried to nod and say, "Boss Hua speaks truly. I will be careful. There is still 1 year's time. By whatever means, I will find a way to let Colonel Tang Yu accept one of Lei Tang's best talents." At that, Boss Hua was finally satisfied. "That'll be fine." Lin Jidong went silent, however, beginning to wonder whether his initial thinking had been too simple. As Boss Hua had said, could outsiders really become the future pillars of Lei Tang? On the stage, following Colonel Tang Yu's declaration to begin, Nie Fengming pounced. The opponent looked like he was at the end of his rope. If he did not attack now, was he going to wait until the opponent had recovered even more to fight? Nie Fengming would not let this opportunity go by. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, every punch landed on flesh. Even though Qi Long had gained some time, It had not been enough for the roiling qi gene in his body to settle back to normal. Therefore, when Nie Fengming attacked, despite wanting to punch back and block, Qilong found that he actually no longer had the strength to swing his fists. He could only watch helplessly as he was struck. Following these few punches, a great amount of blood once more poured from Qilong's mouth. It went without question that his internal injuries were worsening. Qilong did not know how much longer he could hold on for, but he could not resign himself to being defeated just like that. He thought of Luo Lang, who had been willing to take the risk and activate his innate talent for the sake of victory. And he also thought of Li Yingjie who, despite losing, had savagely taken a chunk of the opponent's flesh in recompense too. Qilong's eyes once again blazed with fire. What his companions could do, he needed to be able to do too. Even if he could not win, he would make the opponent pay a hefty price. Qilong's mind became sharper and sharper. Even if he did not have any strength left to swing his fists, his eyes were locked tight on the opponent's fists, watching as those fists struck his body again and again. How did it feel like to watch personally as he was tormented by another? Qilong did not know. All Qilong knew was that he had not been able to clearly see the opponent's fists at first, but those fists gradually slowed down in his vision, until it seemed as if they were moving in slow motion, individual still frames in his eyes. From the moment the opponent began circulating his qi, to the channeling of power into his fists, all of it was presented before him. The attack trajectory of the punches were so clear, unlike before when he had to estimate where the opponent would attack from. Now he could see so clearly just by using his eyes. He could even determine from his vision which part was the point powering the attack, just from its trajectory. He knew that as long as his fist hit that spot, not only would he not feel the other's strength, that strength would also backfire on the opponent. But he just got him and couldn't move right now. If he could move, he would be able to hit that spot, and he believed that he would not lose. Qilong was currently extremely frustrated. If he still had the energy, if he could still fight back, at this moment, Qilong found to his pleasant surprise that his hand had moved. However, it could not keep up with the speed he needed. He had no way of reaching that spot with the time it would take his hand to get there. No, he could not give up just like this. Right then, Qilong could no longer feel the intense pain throughout his body. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind: faster, faster, and even faster, to let his fist reach that spot in the time he needed it to. Ling Lan, who had initially sat down again and was just watching Qilong be abused, was forcefully holding back her desire to step in. When she saw Qilong's fist twitch, her eyes abruptly brightened. However, Ling Lan feared that this was just a subconscious action of Qilong's, and so remained reserved. But when she saw Qilong's speed become increasingly faster, actually exceeding his original top speed in the end, she stood up once more. At this moment, Ling Lan's eyes revealed her pleasant surprise. Could Qilong really be this lucky? Actually breaking through in this sort of hopeless situation? Bam! 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 These were the sounds of punches striking flesh. Nie Fengming's forehead was already coated with layers of sweat tracks. He did not know how many iron fists he had landed on the opponent's body, but other than some muscle spasms right at the start and some minor reactions to the pain, the opponent had actually not displayed any signs of feeling in the following few attacks. Not only that, the pressure the opponent was exerting on him was getting heavier and heavier. He was even beginning to question whether he was actually fighting a human being anymore. Nie Fengming's attacks became increasingly quicker, his fists raining down on Qilong's body like a torrential downpour. The blood flowing from Qilong's lips continued to increase, until he was puking it out by the mouthful. Everyone thought that Qilong no longer had any ability to fight back, that he would only be able to stand there and let Nie Fengming beat him as he liked. Even Colonel Tang Yu could not help but wonder whether he should just announce Qilong's loss. But Qilong's eyes were still shining with determination. It was as if he had never lost his ability to fight, and was only waiting for the opportune chance. Bam! This sound was different from the ones before it. Everyone stared in astonishment at the youth with his blood-soaked grin. Qilong, who seemed as if he had no strength left to lift his fist and block, had actually managed to lift his fist to accurately meet the other's attacking fist. That sound just now was precisely the sound of the meeting of the two fists. Great! Right here and now. Even those seniors who did not think well of the new cadets could not help but cheer for Qilong. Such an unkillable cockroach. Under such circumstances, which everyone had thought was completely hopeless, he had finally counterattacked. What is this? Nie Fengming's expression finally changed. He began to doubt himself. Could it be that his fists had no strength at all behind them? Was this why he was unable to bring down the opponent, finally giving the other a chance to counterattack? Fengming, don't blank out. Continue to fight. Boss Hua saw Nie Fengming's expression of confusion and quickly stood up to shout him out of it. As an outside observer, he could naturally tell that Qilong's internal injuries had already reached a limit. Nie Fengming would only need to add on a few more hits to completely defeat the opponent. No, perhaps just one more hit would do. Nie Fengming quickly regained his senses. With a grit of his teeth, he swung his fists up again and sent them punching out fiercely at this youth before him. Bam! What he struck was still the opponent's fist. The other had not punched any slower than he had, perfectly intercepting his own punch at the point where his strength had not reached its maximum, preventing him from using his full strength. It felt as horrible as being purposefully interrupted just when one was planning to relieve one's bowels. 3. I do not believe you can keep intercepting my fists. Nie Fengming was already heated up from the battle. His fists rained down like a thunderstorm, but every punch was intercepted by Qilong, each one intercepted at that most uncomfortable spot. Arg! After punching for who knows how many times, Nie Fengming suddenly felt the hot blood roiling in his chest. His mouth opened, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out, staining Qilong's chest. The many accurate blocks had caused his strength to be repressed, forced back into his body since it could not be released. After these multiple stunted attacks, his internal organs could no longer handle the accumulated backflow of energy, finally resulting in internal damage, causing him to no longer be able to hold back from puking blood. What's going on? Why is Nie Fengming throwing up blood too? The opponent didn't even hit him. The spectating people were all dumbfounded. Even some of those combat experts were boggled, with only a few people at a higher realm becoming speculative. Inside the Wuji box, Han Yu, Wei Ji, and the rest, who had initially been happily chatting and joking around, not thinking much of this match, finally found their expressions twisting in shock. Han Yu in particular could not help but exclaim, "What the bloody hell is going on? It can't be that this is a supernatural encounter, right?" The opponent was clearly not as skilled as Nie Fengming, and he had already been pummeled by Nie Fengming till he was half crippled. Even stranger was the fact that Nie Fengming had not been hit whatsoever. How then had he mysteriously gotten injured to the point that he was puking out blood? Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun shared a glance, Zhao Jun's eyes similarly brimming with confusion. This was because there was no one who could intercept an opponent so many times at the precise spot where the opponent's strength was the weakest. As this bizarre situation had never occurred before, most people just could not conceive of it, and hence were unable to figure things out. Li Lanfeng's eyes remained as calm as before, but inside his heart, he kept thinking that those movements were rather familiar. It was as if somewhere deep in his memory, someone else had done something similar before. When Nie Fengming began throwing up blood, he had no choice but to stop attacking. He leapt back abruptly, pulling away, thinking that Qilong would follow him. But unexpectedly, Qilong only stood there, not moving a single step. Instead, Qilong's eyes were wide as he continued to sport his split-mouthed grin, backdropped by his bloody face. His expression seemed rather stiff and eerie. Nie Fengming swiped at the blood on the corner of his lips, eyes trained on this unbeatable youth before him. No matter how steady and level-headed he was, at this moment, he could not help but become anxious internally. He sorely wished he could strike this detestable youth down with one punch and end this unending sticky candy of a match. Fengming, be patient. Right then, Nie Fengming heard a familiar voice ring out from behind him. Turning to look, he saw that Boss Hua had already come up to the edge of the stage and was giving him a quiet reminder. As long as the people by the stage did not climb onto the stage, verbal communication was within allowed parameters during the fights. Thus, Ling Lan's words to Li Yingjie, as well as Boss Hua's words now to Nie Fengming, were all considered legal actions. Neither side would have any objections. Nie Fengming nodded at Boss Hua, his initially slightly restless and impatient heart settling down. He turned once more to look at the motionless Qilong. It was just as Boswa had said. The current Qilong was not the Qilong at the beginning of the match. Even though he looked half-crippled, for Nie Fengming to truly defeat the other, he needed to first find a way to avoid the other's perfectly timed interceptions. Nie Fengming took a deep breath and moved. However, the direction he chose to attack in was no longer straight on, but from the side. He was betting that Qilong's broken body was unable to move. As expected, Qilong's body did not move. His head did not even twitch. Only one fist again appeared abruptly before his eyes, again aiming for that most uncomfortable spot. So the side doesn't work? Nie Fengming leapt back the moment his fist bumped Qilong's. He then once again changed directions to get behind Qilong. This scene made everyone cry out in shock, because they all knew what Nie Fengming was planning. He wanted to attack Qilong from behind. This action might seem somewhat unsporting, but on the battlefield, there was no such thing as fairness. Only the person who survived would be the winner. However, were things really as he imagined them to be? Just as his foot was about to hit Qilong's back, he suddenly found that a large fist was once more before his eyes, accurately striking the side of his kneecap. There was a crack. This was the sound of a joint being dislocated. Qilong's strength had accurately struck at the most fragile spot on Nie Fengming's leg, finally causing Nie Fengming to grunt involuntarily. Nie Fengming was no ordinary person. Even though his knee had been unexpectedly dislocated by Qilong, he did not yell out. With a stomp of his left leg, he flew backwards to once again stand at his original position. However, now he was using only his left leg as his support. His right leg was dragging on the ground, no longer able to exert any energy. Qilong had in fact not turned around completely. He had only shifted half a step, but this half step had been enough for Qilong to obtain the angle he needed to swing his fist, intercepting the opponent's attack in a timely manner while bringing him the unexpected benefit of wounding the other further. With this, the outcome of the match was once more shrouded in mystery. It was possible for either side to win or lose. After all, one person's body was heavily injured, while the other's right knee was dislocated. The scales of the match were once again balanced. At this point, even Boswa from Leitang could not help but frown, because now even he could not tell how this match would turn out. He peered at Qilong, who was still wearing that bloody grin, and felt that that grin of his was really too creepy and unnatural. In his memory, the other had seemed to be like this ever since he had begun using that inscrutable fist to intercept Nie Fengming's attacks. Could it be? Boswa's gaze lit up, and both his eyes locked onto Qilong, tracking him closely. The fight was still ongoing. Even though Nie Fengming's knee was dislocated, this did not prevent him from attacking. Very soon, Qilong and Nie Fengming were once more engaged in combat. This time, Boswa did not spare any of his attention on Nie Fengming. He put his entire focus on Qilong, whether it was Qilong's smile or gaze, or even his reflexive actions. Boswa missed none of it. In the end, his eyes brightened even more. He had discovered what condition Qilong was in right now. Apparently, Qilong was already at his limit. The grin on his face was not a true grin, only there because Qilong just did not have any spare energy to shift the muscles of his face. He had funneled all his remaining energy into his fists. As long as Nie Fengming continued to harass Qilong and drain all his energy, the other would fall in due time. While Boswa was just figuring out Qilong's condition, Ling Lan, as Qilong's boss, had already begun frowning deeply the moment Nie Fengming had chosen to attack Qilong's back. When Qilong had shifted that half step to counterattack, the furrow of Ling Lan's brow had deepened even further. That's right, at that point, when no one else had noticed anything, Ling Lan had already discerned that Qilong was already running on fumes. For that half step, Qilong had had to hold back the agonizing pain all across his body to move with a Herculean effort. Beneath both of Qilong's almost immobile feet were two average-sized puddles. The puddles did not consist of the blood Qilong had spat out from his mouth, but of sweat which had poured from his body when he had pushed through the pain to execute that half step. Ling Lan closed her eyes in regret, feeling sorry for Qilong. She knew Qilong's personality well. As long as there was a chance of winning, he would not think of losing at all. However, Qilong's breakthrough had still been too late. His internal injuries were too severe, His broken body simply could not support his counterattack. However, this pity Ling Lan felt only lasted for a brief instant. What she prioritized the most was still the improvement Qi Long had gained in this match. Trading one defeat for Qi Long's breakthrough, Ling Lan felt that this was unbelievably worth it. Feng Ming, don't be so one-minded. Attack from all angles, shouted Boswell once again. Nie Feng Ming had the utmost trust in his boss. Thus, hearing his boss's instructions, he did not pause to think about it. With a spring of his left leg, he flew into the air like a large bird of prey. This time, he did not attack Qi Long directly, but in accordance with Boswell's instructions, he came up behind Qi Long. And then he leapt into the air once more, sending a fist hurtling towards Qi Long's lower back. With a bam, the two fists collided forcefully. Although Qi Long tried his best to turn around, his battered body would not allow him to abuse it a second time, finally lodging its protest. This time, Qi Long only managed to shift a small half-step, even smaller than that of the first time. Although he did manage to turn, it was not a complete turn, so he did not have the time nor the space and angle to disrupt the opponent's attack. In order to protect his body, he could only take this attack by force. This was the first direct Qi Jin confrontation between Qi Long and Nie Feng Ming since Qi Long's breakthrough. The difference was that this attack of Nie Feng Ming's was of a tentative nature, and so did not contain his full power, so Qi Long managed to bear it. The two fists could be seen to push against each other for about 1 to 2 seconds, and then Nie Feng Ming was sent flying back by the rebound force of the collision. Meanwhile, Qi Long's body swayed violently in place, and the blood which had stopped flowing began to trickle from his mouth once again. Still, even so, he did not retreat even half a step. It was not that Qi Long did not want to retreat, but once he did, the breath holding him upright would escape. Even under these circumstances, Qi Long still did not want to give up, because he did not want to lose to anyone other than Boss. In Qi Long's mind, he could only lose to Ling Lan. As expected, Nie Feng Ming landed on one foot, because his other leg was powerless, and to stabilize himself, he had to take several hops back. Though he looked a little clumsy and disheveled, all this could not stop him from smiling. Due to Boswa's advice, he had found Qi Long's fatal weakness. It turned out that Qi Long was really already at his limit, and could no longer turn around. Has it still been exposed in the end? Ling Lan sighed. Even though Ling Lan had known that Qi Long's weakness would eventually be discovered by the opponent, Ling Lan had still hoped for a lucky fluke in her heart. She had hoped that Qi Long would have a chance to defeat the other before he was figured out by the opponent. Since Nie Feng Ming had discovered Qi Long's weakness, he naturally did not prolong the fight. He once again moved to Qi Long's back and attacked with a rapid fist. Qi Long was still holding on. From the stage, sound after sound of fists colliding could be heard. Following the increase of Nie Feng Ming's strength, the swaying of Qi Long's body became more and more extreme. The blood never stopped flowing from his mouth, instead increasing in volume with time, until it was flowing out like water. Now was the time. Nie Feng Ming sensed the power levels from Qi Long's fists once more, and his eyes instantly shone with a radiant light. The next move would be when the outcome would be decided. With just one more punch, he would defeat Qi Long. However, he did not want to end things like this. As the second strongest combat expert within the military academy, this fight with Qi Long had greatly hurt his pride. Under the situation where he had the full upper hand, he had actually been inflicted with internal injury in a mysterious way. Moreover, the opponent had even found a chance to dislocate his knee. Nie Feng Ming felt that this performance of his was a disgrace. If he could not utterly crush the opponent, he would never be able to lift his head before the people of Leitang. A trace of cruelty flashed through Nie Feng Ming's eyes. He took in a powerful breath, concentrating all the Qi Jin in his body, and shouted, "Pneumatic punch." Boswa stood up abruptly, yelling in shock, "Feng Ming, stop!" On the stage, Tang Yu's expression changed drastically. With a shift, his body sprung into motion, prepared to stop this highly destructive ultimate move of Nie Feng Ming. If some major casualty occurred in these fights he was refereeing, it would be a great dereliction of duty. There was a thwack, clearly distinct from the dull thumps of fists hitting flesh. This sound was obviously much crisper. Everyone found to their shock that, heaven knows when, another person had appeared on the stage. He stood between Nie Fengming and Qi Long, easily holding Nie Fengming's fist with one hand. The fluttering of his sleeve proved that this person had just rushed onto the scene. His fist in the other's palm, Nie Fengming's first feeling was that the other's strength was like a bottomless ocean. When the explosive power contained in his fists charged at the other, it was like a stone dropping into a tranquil sea, with nary a splash nor ripple. It was truly as if his strength had been swallowed whole by the boundless depths of the ocean. This feeling lasted for only a brief instant, and then Nie Fengming perceived the opponent's strength as a large mountain. He was only standing there without counterattacking, but Nie Fengming could not budge an inch. What frightened Nie Fengming even more was the extremely cold air the other was currently emitting. Nie Fengming accidentally made eye contact with the other and saw endless blood-soaked killing intent. Nie Fengming's spirit and body were both already at their limits to begin with, his mental resistance at its lowest. This surge of bloody killing intent struck deep into his inner mind, inciting endless terror, and his body actually began to tremble uncontrollably. Colonel Tang Yu had finally rushed to Nie Fengming's side by this time, but he was a step too late. When he saw that Nie Fengming's attack had been intercepted by a passing stranger one, he instantly let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon calmed down and was shocked by a realization. He had in fact been the person closest to Nie Fengming, but the other had arrived a step ahead of him. Didn't this prove that the other was stronger than him? Tang Yu stared in stupefied wonder at the other. The person was dressed in the regular green military academy uniform, was neither tall nor short, and his figure was somewhat on the slender side, but without the sense of fragile delicacy Luo Lang exuded. His straight-backed figure seemed to contain boundless energy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stop Nie Fengming's attack so easily, without any harm to himself. Most surprising was the fact that though he looked extremely cold-hearted and ruthless, this still could not conceal his young and immature face. That unfamiliar face and that extremely common freshman uniform instantly allowed Colonel Tang Yu to know the other's identity. Tang Yu was not planning to berate the other. After all, Nie Fengming's last attack had indeed been too vicious. As teammates from the same group, wanting to save a comrade was perfectly justified. Tang Yu approved of it. However, before Tang Yu could ask any questions, the students below the stage had already begun to exclaim. Who was that? How did he suddenly appear on the stage? Yeah, when did he go up? As the newcomer had moved too fast, many students whose realm was not high enough yet had only managed to see that a person had appeared on the stage out of thin air. They could not see how the other had gotten there, which was why they were so baffled. That person's speed has almost reached the limits of the human body. Those people with adequate vision within the boxes all acknowledged this point, stunned to the depths of their heart. Although they did not know the other's background, without discussing it beforehand, they all mutually noted his appearance, determined to investigate once they went back to find out who he was. Tang Yu's complexion very quickly returned to normal, and he said to the person, "Cadet, thank you very much for your assistance. However, the fight is still in progress. Please leave the stage. That's unnecessary. This round, we, the new cadet regiment, have lost," announced Ling Lan dispassionately. Tang Yu was taken aback, unsure whether the other could speak on behalf of the new cadet regiment, when from below the stage, the new cadet regiment representative Wu Jiong could be heard to call out. That's right, we, the new cadet regiment, admit defeat for this round. Since the representative of the new cadet regiment had acknowledged the loss, Tang Yu did not raise any questions, instantly declaring, the third round, 5th year Nie Fengming wins. The overall score is 2-1, Leitang Mecha clan in the lead over the new cadet regiment. Tang Yu had barely finished his announcement when Ling Lan turned to look at the stubbornly upright Qi Long behind her. A surge of sour pain coursed through her heart. Although she had wanted Qi Long to break through, she had never intended for Qi Long to end up in such a terrible state, becoming so gravely injured. If she had not managed to intercept Nie Fengming's blow in time, the force of it would have shattered most of Qi Long's bones. Even if he managed to recover, Qi Long's initially amazingly sturdy body would be downgraded by several levels, perhaps even choking off Qi Long's boundless potential. At this thought, the rage in Ling Lan's heart flared. She hated the other's viciousness and cursed her own carelessness at taking things for granted. Fortunately, Nothing truly regrettable had happened. Otherwise, she would have regretted it for life. Ling Lan took in a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the burning rage in her heart. She said lightly to Qi Long, "The match is over. You can rest now." The initially standing Qi Long heard this, and as if receiving some command, he collapsed. Tang Yu reacted swiftly, nimbly catching Qi Long and checking on his injuries. His complexion paled slightly, and he yelled out, "Staff, send him to the treatment center, quickly." He had not expected Qi Long's internal injuries to be so severe, and the boy had still fought on for so long, unwilling to fall till the very end. What kind of mental support did this youth have? Tang Yu could not help but think back to the previous fighters, Luo Lang and Liang Jia. They too were the same, withstanding almost unbearable injuries to execute horrifying counterattacks. He could not help but look at this cold-faced youth before him. Even if the other had not made it clear, he could tell that the true leader of the new cadet regiment was likely him. Very soon, Qi Long had been sent to the treatment center. As his sworn brother, Han Jijian naturally could not sit still any longer. Without waiting for Ling Lan's orders, he took the initiative to accompany Qi Long. At this time, Nie Fengming, who had been lost in the haze of bloodlust, finally overcame his inner demon by relying on his excellent mental fortitude, becoming aware once more. "You've woken up?" Ling Lan's expression was still cold and emotionless, but the suppressed rage in her eyes burned brightly, once more following Nie Fengming's awakening. "This match is over. Cadet, please let go of the representative." Although Nie Fengming's final pneumatic punch had been somewhat vicious and uncalled for, nothing unsalvageable had happened after all, so Tang Yu was hoping to minimize the fuss. After all, the match involving Nie Fengming was already over. The new cadet regiment would not gain anything from chasing the issue. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Nie Fengming began to struggle, trying to wrest free of Ling Lan's grasp. For some reason, he just felt that this cold youth before him was way too dangerous. His instinctive reaction was to get away from the other. We admit defeat because our skills are no match for our opponent. However, those who intend to harm my brothers will have to pay the due price. Ling Lan's icy voice reverberated throughout the entire combat hall. This was Ling Lan's declaration to the entire military academy. Towards anyone who would harm her brothers, she would not show any mercy. Yes, Ling Lan was truly angry now. She wanted everyone in the military academy to know that she, Ling Lan, was no cowardly limp egg that would willingly shrink away quietly and just take what others dished out too. Her words had barely faded when Ling Lan's hand on the other's fist abruptly lifted, and Nie Fengming was thrown bodily into the air. When he was about 2 meters away from the ground, Nie Fengming felt a cold and powerful hand press on the back of his skull, which then pushed forwards forcefully. This sudden action of Ling Lan's made the expressions of both Tang Yu on the stage and Boswa below the stage pale drastically. They thought that Ling Lan was about to commit murder. Without prior agreement, they both leapt at Ling Lan, trying to stop the other's rampage. Tang Yu was only 1 step away from Ling Lan, but he had only just thought of approaching when an invisible surge of Qi Jin stopped him. Meanwhile, Boswa was too far away. The duration of that blink of time was not enough for him to get there in time. A loud boom rang out. The entire stage shone with a radiant light and emitted an ear-splitting alarm. The majority of people could not tell what this represented, but as the referee, Tang Yu knew that this meant the force the stage had received was already close to its maximum capacity. If a little bit more force was added, the stage may collapse entirely. At this moment, Tang Yu could no longer maintain his composure. His face was extremely pale. It should be known that the sturdiness of this stage in the combat hall was enough to withstand all damage below domain stage. Since the stage was sounding its warning, could it be that this new cadet was already infinitely close to domain? Or perhaps he had already arrived at that rumored half-step into domain. Only after the light from the stage had faded and the warning alarms had died down, could all the spectating students see the situation on the stage clearly, whereby they were all flabbergasted. Nie Fengming's entire body was laid flat on the stage, his front plastered to the ground. On his face, which was turned slightly to one side, both of his eyes were rolled up so the whites were showing. It could not be determined from appearance whether he was dead or alive. With his body at its center, countless large gaping cracks had spread across the entire stage, causing the stage to seem broken and dilapidated. It really led people to worry whether the three people still standing on the stage would collapse the stage entirely if they moved. Boss Hua, who had already rushed onto the stage, saw Nie Fengming's terrible condition, and his eyes turned red. He pointed at Ling Lan angrily and questioned, "Why did you kill him?" Ling Lan flicked her sleeves, as if brushing off some dust, and replied emotionlessly, "Don't worry, he isn't dead. Not dead." These words made Boss Hua calm down instantly from his towering rage. He quickly turned to look at Colonel Tang Yu. At this time, Tang Yu had already rushed forwards to check on Nie Fengming. He probed the side of Nie Fengming's neck, and his initially troubled expression eased. Luckily, the boy was only severely injured and not dead. Otherwise, even if he had wanted to help the new cadet regiment, things would not have been so easily settled. He's still breathing, but the bones of his entire body have been broken. He must be sent to the treatment center immediately. It looks like Nie Fengming won't be able to recover fully without spending about a year and a half's worth of time. Tang Yu let Boss Hua know Nie Fengming's condition, and then swiftly instructed the staff to send Nie Fengming to the treatment center. Right then, Tang Yu really did not know what to say anymore. In 3 consecutive rounds, all 6 participants were sent to the treatment center. Was this really a combat showdown, or was it actually a death match? Never had any wagered fight been so brutal. At the bottom of it, it was all because these freshmen, each and every one of them, were such tough nuts to crack, unwilling to admit defeat. During the new cadet admission assessment, didn't those unholy terrors 3 break these new cadets' proud bones and teach them a good lesson? Colonel Tang, you could already sense that the pride of this batch of freshmen were extraordinarily robust, not at all like students who had been tormented and shamed. Hearing that Nie Fengming was ultimately fine, Boss Hua finally let out a sigh of relief. He suppressed the rage in his heart as he asked in a measured tone, "Why did you harm our team member without any reason?" "Without any reason? I was only giving him a taste of his own medicine." Ling Lan's cool gaze was locked onto Boss Hua. "Could you not tell what your team member was doing just now? If that move of his had landed, my brother would be in his current condition. Didn't you manage to save him? Since your brother is fine, why would you be so cruel? And if I had not managed to save him?" Ling Lan shot back, "I will not forgive anyone who harms my brothers, no matter how powerful the other's faction is, or how formidable the other is personally." At this point of her speech, Ling Lan's icy gaze swept out to encompass everyone watching the fights. She bit out word by word. "Right here, I want to remind everyone in the military academy, including all the major factions. If anyone dares to trouble my brothers for no reason, or harm them, I will definitely never let it rest. No matter how long it will take, I will make sure they pay for it." Using her spiritual power, Ling Lan made her voice ring out by everyone's ear, including those within the boxes. Quite a few weaker students actually found themselves trembling, their entire bodies feeling cold. Only Li Lanfeng's expression shifted at these words, a subdued spark flashing through his eyes. What familiar energy? Could the other be a kindred type for? Li Lanfeng, who had initially held very little interest in Ling Lan, instantly slotted Ling Lan into his mind. When he found an opportunity later on, he would be prepared to test the other. If they were alike, perhaps there was the possibility of a collaboration. Boss Hua found his breath stifled for a moment by Ling Lan's question, but fury soon followed in response to Ling Lan's arrogant words. In his extreme rage, he laughed and said, "What shameless boasting. A tiny first year actually daring to threaten us. Where did these first-year students get the gall to do this?" "Oh no, I'm just clarifying our new cadet regiment's principles in dealing with outsiders," responded Ling Lan calmly. "I also believe that the other groups, including seniors Leitang Mecha clan, will have something similar to this creed as well. We are just doing what we should." Ling Lan was not wrong. As an organization, in order to protect the group and the welfare of its members, there must be some action. For example, the Leitang Mecha clan's method of doing things was even more bossy and tyrannical than what Ling Lan had said. It went to the extent where if an outsider did not want to submit to them, they would be targeted on all fronts. However, this was all established on individual strength, an idea sparked in Boss Hua's mind. He unleashed his full aura and pressed it down on the youth opposite him, and said slowly, "Ambitious, and your words are haughty. but it still remains to be seen whether you have the corresponding level of strength to back them up. Otherwise, it's all hot air, and you will only be laughed at for biting off more than you can chew. Right beside them, Colonel Tang Yu sensed the great force of Boss was aura pressing down, and his expression could not help but shift subtly. He threw a hurried glance at the main target of this force, but found Ling Lan still standing there with his back straight, expression unchanged, and the colonel's expression eased as he let go of his worry. Ling Lan seemed to not feel any of the pressure Boss was silently heaping on her. Airily, she replied, "You can try." Boswell was just about to retort to that when Colonel Tang Yu suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt. "The names of the fourth round have yet to be announced, so both of you please leave the stage. Do not affect the continuation of the fights." Boswell cast a contemplative glance at Tang Yu, and then peered searchingly at Ling Lan for a long moment before sneering, and said, "I hope we'll have the chance to fight. What you suggested just now is precisely what I intend to do." That said, he did not linger. With a dash, he left the stage, returning to Lei Tang's area. The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked at these words, revealing a very light trace of mockery. She of course knew what the other was hinting at. It was nothing more than wanting to take revenge for his team member. The two of them were destined to fight in the end anyhow. She would just wait and let things be. Thus, Ling Lan also dashed back to her own territory. Right then, Wu Jiong approached nervously and asked in a low voice, "Boss Lan, can we really win?" For the first time, some uncertainty actually appeared in Wu Jiong's expression. This greatly surprised Ling Lan. In her mind, Wu Jiong had always been a mentally stable and assured youth who would never lose confidence in himself. "What are you trying to say?" Ling Lan quirked an eyebrow. Wu Jiong averted his eyes briefly and said, "Even Qi Long lost. Will I be okay?" Wu Jiong knew very well that the situation was extremely disadvantageous for the new cadet regiment right now. They needed to win both of the final 2 rounds to win this wagered fight. This meant that, regardless of which match he had to fight, he could not lose. This type of pressure was not easy to bear, and on top of that, he had just seen Qi Long, who was stronger than him by a hair, fighting so hard just to lose in the end anyway. This caused him to begin harboring a tendril of doubt in his own abilities. These words of Wu Jiong's made Ling Lan turn her head abruptly, her bleak gaze shooting straight at Wu Jiong. This gaze pierced Wu Jiong's heart like a sharp blade, causing him to lower his head in shame. He knew that something had gone wrong with his mental state. Behaving so disgracefully at this critical juncture, he was really letting Boss Lan down. With a thwack, Ling Lan flicked a forceful finger onto Wu Jiong's forehead, causing Wu Jiong to look up and cover his forehead reflexively, his expression confused. "Have you woken up?" asked Ling Lan. Wu Jiong was gaping in bewilderment, reflexively making a sound in response. It looked like Ling Lan's finger flick had really stunned him silly. After all, he and Ling Lan's relationship was unlike that of Ling Lan with Qi Long and the others of his team, childhood companions who had grown up together, but more of a working relationship. And Ling Lan's action just now was extremely intimate, like the way one would treat a beloved follower. This made Wu Jiong emotional and conflicted at the same time, making him unsure how he should react all of a sudden. "Wu Jiong, frankly, your combat talent is not much weaker than Qi Long's," said Ling Lan after Wu Jiong had calmed down slightly. Once more, Wu Jiong was left stunned by Ling Lan's words. Was Boss Lan trying to console him? Mind you, he had always been suppressed by Qi Long, having never beaten the other even once. It was obvious that his talent was no match for Qi Long's. "The reason you can't beat him is that you are not as simple as Qi Long here," Ling Lan pointed to her own chest. Ling Lan's words confused Wu Jiong, but Ling Lan continued to explain. "Other than combat, Qi Long's heart has nothing else. But you are different. The things you think about are many, such as your future and the futures of the members of your team. All these distract your mind from pure combat, which is why you will never catch up to Qi Long in terms of combat." Wu Jiong grinned wryly at these words and replied, "Qi Long has you, Boss Lan, to help him. Of course he can focus without any distractions." Ling Lan interrupted him to say, "No, remember when I left the academy for 3 years? Without my help, you still did not manage to chase up to Qi Long. Have you never considered the reason for that?" Wu Jiong blinked, his expression troubled. For a beat, he could not understand what Ling Lan was saying, but he was after all a clever person. After turning the idea around in his mind for a while, he figured it out and instantly chuckled bitterly. So that's how it is. It's because Qi Long has Han Jijian, has Luo Lang, has Lin Zhongqing, has Xie Yi. Yes, Qi Long's other strength is his willingness to believe in his companions. He believes his companions will handle the other things well, so he does not have to worry, able to immerse his full heart and soul into the path of martial combat, said Ling Lan, nodding. Qi Long understands his role in the team very well and has always been working hard to live up to his role. At this point, Ling Lan peered at Wu Jiong and said, on the other hand, you, trusting only Yi Su, have taken on the roles of almost everyone else. You have too much to worry about. So with regards to martial combat, you of course cannot match up to Qi Long. As he listened, Wu Jiong ducked his head in shame. What Ling Lan was saying was precisely the problem with his team. Despite being very strong individually, in comparison with Ling Lan's team, his team members were all clearly much weaker in their role designations. Previously, he had always thought it was because the skills of his team members were no match for Lin Zhongqing, Xie Yi, and the others of Ling Lan's team. But now, from the looks of it, he himself was the problem. But, from another perspective, you should also be proud of yourself. Ling Lan's words took an abrupt turn, causing Wu Jiong to lift his head in surprise, to stare at Ling Lan in disbelief. He had already behaved so terribly. Why would Boss Lan still say he should take pride in himself? Even though your attention had been split up among so many things, you still were not left too far behind. Qi Long, isn't that something to take pride in? Ling Lan asked, lifting an eyebrow. These words of Ling Lan made Wu Jiong's heart feel warm instantly. So he really was not that much worse than Qi Long. That is why I believe in your strength, that you will definitely win at the critical moment. Ling Lan finally gave her answer. All of this talk was actually just to eliminate that little speck of self-doubt in Wu Jiong's heart. As the big boss of the regiment, she really did not have it easy. Ling Lan was in fact very bothered inside. When had she also taken on the job of being the spiritual life coach of these children? Li Yingjie was one, and now Wu Jiong was another. But, upon reflection, Li Yingjie's and Wu Jiong's behaviors were more like those of a normal 16-year-old teenager. Qi Long and Luo Lang were the ones who were weird, actually submitting themselves to a round of torment on the field without any reservations. Could it be that because she was not a normal 16-year-old girl, her companions who grew up with her had also become abnormal along with her? At this thought, Ling Lan could not help but feel a bout of remorse. Of course, this feeling only lasted for a very brief moment before being thrown to the back of her mind. In the course of one conversation, Ling Lan achieved her purpose. From his initial uncertain state, Wu Jiong had now become unbelievably confident. This also allowed Ling Lan to relax. After all, no mistakes could be made in these final 2 rounds. Boss, the opponent has submitted their name list. As expected, it's their weakest member, Chong 1 Sierra Leonean Leone. Little 4 finally piped up from within the mind space. This time, Lei Tang had submitted their name list very late, basically right at the border of the allocated 5 minutes. However, following the submission of the opponent's name list, Little 4 instantly sent Wu Jiong's name over. This was Ling Lan's instruction. She had already told Little 4 that she would be fighting against that strongest boss Hua, while the weakest Chong Lu would be Wu Jiong's opponent. Thus, when the opponent name list was revealed, Little 4 had sent Wu Jiong's name over without checking in with Ling Lan again. On Colonel Tang Yu's end, to the naked eye, it looked as if the new cadet regiment and the Lei Tang Mecha clan had submitted their name list at the exact same time. This made the colonel raise his eyebrows, silently impressed at how unruffled the 2 factions were, able to wait till the very last second before submitting their name lists. He could not know that this process involved some flawlessly executed cheating by a miraculous intelligence entity. Lei Tang Mecha Clan versus New Cadet Regiment, 4th round. 4th year Chong Lu against 1st year Wu Jiong. Following this announcement, Lei Tang's Lin Jidong wrapped his own head with a fist in frustration. He had initially wondered whether to let Boss Hua go up in this 4th round, but then he was afraid that that mysterious youth who had crippled Nie Fengming in one blow would also be fighting in this round. After much thought, He decided to send out the weakest Chong Lu to be sacrificed against the opponent's strongest member, but unexpectedly, the opponent was so calm, actually sending out their regiment commander, Wu Jiong. At this moment, Lin Jidong already knew that this Wu Jiong was most likely just the public regiment commander of the new cadet regiment. The one truly in charge of the new cadet regiment should be that mysterious youth, because the pressure the mysterious youth exuded was much heavier than that of Wu Jiong's. This is good. I really want to personally teach that youth a lesson. Boss was suddenly spoke up from beside him, causing Lin Jidong to jump. With that, Lin Jidong no longer dared to reveal any more of his frustration, only nodding to show that he understood. However, both their reactions showed that they did not look favorably upon Chong Li's chances in this match. After all, Wu Jiong was the public regiment commander of the new cadet regiment, so he really could not be that weak. The other three who had come out so far were all at Qijin stage, so this Wu Jiong must surely be at Qijin stage as well. It was just unclear whether he was in the early stages of Qijin or the middle stages. Meanwhile, although Chong Lu was also at Qijin stage, he was only at the mid-level of early stage Qijin. This match would definitely be tough to win. After taking the stage, Wu Jiong and Chong Lu had their guards up. Wu Jiong shouldered the huge pressure of having to win, while Chong Lu hoped to end this battle in his turn and become the great hero of Leitang. In contrast to Lin Jidong's and Boss was uncertainty, Chong Lu was extremely confident of himself as he had already reached mid-level early stage Qijin and believed that Wu Jiong was around the same level as those two new cadets who had come out earlier on, who had just entered first-level early stage Qijin. He was not convinced that there would be new cadets stronger than him, and Qi Long, the one who came out during the third match, was probably the rumored aberrant as he was extremely strong. Chong Lu had overlooked Ling Lan's existence at this moment. He was under the impression that Ling Lan could severely injure Nie Fengming in one strike only because Nie Fengming and Qi Long had been in a situation where both sides had suffered serious injuries. So Nie Fengming had been defenseless. It had to be said that having a huge discrepancy between their strength made one unable to see the actual facts, and Chong Lu was currently in such a state. When Chong Lu saw Wu Jiong doing a high-level military physical defensive hand gesture when he took the stage, he was instantly delighted. There were numerous top-class combat arts in the military academy, one of which was the top-class combat art used by the military. When Chong Lu had advanced into Qijin, the physical skill he had selected to match his upgrade was that one. As such, seeing that Wu Jiong was also using that same set of military physical skills, he was overjoyed. When using the same series of physical skill, the higher levels countered the lower levels. With that, Chong Lu was even more convinced that victory was in his grasp. He who was extremely confident did not think of probing his opponent, instead using a powerful finishing blow from the military physical skill right off the bat. Witnessing the situation, Wu Jiong's eyes gleamed. Perhaps the opponent's attack speed was extremely fast, and he could not dodge, as Wu Jiong merely braced himself by making a cross with his arms to defend and intercept the opponent's attack. Bang! A loud sound resounded and Wu Jiong was knocked back hard, his feet sliding across the ground, marking it with 2 streaks. Meanwhile, Chong Li's body simply shook before he steadied himself. Solely based on this encounter, it seemed like Wu Jiong's strength was a notch lower compared to his, and Chong Lu was heartened by this. He did not even think it through before he continued attacking, his foot kicking out forcefully. Wu Jiong did not choose to receive the attack, but instead dodged it with a slide. This action reaffirmed Chong Li's belief that the other party was weaker, thus not daring to receive his attack directly. Before he went up on stage, Boswa had reminded him to exercise caution and thoroughly understand the opponent's strength before making a move. Currently, Chong Lu, whose whole head was filled with grand dreams of being a hero, had tossed Boswa's warning to the back of his mind. In addition, burning up with passion, he had long forgotten the need to retain 30% of his strength for defense as he unleashed all of his strength into his attacks against the opponent. He did not notice that, despite the fact that Wu Jiong had been sidestepping from the beginning and seemed like a small boat struggling amidst a surging gale, his face was abnormally calm. Every dodge of his was extremely efficient without being sloppy, and those with keen eyesight could see that Wu Jiong seemed to have a well-thought-out plan with every dodge and clearly understood his opponent's path of attack. No good. Chong Li's too impulsive, and I'm afraid he's fallen into the opponent's stratagem. Boss Hua, who was seated below and observing the match, furrowed his brow, involuntarily looking towards Ling Lan seated in the new cadet regiment's area with his hands crossed, his expression calm, seemingly having a card up his sleeve. Apparently sensing Boss was line of sight, Ling Lan coldly met his gaze, and then the corner of her mouth raised slightly, as if saying victory belonged to them. Boss Hua felt stifled. Although he had had a premonition of Chong Lu having a difficult fight, Boss Hua did not wish to lose. You're stronger than your opponent, and as long as you remember to go steady and strike hard without advancing prematurely, we can win this match. Wu Jiong, who was dodging on the stage, suddenly recalled the words Ling Lan had told him before he took the stage, and endless admiration welled up in his heart. After receiving an attack from the opponent, Wu Jiong was aware that the opponent was inferior to him by a notch. Initially, he could have chosen to attack head-on and fight a fierce battle, and defeat his opponent that way, but Wu Jiong did not wish to do so. After 3 consecutive bitter and desperate battles, Wu Jiong wanted to gain a complete and overwhelming victory to prove the might of their new cadet regiment. Therefore, he had revealed weakness on purpose, so that the opponent would have the mistaken impression that his strength was weaker and abandoned defense to focus fully on offense. Of course, there was another reason why Wu Jiong had set this up. He knew the opponent had also learned the top-class military use combat arts. If it had been any other combat move, he would not have done so. After all, deliberately showing weakness might very well lead to shooting oneself in the foot, allowing the opponent to seize the flow of the match and put him in a passive position. Just like during the first battle Luo Lang fought, it was the opponent's mocking that allowed Luo Lang to seize the opportunity and gain upper hand. However, it just so happened that the opponent had learned the top-class military combat move. And who was Wu Jiong? He was a direct descendant of a military elite family, the Wu family, a genuine in-generation military family descendant. In addition, the inherited martial arts in the family was the physical skill used by the military, and when he had advanced in Qi Jin levels, it had caused a sensation in Wu family because he was the youngest descendant in the family who had advanced. Even the family head was alerted, who then directly instructed him in the Wu family's exclusive secret moves. These combat moves had been researched and tempered through generations of Wu family masters, assimilating the best traits of the top-class military combat moves while harmonizing them with other top combat moves. It was inevitable to be extremely familiar with various types of military physical skills while learning their family's secret moves, and there were even many moves that specifically countered those of the military physical skill set, including the top-class military combat moves. This was also the reason Wu Jiong had fearlessly devised this plan. He was familiar with the opponent's moves, and even during the first few attacks, killing moves aimed to counter them had directly surfaced in Wu Jiong's mind. However, Wu Jiong believed that the opportune timing had yet to arrive, so he had endured silently until now. But now, Wu Jiong considered that timing to have arrived. The opponent had once again struck out with both fists. This was a military top-class combat move called the Twin Dragon Strike. The scary part of this attack was that as long as both hands were to simultaneously make contact with the opponent's body, a Qi Jin loop would appear between the fists, directly destroying the opponent's internal organs, which made this one of the most powerful killing moves of the military top-level combat arts. Yet, there was a fatal weakness in this attack, and that was the user's chest would be completely exposed, and when both fists struck out, the move had to be completely executed without any leeway for retreat. Thus, as long as he pinpointed a weak spot, the opponent would not have time to change moves even if he wanted to save himself. Therefore, Wu Jiong believed that his opportunity had arrived. Wu Jiong suddenly came to a stop and no longer dodging. His hands abruptly came together, while both his arms thrust forwards to place him between Chong Li's fists. With a loud shout, his originally joined hands suddenly separated, while his arms spread open to push out forcefully against the opponent's forearms. Only after both of the opponent's fists had brushed past his body did Wu Jiong retract his arms and used both fists to strike fiercely at the opponent's chest. Twin Dragon Strike Remake. This was the Wu family's secret move, a revised first-rate combat move of Twin Dragon Strike. This secret move allowed offense and defense in one move, counteracting the weak point of the original Twin Dragon strike of being unable to defend. Chang Lu received a direct blow from Wu Jiong and crashed heavily to the ground with a thud, sliding out several meters before spitting out a jet of blood. This unexpected scene shocked everyone, because Chang Lu had held the upper hand all along, so they had not expected the situation to suddenly change, for Wu Jiong to actually knock down the opponent with one move. Chang Lu collapsed onto the ground, covering his chest, but was unable to contain the fresh blood in this mouth. He then asked painfully, "Why do you know this move?" Familiar with the military combat art, he naturally understood that the move the opponent had executed was from the same series. Wu Jiong coldly replied, "As a student of the military combat arts, you should know which family has the strongest military combat arts." Chang Lu recalled something, and his complexion turned deathly pale. "The Wu family. So you're from that Wu family. I am too unlucky." That said, he fainted and was thoroughly unconscious. Wu Jiong had pulled his punches and only injured his heart, instead of completely destroying it. Otherwise, Chang Lu would not even have had the opportunity to speak with him. Unlucky? Was it truly just bad luck? A hint of disdain was revealed on Wu Jiong's lips, and he felt ashamed for actually losing confidence earlier on. Luckily, Boss Lan had made him realize in time that he was strong enough. At this moment, Colonel Tang Yu had gone up to examine Chang Li's condition, and discovering that the youth's injuries were severe, he hastily called out for staff members to send Chang Lu to the treatment center. Subsequently, he announced the new cadet regiment the victor for this match, bringing the overall score to 2-2, with both teams back at the starting line once again. Everyone's attention was now on the last match. They were all looking forward to whether Boss Hua, the #1 in combat arts, would truly appear on stage. Wu Jiong coolly walked off the stage. Out of the 4 matches, he was the only representative who was uninjured. His performance was sufficient to prove that he was absolutely suitable to be the public regiment commander of the new cadet regiment. "You've done well." Spotting Wu Jiong walking over, Ling Lan was generous with her praise. A hint of a smile appeared on Wu Jiong's originally stony face at the praise. He recovered his senses very quickly, however, and mentally shook his head. He had not expected to be so happy with just one sentence from Ling Lan. He was even happier than when he had received his father's acknowledgement. This time, Little Four immediately submitted Ling Lan's name, without waiting for the opponent to publish their list, as regardless of who came out, Boss was going to fight the last battle anyway. The 5-minute intermission finally elapsed, and Tang Yu loudly announced on the platform, "New Cadet Regiment versus Leitang Mecha Clan. First year Ling Lan against 5th year Hua Jinyu." Following the announcement, enthusiastic shouts sounded from the audience. Reason being, Hua Jinyu was the military academy's #1 in physical skill combat, as well as being the Leitang Mecha Clan's previous leader. His reputation was not inferior to Thunder King Xiao Ting's, and it was only during the 4th year, after passing the position to Xiao Ting, that his prestige had declined. Even so, witnessing Hua Jinyu actually standing up on the stage, the older students who had been looking forward to seeing him fight could no longer contain their excitement as they cheered loudly. "He's really going to fight. Damn, seems like Leitang is determined to win against the new cadet regiment." The various leaders of the major forces sighed. After witnessing Hua Jinyu emerge on the stage previously, they had had a premonition that he might be fighting. However, they had still held on to a trace of hope, wishing that he would consider his status as the top rank in combat skills and not rashly take the stage. Yet, reality crushed the hopes of the various faction leaders. This indicated that they were unlikely to obtain even the slightest share of this big fish, which was the new cadet regiment. They could not help but secretly sigh in regret. If they had known that the new cadets this year were so outstanding, they would have long taken action instead of watching from the sidelines, allowing Leitang to take possession of this decisive opportunity right now. The various leaders could already envision the future. After Leitang swallowed the entire new cadet regiment, their influence would definitely expand once again. With that, the position of the #1 faction in the military academy would not be changing in the slightest for several years, firmly belonging to the Leitang Mecha clan. Not mentioning the agony and regret of various factions, The senior students observing the fight believed that the Leitang mecha clan would inevitably obtain victory in this last match without any suspense. While everyone was in shock and excitement due to Hua Jinyu's appearance, the new cadets' reactions caused the surrounding people to raise their eyebrows, to the extent that those senior students believed that the new cadets had limited outlook and experience, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. It turned out that, after beholding Ling Lan, the powerhouse of their hearts, ascending the stage, the new cadets were unable to restrain their excitement as they stood up in succession, raising their arms and shouting, "Boss Lan will certainly win." That's right. In the hearts of every member of the new cadet regiment, especially students from Central Scout Academy, Boss Lan, who had guided them in winning the grand armed melee and taking control of the spacecraft, would never be defeated. This display of the new cadet regiment caused the others to be secretly shocked at the position Boss Lan held in the members' hearts. Previously having considered them to already be in their grasp, Lin Jidong's expression changed subtly upon witnessing this scene as he recalled Boss Hua's warning. He began having misgivings towards Ling Lan while pondering on methods to diminish Ling Lan's prestige among the new cadets after taking in the new cadet regiment. At this moment, no matter how slow-witted the various leaders of each faction were, they were now clear about the devil who had caused Zhang Jingyan to be so apprehensive. In Wuji's cabin, Han Yu's face suddenly darkened after hearing the fanatic shouts from the new cadets. Apparently, the aberrant Zhang Jingyan mentioned should be this person. Besides him, there should be no one else who could achieve this. Han Yu's gaze was shadowed as he looked at that stern, lean youth on the stage, and he felt a complicated emotion silently emerge within him. Thinking back on the time when they themselves had entered the academy, even though they were proud and arrogant, they had had no option but to join the Wuji faction, which belonged to their galaxy, as they were under pressure from all sides. Even so, as first-year cadets, they had always been ordered about and lectured by the older cadets with seniority, and no one would help them. They could only clamp down their tails and endure the toughest first year, and then work their utmost hardest to increase their strength later on. After that, he had expended great effort to climb up the hierarchy, fighting and scheming, to finally become one of the leaders of Wuji Mecha Clan. Hanyu was simply unwilling to recall how much hardship he had endured during that time. He had originally thought that this was an inevitable route every cadet had to walk without exception, as even the formidable Thunder King, Xiao Ting, had walked that same path. Yet against everyone's expectations, the new cadets this year had taken an unprecedented path. To avoid being bullied and enslaved, they had established a faction belonging to them alone that was not weaker than the other influential powers almost immediately after entering the military academy. Then, soon after, they had accepted Leitang's challenge in a high-profile manner, causing the new cadets to become the focus of the entire academy. And at present, they were tied against Leitang, proving their strength. Despite all this, Hanyu did not believe the new cadets would be the final victors. Still, based on their performance on the stage, the senior members of Leitang would certainly refrain from provoking them even if they joined the Leitang Mecha Clan. It was apt to say that, in the military academy, the strong were respected, and honor was obtained through strength. Wei Ji heard Hanyu's words and quietly sighed. Seems like we've belittled this aberrant. It's no wonder Zhang Jingyan regarded him with importance while simultaneously avoiding him. Since the third contestant from the new cadet regiment was already at mid-level intermediate stage Qijin, it was reckoned that Ling Lan should be at mid-level advanced stage Qijin at worst. Even he had to look up to this realm as his physical skills had only entered the early stages of Qijin, because they had concentrated on mecha piloting all these years. Wei Ji felt lingering fear just thinking about it. The strength of new cadets this year had exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he had not provoked them on impulse from the start, as Wuji did not have a solid foundation like Leitang. If they were to have fought on the stage, the outcome of the battle would have been hard to say. Zhao Jun heard them, but he was unconvinced. He sneered and said, "Being good at physical combat doesn't mean he'll also be outstanding as a mecha operator." That dismissive look of his caused Han Yu and Wei Ji to involuntarily purse their lips. However, they were aware that Zhao Jun was a frank and outspoken person, so they did not refute his words. Having heard what was said, Li Lanfeng smiled. "Zhao Jun, you shouldn't speak this way. A person who performs well in battles won't be too inferior as a mecha operator. A person with robust physique would often possess a slight advantage in mecha piloting. This was also the reason why the military academy had emphasized training up their physiques, as it was unlikely for the majority of experts to have bad physiques. That might not be true. Isn't Zhang Jingyan a mecha cripple? When Zhang Jingyan had entered the military academy, he was the only new cadet who reached Qijin's stage and was top-ranked among the new cadets. Unfortunately, after starting to learn mecha piloting from the second year, the other cadets had caught up with him, and he was currently on the verge of being lost in the vast sea of cadets. His figure was nowhere to be seen in the top 50, and he had become a laughingstock between the upper echelons of the various large factions. If not for the fact that the Doha Central Academy faction that Zhang Jingyan belonged to had a strong foundation, just based on his strength, they might not have been able to maintain the ranking of being the military academy's number 4 faction. Hearing Zhao Jun mention Zhang Jingyan, everyone was silent, as this was a fact that could not be refuted. In reality, there were many cases similar to Zhang Jingyan's, of students having powerful physical skills but not excelling in mecha piloting. At this moment, seated in a certain area among the new cadet regiment, Gao Jinyan spoke to a few people seated beside him. Boss Lan is about to appear on stage. You all had better watch attentively. One of the people he was speaking to asked nervously, I heard that the opponent is the top rank in combat skills. No matter how powerful is Boss Lan, he won't be able to win against the opponent, right? Yeah. Although Boss Lan has capability and charisma, Lei Tang is ultimately the number 1 faction. Is it really appropriate to go against them so early? Another person voiced this question. In reality, he was not optimistic about how the new cadet regiment's battle would turn out this time. If Gao Jinyan had not warned him in advance not to try anything, he might have already followed the other team leaders and considered alternative options. Hearing what they had to say, Gao Jinyan sneered. I specially reminded you all because of our relationship. Don't be short-sighted like the others and collude with outsiders when the outcome has yet to be revealed. Furthermore, even if Boss Lan were to lose, I'd still advise you all to follow Boss Lan. Don't foolishly think you would become a true member of Lei Tang after joining them. Gao Jinyan's words caused the others to become wordless and silent. If they truly joined Lei Tang, could Boss Lan keep the new cadet regiment from disbanding? Lei Tang would never allow such a situation to happen, and the first person to be suppressed was most likely to be Boss Lan. Do you think anyone can suppress a person like Boss Lan? Gao Jinyan's question caused everyone to shiver. Would that chilly and domineering Boss Lan acknowledge allegiance to another? Oh my God, please forgive their inability to imagine that. Gao Jinyan sneered. Lei Tang wants to devour the entire new cadet regiment, but that would depend on whether they have the ability. Ever since the spaceship incident, Gao Jinyan had had an inexplicable trust towards Ling Lan. While many hearts wavered, he resolutely believed that Ling Lan would never become a subordinate to another faction. In his heart, no one could become boss of Boss Lan. Besides, would Boss Lan lose? Gao Jinyan concealed this sentence deep in his heart and did not say it out loud. He was not convinced that the Boss Lan who could calmly confront the captain of the spaceship and not be at a disadvantage would lose to a mere academy cadet. Even if that cadet was in their 5th year or was about to enter the military as a combat expert. Compared to the captain who had climbed out from a sea of blood, the force of presence of a cadet was obviously weaker and completely incomparable. These leaders had been roped in by him into the new cadet regiment, and thus, he had to live up to his responsibility towards Boss Lan and prevent the others from betraying him. Perhaps Gao Jinyan's words had proved effective, for a few of the originally hesitant leaders became determined. Regardless of the result, they decided they would follow alongside Boss Lan. In any case, Boss Lan was similar to them. As new cadets of the same enrollment year, it was more likely that he would look after them. Without a doubt, this was a better choice compared to the other factions. Hearing them say that they would not turn traitor, Gao Jinyan immediately relaxed and settled down quietly to watch Boss Lan's match. Currently, he was unaware that Ling Lan already had intentions to seize this chance to clear out those opportunistic cadets who were clearly only trying to benefit from the regiment. Of course, these actions of his were not meaningless, because he settled the hearts of these small team members so they did not betray the new cadet regiment. which led the Central Academy students to truly acknowledge those students who came from the other Doha Scout academies. This built a great foundation for Ling Lan to genuinely become the king of the new cadets, and it could truly be said to be an unintended side benefit. By this time, Ling Lan and Hua Jinyu had moved onto the elevated stage. The two of them did not make any preparations for battle, merely standing casually on their respective sides. It was as if they were not participating in the final decisive match, but instead taking a stroll. However, as the referee, Colonel Tang Yu nodded mentally in approval at the situation. Although both fighters seemed relaxed, their casual stances were, in fact, without any openings. Tang Yu believed that, as long as there was the slightest sign of movement, they could instantly enter a battle state. This was the result of assimilating combat into their basic instincts, and it could be seen that their combat realm had already exceeded that of every cadet here. Right then, no matter how unperturbed Tang Yu was, he could not help but shoot a glance at Ling Lan while wondering to himself, where exactly had this aberrant come from? Colonel Tang Yu quickly sorted out his thoughts, and without asking if the two fighters were prepared, he waved his hands and announced loudly, "The match begins." With their capabilities, it did not matter if they were prepared or not, so Tang Yu would not ask unnecessary questions. Following Tang Yu's declaration, silence fell around the stage as everyone's attention became focused on the two combatants. Although Colonel Tang Yu had announced the commencement of the match, Ling Lan and Hua Jinyu seemed not to have heard it, not moving in the slightest. Ling Lan's bearing was grave and stern, her gaze cold with both hands behind her back while she stood to one side. Hua Jinyu's eyes were half-lidded as he quietly stood on the other side with a calm expression, seemingly not minding who his opponent was, as if the confrontation during the third match had not happened. Just like that, one cold and the other calm. They stood without moving as they allowed time to pass. 1 minute elapsed, 2 minutes elapsed, 3 minutes elapsed. Along with the passing of time, some noise could be heard in the combat hall. In particular, some of the older students were baffled as to why Hua Jinyu had not chosen to attack after such a long time. They believed that, as the #1 combatant of the military academy, Hua Jinyu could certainly dispose of the opponent with no difficulty, so they were puzzled by his inactivity for such a long period of time. They were unaware that it was not Hua Jinyu who did not want to take action, but rather, he did not have the chance to do so. During these 3 minutes, he had been constantly searching for an opening in the opponent, but regardless of how hard he searched, he couldn't find a window of opportunity. Even though there had been a few faintly discernible chances, they had been rejected by him as they had made him feel an indescribable sense of danger. Hua Jinyu was not a rash person, so he had chosen to continue waiting, and with this wait, the time had exceeded 3 minutes. To not have the slightest opening, Hua Jinyu could not help but smile bitterly. At this moment, he was secretly guarded against Ling Lan, the reason being that an opponent whom he could not find an opening in could not be weak. However, should he continue waiting? Hua Jinyu immediately rejected this thought. According to the opponent's ability, he would not reveal any fatal opening even if he waited. Therefore, Hua Jinyu changed his mind and decided to take the initiative to force an opening. Hence, Hua Jinyu's aura burst out from his body and bore down on Ling Lan like a wave. In reality, whether a combatant had reached late-stage Qijin or not would depend on whether he had grasped control over his own aura. That was to say, a combatant of late-stage Qijin could release their own aura to oppress the opponent, causing the opponent to be unable to display 100% of their fighting capability. After reaching late-stage Qijin, there was no possibility of losing when facing an opponent of weaker strength. Of course, there was another reason Hua Jinyu had activated his oppressive aura, and that was to find out the opponent's true strength, for using his oppressive aura was a good method for probing. Ling Lan and Hua Jinyu were at a deadlock for 3 minutes, each side only executing a few baiting moves during that period. However, Hua Jinyu had not been tempted and Ling Lan could not help but silently acknowledge that the opponent was truly an experienced, expert fighter, able to see through her intentions. That's right. The reason why Ling Lan did not take the initiative was that she could not find an opening in the opponent's defense, and even if she had attacked, it would have been useless as it would be easily dodged. However, she wanted to defeat the opponent in one move and show the might of the new cadet regiment, preventing others from daring to provoke them rashly. Ling Lan wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and sadly, Hua Jinyu had become the chicken. Although this chicken might be a terrifying fighting chicken, it would not change the initial intention Ling Lan had when she accepted the fight from the start. Of course, based on Ling Lan's strength, she could directly activate her ability and temporarily lock down the opponent's movements for an extremely short time, accomplishing a one-strike defeat. However, as someone who liked to hold back, Ling Lan was unwilling to reveal all her cards, which was why Ling Lan wanted to accomplish this magnificent feat while concealing her strength. Ling Lan had been pondering her next move when she suddenly sensed the opponent's oppressive aura pressing towards her. Ling Lan's heart thumped. As expected, he's at peak level late stage Qi Jin. If it was me 3 years ago, it would definitely have been a hard battle. However, right now, thanks to instructor number 5 borrowing Ling Lan's body, she had been able to directly break through from peak level late stage Qi Jin to optimal peak. In addition, her body had memories of domain, allowing her to get a glimpse of the mystery of domain. Although she was unable to officially advance to domain stage due to various reasons, she had indeed entered the legendary half-step to domain stage. With the ability to activate her domain, although the period of time was absurdly short, this allowed Ling Lan to become an unequaled ultra-expert below the domain stage. The moment the opponent used his oppressive aura, Ling Lan knew his intentions. The corner of her lips curled up slightly, but she revealed a grim expression, and her stance, which had been without any openings, slowly broke down. A chance. Hua Jinyu's expression brightened, and his figure flashed, appearing before Ling Lan in the blink of an eye. Raising his right hand he had prepared beforehand, he immediately thrust out a strong and powerful fist. It's here, Boss Hua has attacked. The situation on the stage could be seen clearly, and when Hua Jinyu moved, everyone who was awaiting a fight shouted. Nonetheless, both the combatants' fists had already collided against each other on stage by the time the spectators shouted. Good move. Ling Lan had made a fist and faced his attack directly without fear. She had long waited for this attack, and with her strength, she had nothing to fear. In fact, Ling Lan had progressed in this type of powerful and overbearing style which, according to instructor number 9, was not a route a female should take. Unfortunately, the majority of the instructors who instructed her were males, and in particular, the overbearing instructor number 1. Even if number 9 was discontented, she dared not express her objections outright, only choosing instead to instruct Ling Lan in as many techniques that trained her flexibility as she could, hoping Ling Lan would not end up becoming a rough, masculine female brute. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Ling Lan's and Hua Jinyu's fist accurately counterbalanced each other, and even though the resulting sound seemed as if they had not exerted a great amount of strength, the edge of the elevated stage produced a brilliant light. This indicated that the entire stage had been completely saturated with the Qi Jin released by the both of them, and was infinitely close to its critical point. On the ground surface of the arena, with their position as the center, countless cracks expanded outward. From there, the force both of them endured could be seen. After remaining in a deadlock for several seconds, both of them suddenly sprang apart. Ling Lan retreated 7 to 8 steps before standing firm, and it was the same for Hua Jinyu. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched, but there was still some difference between them. Ling Lan wore a cold expression as before, whereas Hua Jinyu's expression was fluctuating between red then white. And then, a trace of blood could be seen trickling down from the corner of his mouth. This scene caused all the spectators to go into an uproar, and in the Leitang area, everyone's expression changed, especially Lin Jidong's. His face had collapsed entirely on itself into an unsightly expression. How could this be? Not only were the senior cadets who were spectating the match from below the arena in disbelief, even the leaders of various factions in each cabin had reacted in unison as if by a non-existent prior agreement, crying out in surprise, unable to believe the scene they had witnessed. Regardless of how shocked those senior cadets were, the cadets of the new cadet regiment leapt up and cheered upon witnessing this scene. As expected, no one can defeat Boss Lan. Looking at the new cadet regiment clapping in celebration, the people from Leitang seemed somewhat depressed and silent. Many of them could only do their best in comforting themselves that their boss might have underestimated the enemy and did not use his full strength in that attack, and thus, the opponent had grasped the opportunity. They could only secretly cheer for their boss Hua, hoping his next move would teach the opponent a lesson and prove boss Hua's strength, diminishing the morale of these new cadets while he was at it. Regardless of what others thought, on the stage, Hua Jinyu was currently astounded. He originally had ample confidence in his strength and believed that even the teachers in the academy might not be stronger than him in terms of physical combat. However, at this moment, a new cadet had caused him to feel inferior. A punch he exerted all his strength to throw had been easily received by the opponent. It was to the extent that during the previous contest between their Qi Jin, he had been at a disadvantage. Could it be that the opponent's realm was higher than his? Hey, do you still want to fight? Ling Lan's chilly voice echoed in Hua Jinyu's ears, causing cold sweat to emerge on his body. He had been so shocked by that last encounter that he had actually forgotten he was currently in a battle. If the opponent had not reminded him and had instead chosen to mount a surprise attack, he might have already fallen victim. If he had been injured as a result, then this battle would truly become hard to fight. Tang Yu looked at Ling Lan in astonishment. That had been a good opportunity for a surprise attack, and he had assumed Ling Lan would not have let this chance slip by. But contrary to his expectations, Ling Lan had shaken his opponent out of his stupor. Was he abiding by the martial arts principles of fairness? Tang Yu could not help but furrow his brow, because this was not a desirable mindset on a battlefield. Nevertheless, Tang Yu relaxed his frown very soon and broke into laughter. All in all, Ling Lan was only a new cadet who had just entered the military academy and had never been on a battlefield, so naturally, he did not know that there was no so-called principle of fairness there. Only those who survived were the true victors, and perhaps he would understand the correct way of handling matters after going out on a battlefield. Ling Lan had thought of mounting a surprise attack, but if she were to defeat the opponent this way, the people from Leitang would have believed that she was merely lucky and had not defeated her opponent by true ability. This outcome was not what she wanted, so she had spoken up to alert Hua Jinyu with good intentions. Are you prepared? I'll be attacking next. Ling Lan spoke seriously. Hua Jinyu smiled wryly and nodded. Since he had received the opponent's favor of warning him beforehand, he had no choice but to receive the opponent's attack. As the opponent was willing to face him with fair-mindedness, he did not want to be belittled by him. Seeing his reaction, Ling Lan's expression brightened faintly, and she continued, "This attack is my strongest killing move. Be prepared." These words caused both Tang Yu and Hua Jinyu who were on stage to be at a loss. Should they criticize the other's straightforwardness or remind him not to be too frank? Currently, both of them did not expect that Ling Lan's intentions of saying these words were in hopes of Hua Jinyu not evading her attack. Her seemingly overly frank sentences were actually a trap intended to leave Hua Jinyu with no room to back off, yet still making him believe it was his own choice. At this moment, Ling Lan could not help but smirk. Her reminder had actually obtained her opponent's appreciation, resulting in the opponent having no choice but to receive her attack head-on. This was absolutely a pleasant surprise that had saved her a lot of trouble. Ling Lan took a deep breath and took a slight step forward as her right fist punched out softly. This punch looked as light as a feather, but Ling Lan knew she had used 1-inch punch with it. However, the opponent's bearing had made Ling Lan reluctant to be too extreme, so she had only used 3 bands of 1-inch punch. Hua Jinyu did not let his guard down just because Ling Lan's punch seemed feather-light, as he had already suffered a loss from the previous attack, so he was even more cautious this time. In addition, Ling Lan's warning had given him sufficient time for preparation, so instead of considering it as Ling Lan taking the initiative to attack, it would be better called a mutual attack. Reason being, Hua Jinyu, who had prepared in advance, had chosen to attack to defend and directly used his strongest attack to confront Ling Lan's punch. When experts exchange blows, they did not require hundreds or even over thousands of blows like those in the lower realms. Very often, 1 or 2 moves could determine the victor. Hua Jinyu understood this and believed the opponent did too. Therefore, this move of the opponent was definitely not as simple as it seemed and was instead an earth-shaking punch. Hua Jinyu naturally would not hold back anymore. Letting his chi sink into his Dantian 1, he shouted, "Ultimate Overlord Punch." Following his shout, Hua Jinyu's right hand clenched into a fist and moved fiercely to clash against Ling Lan's. This move completely reflected Hua Jianyu's style, vigorous, bold, and powerful. Before his fist met with Ling Lan's, the explosive sound of his punch tearing through the air caused the expressions of the many spectators to change. Even though they were not directly facing this attack, they could feel the terrifying power it contained. Ling Lan's countenance changed faintly, and she suddenly increased the strength in her punch from 70 to 90%. Only such a terrifying and overbearing punch was befitting of someone who had the identity of the military academy's #1 combatant. A hint of seriousness emerged in Ling Lan's thoughts as she did not dare to belittle the opponent. With a bang, the two powerful fists collided, and Ling Lan could sense that the opponent's strength was very solid, and he was absolutely not someone she could defeat by using 1 or 2 bands of 1-inch punch. The moment Hua Jianyu came into contact with Ling Lan's fist, he felt a force similar to roaring waves transmitted through his fist. Although it was powerful, it was still within the scope he could withstand. However, before he was able to relax, he sensed another new force overlaying on the original attack, surging towards him once again. Hua Jianyu's expression subtly changed as he groaned and frantically circulated his inner qi gene to withstand the immense overlaying force once again. The strong point of this ultimate overlord punch was that, before exceeding his limits, he could resist the opponent's attack no matter how powerful it was. At this moment, Hua Jianyu rejoiced at his initial decision to use his most powerful move instead of another finishing blow. Otherwise, the sudden addition of this overlaying power would have injured him. However, Hua Jianyu was only at ease for a few breaths' time, as very soon, he felt another new force emerging, which was once again overlaid on the original force, nearly overcoming him. Could it be that he was about to lose? No. Unwilling to be defeated, Hua Jianyu looked up to the skies and howled wildly. His eyes were wide open and filled with fury, his face thoroughly red. At the same time, his entire right hand suddenly bulged. With a tearing sound, Hua Jianyu's right sleeve became torn as pieces of cloth fell onto the ground one by one, revealing a sturdy arm with bulging muscles and veins that swelled up. In order to resist Ling Lan's third band of 1-inch punch, Hua Jianyu had utilized the extreme limit of his ultimate overlord punch. He sincerely hoped that this was the opponent's last attack, or else he would be meeting his defeat. A light flickered in Ling Lan's eyes, and her originally fair complexion flushed red. She let out a grunt, and, using the third band of 1-inch punch which was about to disappear as a foundation, another, fourth layer of force emerged out of nowhere. The force behind this attack was too powerful, encompassing the accumulated force of the previous 3 strikes. When Hua Jianyu sensed the 4th strike incoming, his complexion suddenly paled because the energy in his body was already being used to the extreme limit, and he did not have any excess energy to withstand this 4th strike. Several squelching pops rang out, and the skin on Hua Jianyu's arms suddenly split open like a sieve with countless holes, and the sounds of bones cracking could also be heard as blood spurted out from various sections of his arm. Hua Jianyu's arm had been crippled because of this 4th strike, but the attack did not stop here. Shortly afterwards, Hua Jianyu was sent flying into the air as a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out from his mouth with a spitting sound. Seeing this, Ling Lan withdrew her fist, and her brows furrowed as the red flush on her face faded and turned pale in an instant. Apparently, she had lacked the capacity for a 4th 1-inch punch, but had forcefully executed it anyway and caused a backlash, thus suffering from a slight internal injury. This time around, Ling Lan had learned a lesson, that she should not belittle any opponent when dueling and should go all out regardless of who the opponent was. Otherwise, it would be very easy for the opponent to overturn the match. Since when have I become so conceited and complacent? Ling Lan could not help but scorn herself. Her originally prudent personality had been progressively disappearing ever since she found out that her father Ling Xiao was not dead. This was not an ideal situation. Seems like it was not a good thing to have a solid backing. Ling Lan decided to go on as before and act as if Ling Xiao had been sacrificed, as this would be more beneficial for her growth. On her end, Ling Lan was self-analyzing her own mentality, deciding to rely on herself to continue growing in the future. Meanwhile, Hua Jianyu had spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, allowing him to breathe easier. He then flipped over and landed on the ground. But as his inner chi gene had been depleted completely, he did not manage stand firm after landing and retreated 3 to 4 steps in succession before stabilizing himself. All the cadets watching the match surged to their feet in a stupefied uproar. They had not expected that the powerful Boswa could not even withstand a punch from the opponent. Everyone felt that their worldview had been overturned, thinking, who the hell was this mysterious young man? To actually be able to defeat the #1 combatant of the military academy when he had just entered the academy? Hua Jinyu raised his head with great difficulty and looked at the slender young man who had a calm expression as before. If not for his firm will, he most likely would not have been able to remain standing. Seeing Ling Lan retract his right hand, Hua Jinyu noticed that the opponent's arms appeared to be trembling uncontrollably. It could be seen that the opponent using such a powerful finishing blow was not without any repercussions, and this comforted him a little. At the very least, the opponent was not completely invulnerable. If the opponent had not been injured in the slightest, Hua Jinyu could not help but smile bitterly on the inside. He believed that his confidence would have been directly shattered by the opponent, and then he would have become doubtful of himself, wondering whether the 5 years of bitter training he had spent had been a mere joke. Even so, his confidence had still suffered a blow and was on the verge of crumbling apart. Hua Jinyu was aware that in order to build up his confidence once again and forget the traumatic experience the opponent had brought him, he would perhaps have to spend a very long period of time recuperating. At this moment, Colonel Tang Yu looked towards Hua Jinyu and asked loudly, Hua Jinyu, can you continue fighting? Perhaps the spectators were unable to clearly tell Hua Jinyu's condition, but as the closest observer, Colonel Tang Yu was clear that Hua Jinyu was already reaching his limits and would not be able to continue battling for long. Having heard what was said, Hua Jinyu smiled bitterly. He straightforwardly raised his hands and said, Referee, I admit my loss for this match. His strongest move had been defeated and his body was near to falling apart, so he did not know what he could use to continue fighting. In a serious tone, Ling Lan said, Many thanks. What Ling Lan said was not a conventional greeting or words just for show. She was genuinely thankful that Hua Jinyu's full-strength attack had allowed her to realize the problem with her mentality, and this was more important than winning the match. If she had not discovered this and waited until the day she arrived on the battlefield, this sort of mentality could have caused her death no matter how strong she was. Hua Jinyu's reply did not go against Colonel Tang Yu's expectations. He looked at Ling Lan as if thinking of something and announced loudly, New Cadet Regiment versus Leitang Mecha Clan. The 5th match, New Cadet Regiment first year Ling Lan wins. The match score is 3-2. The New Cadet Regiment are the final victors of this fight. Following this announcement, all the members of the New Cadet Regiment leapt up and cheered enthusiastically. Evidently, everyone was cheering for Boss Lan as Ling Lan had used this match's victory to establish the New Cadet Regiment's unparalleled position so that no one could contend against them. Wu Jiong, who was seated below, did not feel regret upon hearing the cheers, but instead waved his arms and shouted for joy along with the other members. Multiple past experiences had made him understand that though he might be able to lead an extremely powerful team, he was incapable of making them into a winning team that would triumph in every battle. Reason being, he lacked Ling Lan's boldness and aggressiveness, and even in terms of mentality, he was unable to be like Ling Lan, who could always remain unperturbed regardless of any difficulty he encountered. Haha, we've truly won. Several of the team leaders beside Gao Jinyun revealed dazed, silly smiles after witnessing the result. Even though they had been convinced by Gao Jinyun to continue following Boss Lan, they were nevertheless stunned after witnessing Boss Lan defeat the military academy's #1 combatant and emerge victorious in this wagered fight. The shock of this outcome was too huge. Gao Jinyun laughed proudly to his heart's content. Haha, I'm sure you're all aware now of Boss Lan's prowess. Leitang wanting to absorb the New Cadet Regiment is a dream as long as Boss Lan is here. One of the leaders took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Then, in admiration, he said, Leader Gao, you're right. We shall follow you unquestioningly in the future. Currently, these leaders were secretly rejoicing that they had been convinced by Gao Jinyun because of their close relationship with him and had patiently waited for the result. This moment proved they had made the right move. They could not help but feel sorry for those few leaders who had not had the resolve to stay and had sought out alternative options. As Gao Jinyan mentioned, there was only one opportunity. Grabbing it meant grabbing it, while missing it meant that you had truly missed the opportunity. Let's go. We shall go and welcome Boss Lon. Gao Jinyan looked at the members of the new cadet regiment rushing forth to the stage and suggested excitedly. All right. The several leaders answered loudly one by one. At this moment, they indeed wanted to enjoy this hard-earned joyous occasion with everyone in the new cadet regiment. This was a victory belonging to them, and represented that the new cadet regiment had truly established themselves in the military academy. The new cadet regiment's joy was set off in contrast with Lei Tang's gloomy expressions as they were still in disbelief, unconvinced that Lei Tang would ultimately lose this battle. Heaven knows how long it had been since Lei Tang last tasted defeat. However, the battle this time had given them a taste of it, and this feeling was absolutely unpleasant. Lin Jidong looked at the elevated stage, which was almost totally surrounded by the new cadet regiment, with an unsightly expression. He knew that the ensuing period of time belonged to the victor's celebration, and there was no longer any place for Lei Tang to stay. In any case, he did not wish remain and continue to see Lei Tang losing face. Another matter which he had to consider thoroughly was how to give regiment commander Xiao an explanation. The defeat this time would definitely deal an unprecedented blow on Lei Tang's prestige, as the opponent they had lost to were the new cadets who had just enrolled in the military academy. Lin Jidong could already imagine the Thunder King's rocketing fury, and his body could not help but tremble. Soon after, Lin Jidong calmed down and gnashed his teeth in frustration as he said, "Let's go." Following his words, the members of the Lei Tang mecha clan who felt ashamed to continue staying here soon left the battle hall. Of course, while they were leaving, they heard numerous cadets making loud booing sounds, among them the cadets from the new cadet regiment and also cadets from other factions. Also among them were supporters who were fond of Lei Tang but were currently disappointed in them. Many senior cadets of the various influential factions were incapable of accepting the fact that Lei Tang had lost to the new cadet regiment. Their feelings were directly reflected in their booing. The deeper the love, the more profound the hate when love turns into hate. This sort of feeling was present within them, and no matter what, Lei Tang losing this match had indeed disappointed many cadets. Before Lin Jidong left the battle stadium, he could not help but turn around and look at the stern, young man standing in the middle of the elevated stage accepting the new cadet regiment members' enthusiastic cheers. His dignified appearance resembled that of a general returning in victory, and even more like a king who had opened up a new territory and was enjoying the supportive cheers of his subjects. Actually, Lin Jidong had misunderstood. Ling Lan's default was an ice-cold expression, T/C. Ryu yep, it's her trademark face by now. She would still maintain this look even when being cursed at. In short, Ling Lan's cool and aloof expression in this situation was indeed extremely aggravating. Don't be too complacent. Lei Tang will definitely return this grudge. Lin Jidong's expression was chilly as he sniffed one last time before he turned and left this combat hall that had embarrassed him so. As the members of the new cadet regiment rushed towards the elevated stage, Hua Jinyu, as one of the participants of the fight, left the stage in loneliness. Other than a few of his team members, no one paid any attention to his actions as the former king of combat. At present, everyone's attention was gathered on Ling Lan, who was in the middle of the elevated stage. He was the leading role in this battle, and the newly emerged king of combat in the military academy. Of course, Hua Jinyu saw the people from Lei Tang leaving with their tail between their legs, and also heard the sounds of booing which had spread throughout the battle stadium. Sadness shrouded his heart. It was his lack of strength that caused this result. At this moment, one of his team members saw his state and hastily said, "Boss Hua, let's head to the treatment center. Your injuries are very severe." Hearing the other's words, Hua Jinyu gently patted his own right arm which had gone totally numb and said indifferently, "It's just a small injury and is of no importance. Unfortunately, I've lost and caused Lei Tang to lose this wagered fight." "How is this a small injury?" "Boss Hua, you still have to participate in the division assessments in a month's time." That team member was anxious, as this was related to Boss Hua's future growth. "That's right, Boss Hua. You had best head to the treatment center for treatment." the other team members urged. Hua Jinyu no longer refused. He headed towards the treatment center with a few team members. On the way, one of the team members spoke with dissatisfaction. Boss Hua, those leaders of the current Leitang are going too far. To think that not even one came to see you. If we had known earlier, Boss Hua shouldn't have agreed to participate in this fight. Forget it. In any case, I am still Leitang's former leader, and I can't reject a request of theirs when they come looking for me. Hua Jinyu smiled bitterly. Even if he had passed Leitang to Qiao Ting, he was still unable to reject them when Leitang was in need of help. Merely, it's unfortunate for Nie Fengming as he will definitely have to be absent for the examination a month later. He had always been anxiously longing to enlist for the 23rd Division, said another team member with regret on his face. According to the news sent over by the team members who had accompanied him to the treatment center, Nie Fengming had to receive treatment for 10 months before he could completely recover. That was to say, he would definitely miss this year's examination. Hua Jinyu went silent for a moment before saying with a heavy heart, I've let down Fengming. No, it was Ling Lan. His attack was too ruthless. One of the members spoke as his face revealed hatred. The few of them had formed a small mecha team in the military academy and had grown up together during these 5 years, and had long become brothers of different surnames with bonds no inferior to biological brothers. With Nie Fengming's current situation, they could not help but hate Ling Lan who had heavily injured him. Rest assured, I will not forget about this grudge, said Hua Jinyu coldly. Even though they were aware that Nie Fengming was partly to blame for receiving such a serious injury, but in terms of feelings, Hua Jinyu was unable to accept his own brother landing in such a miserable condition. Regarding how they treated their brothers and comrades, Hua Jinyu's and Ling Lan's mentality were more or less the same. Even if the fault was on their side, they were intolerant of outsiders taking actions. I've decided to apply for enlistment to the 23rd Division in a month's time and wait for Nie Fengming's return. Inevitably, there will be a day when we'll run into Ling Lan, and at that time, it'll be time for us to pay back what we received today. Hua Jinyu revealed his decision and caused the team members around him to be astonished. They knew that Boss Hua's original target was the 1st Division, as his idol was the Federation's first marshal, while the 23 RD Division's commander Ling Xiao was Nie Fengming's idol. This was also the reason Nie Fengming had chosen to enter the 23 RD Division's enlistment examination. Since Boss Hua is going to enter the 23rd Division examination, I shall follow him too. I'll enter the 23rd Division too. Me too. The other team members, who were originally hesitant whether to follow Boss Hua or enter the division of their own idols, no longer had any apprehensions due to Boss Hua changing his mind, and so declared their determination to follow his lead. Hua Jinyu did not speak, but merely smiled. This was the only thing he could do for Nie Fengming, by setting a foundation for him before he entered the division. Once he joined them, their small team would once again gather and fight together to obtain the highest achievements. Following that, they would then find Ling Lan and return their bitter hatred of today. Currently within the cabin, after Li Shiyu witnessed the result and saw the new cadets rushing towards the arena all at once, he turned towards Yun Xiu and said, "Let's go." Upon hearing that, Yun Xiu was in shock as he said, "What? We're leaving right now." The number of cadets leaving the arena was the highest right now, and in previous times, Li Shiyu would usually wait for an hour and a half for the majority of the crowd to leave before he left. However, why was he anxious to leave this time? I have to head to the treatment center and look at that foolish little brother of mine, to see if he's still able to move, explained Li Shiyu. Ah, so you were the type who would show love and respect, as what good brothers should. Yun Xiu did not believe the explanation Li Shiyu gave in the slightest. Li Shiyu immediately shot a glare at Yun Xiu. Of course he would show love and respect, as what good brothers would, but that was reserved for his older cousin. Seeing Li Shiyu's stern gaze, Yun Xiu hastily raised his hands in surrender, indicating that he would not say anything else and obediently follow Li Shiyu to leave the cabin. In Wuji's cabin, Zhao Jun yawned, and to those beside him he asked, "The fight has ended. Are you all intending to stay here?" Han Yu's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, "I want to watch the replay. You can leave first if you're not interested." The new cadet regiment was unexpectedly strong and caused Han Yu to feel threatened. In particular, The majority of the cadets in the new cadet regiment belonged to the Central Scout Academy's faction, and so he could not help but be concerned whether they would join the Doha faction. At the same time, Wei Ji nodded and said, I would also like to watch the replay. All of you can do as you wish. Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng stealthily exchanged a glance before Zhao Jun spoke up to say, I'm not interested. We'll talk about it after they become expert mecha operators. Lanfeng, what about you? Are you leaving together, or would you like to stay? Li Lanfeng shrugged his shoulders in a relaxed manner. It's as what you said. After they become an expert in mecha piloting during their second year, perhaps I will be interested. To invest effort in thinking about them right now is somewhat not worth it. Hearing his words, Zhao Jun smiled. In that case, let's leave together. Li Lanfeng stood and replied, All right, let's leave together. He then said to Han Yu and Wei Ji, It's fine to attach some importance to them, but the Thunder King will certainly be the #1 person who wishes to dispose of the new cadet regiment. His words implied that it was too early for Wu Ji to be apprehensive towards the new cadet regiment. It would be more suitable after the new cadet regiment had weathered Thunder King Xiaoting's fury. Han Yu and Wei Ji smiled in response, and only after Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng left did Han Yu put away his smile as he snorted coldly. Does he truly think he's Wu Ji's strategist? Li Lanfeng's attitude of being superior in all aspects caused Han Yu to be increasingly discontented with him. Unknowingly, he started disliking Li Lanfeng more and more, but in the past, he had definitely felt that Li Lanfeng was a good person. However, why does he seem so pretentious right now? Wei Ji replied unenthusiastically, There's nothing to be done. 2 years ago, we had indeed relied on many of his schemes, so although he isn't our official strategist, everyone in Wu Ji considers him as one. After speaking, Wei Ji could not help but look towards Han Yu. I don't know why you do not see eye to eye with Li Lanfeng. I feel that he doesn't have huge ambitions and has been diligent regarding Wu Ji's affairs. Han Yu furrowed his brows. Actually, it was from last year that I started to always feel that something's slightly off with Li Lanfeng. Right now, the more I see him, the more I feel that there's a problem with him. Don't you feel that his smile is very fake? Wei Ji smiled bitterly and shook his head. He truly did not see anything wrong with Li Lanfeng. If not for Han Yu being extremely discontented with Li Lanfeng, he really did not wish to fall out with the other. After all, the relationship between the four of them had been very good in the past. Han Yu looked towards Zhou and Wang Hui. What do you think? Wang Hui followed Wei Ji in shaking his head, expressing that he could not identify what wrong there was with Li Lanfeng. Zhou was silent for a moment, before saying measuredly, Senior Li's smile is indeed very warm and genial, but I become nervous whenever he smiles. Maybe it's because it's my first time interacting with Senior Li, so I'm unused to him. Zhou's expression seemed somewhat conflicted. Before Zhou had finished speaking, Han Yu was already clapping his hands together and saying, See, Zhou feels the same way I do. These words made Zhou smile wryly. Actually, he himself could not say why he was nervous around Li Lanfeng, but it was definitely not like Han Yu was saying, that Li Lanfeng's smile was very fake. Li Lanfeng was obviously a kind and gentle senior. Why was Regiment Commander Han Yu so against the other? Of course, no matter how doubtful Zhou was, he would not say anything, because the antagonism and strife within the upper ranks usually did not have much reason to it. Oftentimes, just for the sake of an extra share of power, one party would push another party into hell, while this current situation was just a blatant dislike so far. However, Zhou did not mind this situation. Han Yu's behavior was in large part helping him clear out a path to become Wu Ji's military advisor. It should be known that within Wu Ji, Li Lanfeng was the publicly acknowledged strategist of the Mecha clan, holding extremely high esteem among its members. Without Han Yu's help, relying on himself, he might have to wait until Li Lanfeng graduates and leaves the academy before he would be able to take on the role of advisor. As an ambitious person, Zhou did not want to dawdle within the military academy for 2 to 3 years. He yearned to ascend the skies in one step, craving the chance to display his full abilities, and desired the respect and admiration of the clan members. And so, Zhou kept his silence, as if tacitly agreeing with Han Yu that he too felt something off about Li Lanfeng. Having left the Wu Ji box, Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng did not know what was happening inside the box. They walked till the end of the hallway, where where they happened to bump into the Li Shiyu and Yun Xiu, who had also departed from their box. When the four met, they were all startled. A trace of confusion appeared silently on Li Shiyu's handsome face. This masked youth before his eyes, who was radiating such a warm and gentle aura, seemed somewhat familiar. Li Lanfeng was the quickest to regain his bearings. He smiled and gave the other side a cadet salute, and then said, "Li Shiyu, Dux of the Military Medical Research Specialization, I've heard such great things about you one." Hello, have I met you somewhere before?" Li Shiyu's brow creased, and he could not help but ask. "Well, no, but I've seen you before," said Li Lanfeng with a smile. "Oh, when?" Li Shiyu pursued the question. His memory had always been good. This person across from him had such a strange sense of familiarity, he just could not believe that he really had not met him before. Smilingly, Li Lanfeng was about to answer when Zhao Jun beside him asked with a quirked brow, "Lanfeng, so this is the so-called direct descendant of your Li family? That genius Li Shiyu you mentioned?" Li Shiyu jolted at these words, blurting out, "You're a Li family descendant too?" Li Lanfeng nodded and said, "Yes, but I'm just a branch descendant. However, I was previously lucky enough to be in the same school as young Master Milan. It's just that young Master Milan dropped out later due to illness, and I've not seen him since then. I wonder how young Master Milan is now. Is he well?" asked Li Lanfeng with a face filled with concern. Hearing this, Li Shiyu's mood dipped. Cousin Brother Milan's body is indeed not well. However, very quickly, Li Shiyu rallied and said confidently, "However, I believe Cousin Brother Milan will definitely get better." A strange light flashed through Li Lanfeng's eyes, and he nodded and said, "Yes, young Master Milan will definitely get better." Li Lanfeng's words put Li Shiyu in a good mood instantly. Within the Li family clan, this was the first time he had heard another Li family member willing to believe that his eldest cousin brother would recover. This made Li Shiyu extremely grateful, naturally feeling a sense of kinship with Li Lanfeng. "You're going back?" Li Lanfeng continued to ask. Before Li Shiyu could respond, Yun Xiu had piped up from beside him. "We're going to go see Shiyu's younger brother too, that Li Ingjie who fought second for the new cadet regiment." A trace of surprise rose on Li Lanfeng's face. "So young Master Shiyu is also planning to go see young Master Ingjie. I was just prepared to go check on young Master Ingjie's condition myself. Why don't we go together?" Zhao Jun cast a thoughtful glance at Li Lanfeng. Mind you, when they had stepped out of the box, the other had not mentioned anything of the sort. However, he had always respected Li Lanfeng's decisions, so he quietly played along. Li Shiyu hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Based off the other's goodwill towards his eldest cousin brother alone, he could not refuse the other three. Just like that, the four of them hurried to the treatment center. The moment they entered its doors, they could see that the large hall had been split into two factions, each staking out one corner, dutifully ignoring the other. These people were very easy to tell apart. One side was all dressed in the green freshman uniform, so it was obvious they were first years. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was green and also blue, but the age difference clearly marked them as upper year students. It went without saying that these two factions were respectively the people from the new cadet regiment and the Leitang Mecha clan. The moment Li Shiyu's group of four stepped into the treatment center, they drew the gazes of everyone inside. After all, three of them were dressed in the blue uniform of the elite, while Li Shiyu was even dressed in the white uniform of a dux. This color would draw attention no matter where he went. However, the first years of the new cadet regiment very quickly averted their eyes. The age of the four newcomers clearly marked them as seniors. The members of the new cadet regiment did not think that these people were here for them. After all, they did not know such impressive seniors, so these people could only be from the Leitang Mecha clan. On the other hand, those from the Leitang Mecha clan were in a state of confusion. Several sharp-eyed people had noticed Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun, who they knew were from the Wuji faction. Moreover, Li Shiyu was also an influential figure within the school. The Leitang Mecha clan may dare to offend everyone and anyone, but they would never dare to offend any student from the military medical research specialization. This was because, in future, those people were very likely to be the ones responsible for their lives. No one wanted to gamble with their lives. The treatment center fell under the jurisdiction of the Military Medical Research Department. Seeing the ducks of the department in charge of them personally here at the scene, the staff were instantly nervous. One of the leaders of the staff in the treatment center came forwards to ask, "Duxley, may I know what instructions you have for visiting us at this time? Please don't let there have been any mistakes in the treatment plans submitted by the treatment center." A layer of sweat formed on the forehead of the team leader. If that was truly the case, that meant that they might very likely lose their jobs here at the military academy, be dismissed from service, and be sent back to their homes. Mind you, in the Federation, the social status and treatment of military personnel were of the highest caliber. The workers really did not want to lose the honor of being a soldier. I heard that in this wagered fight, many people were injured, and the injuries were very serious, so I specially came over to take a look. Li Shiyu's words let the team leader of the treatment center instantly release a sigh of relief. "Can you give me an overview of the patient's current conditions?" Li Shiyu continued. The team leader of the treatment center quickly said, "Yes, Duxley, please come this way." He led Li Shiyu over to the healing pods of one of the upper years, and then continued to say, "This student's condition is especially severe. The bones of his entire body display different degrees of breakage, but strangely enough, such wide-scale traumatic impact did not deal any fatal injury to the inner organs. It's clear to see that the one who did this has extremely precise control on his application of strength. When we first saw it, we were all extremely stunned and awed by it. Even though the opponent had shown mercy, not dealing any fatal injury, for this patient to fully recover in less than 10 months is impossible." The team leader peeked carefully at Li Shiyu, then said softly, "Unless we take out the special medicinal agents the military medical research specialization has developed, then perhaps the time could be shortened." Li Shiyu merely nodded, but said nothing. He naturally knew how the other had been injured, that youth had brought it all on himself. Thus, he had no interest whatsoever in helping him. Besides, the other was also the adversary of his younger cousin's party. Regardless of how much he looked down on that jerk of a cousin of his, he would not allow others to bully a member of their Li family. The team leader saw Li Shiyu keeping silent, and sighed softly, but said nothing further. After all, the special medicinal agents of the military medical research department were extremely precious. He had only brought it up earlier to try his luck. If Li Shiyu had truly been moved to help, then it would have been a blessing upon this patient. The team leader then led Li Shiyu's group of 4 to another healing pod. This healing pod held a first year. The surrounding youths saw them approach, and all revealed stern and nervous expressions as they stared at them, as if on guard against any sign of intended harm to their companion. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng nodded mentally. This new cadet regiment was more united than he had imagined. It looks like they really could not be underestimated. The team leader pointed at the healing pod and said to Li Shiyu, "This is a first-year student. Multiple wound sites on his internal organs and meridians. It can be said that he was pretty much half dead, but his body's regenerative ability is extraordinarily strong. In tandem with the recovery agents here, he should be back to normal in 3 months." Li Shiyu approached and took a look, and found that the one lying in the healing pod was that tenacious youth who had fought after Liangjia. That brutal match had stirred even him. He had initially thought that the youth's wounds would take at least half a year to heal, but surprisingly, he would be okay after just 3 months. It looked like this youth's physical constitution was truly exceptional. The team leader then pointed at the healing pod next to this one and said, "That one is also a first-year student. His injuries are also very severe. His left scapula 4 is shattered. He won't be recovered till 2 or 3 months later." Li Shiyu walked closer to see, and as expected, it was Liangjia. He was lying in the healing pod with a tortured expression of pain, and Li Shiyu could hear some vague moaning coming from him. In contrast, the other first-year student beside him, who was injured much worse, was able to tolerate the pain stoically without any change in his expression. Li Shiyu was instantly in a bad mood. He sniffed coldly and said, "Just a minor injury, and you're behaving so disgracefully. You're really losing the face of the Li family." Liangjia heard a familiar voice coming from outside the healing pod and forced his eyes open, only to become instantly wide-eyed with shock. He stared at Li Shiyu. Hells, why was his second elder cousin brother 5 here? Back when Li Shiyu had gone against his grandfather's orders, choosing to give up on his identity as inheritor, Even though Li Yingjie did not know the full story, he had heard a thing or two about it. Still, he just could not figure out why this incomprehensible second elder cousin brother of his would appear within the military academy, and wearing the white uniform he admired so much to boot. This meant that Li Shiyu was definitely the dux of one of the specializations, and this was no easy feat. Even the proud Li Yingjie had already given up on his goal of becoming dux, because Li Yingjie knew that the dux of their year's mecha specialization would be none other than Boss Ling Lan. Li Yingjie was still secretly wondering what the heck was going on when Li Shiyu said to the staff member monitoring Li Yingjie's healing pod, "Help me open up this healing pod." This. The staff member looked dubiously at his team leader, not daring to obey immediately. Even though Li Shiyu was the dux of the military medical research specialization, thus being like half a leader to them, this matter was related to the treatment of a student, so the staff member did not dare to move recklessly. Seeing this, the team leader hurried to explain, "Duxley, this student is currently undergoing treatment. If we interrupt the process now, it might affect the final recovery time." At these words, Li Shiyu raised his right hand and turned on his communicator to carefully enter some information, then said, "Don't worry. I've already requested to take on Li Yingjie's treatment from the military academy. Very soon, you all should receive the transfer procedure request here." As the dux of the military medical research specialization, Li Shiyu had the right to request primary responsibility over the care of any patient. Of course, the military academy would still hold responsibility over the two students. The administration would keep track of the entire treatment process, circumventing any possible harm that could occur to either of the involved parties. Either side that committed any fault would be strictly punished by the military academy. Hearing Li Shiyu's explanation, the team leader relaxed. Very quickly, the team leader received the transfer order, and so instructed the staff member to stop the treatment process of the healing pod and open the pod. This out-of-the-ordinary event drew the concern of the other first years waiting in the treatment center. They all gathered close, and upon seeing the healing pod suddenly being opened, their expressions changed. One of the students was Xie Yi, who had accompanied Li Yingjie here for treatment under Ling Lan's orders. Enraged, he asked, "What do you all think you're doing? Don't you know that interrupting treatment will affect his recovery?" The team leader rushed to explain, "This student will be transferred to the Military Medical Research Center for treatment. You all can relax. The treatment and medicinal agents there are several times better than those we have here. Not only will his injuries not be affected, he might even be able to recover even earlier." Xie Yi peered dubiously at Li Shiyu and the others. Would these people who were obviously seniors be so kind and benevolent? Xie Yi could not be blamed for overthinking things. After all, they had just had a confrontation with the seniors of Leitang. According to the update they had received from a member who had rushed over from the arena, Boss Lan had just defeated the top fighter of Leitang, officially winning the wagered fight. It could not be excluded that the people of Leitang might turn to anger from their shame and take the opportunity to do something underhanded while they still had not received direct orders from those in the upper ranks. Seeing this, Li Lanfeng smiled and explained, "We're from the Wuji Mecha clan, and this is Duxley from the Military Medical Research Specialization. If you understand how our military academy is run, you'll know that the Military Medical Research Specialization is never involved in the conflicts among the various factions. As military doctors were the holy ones who treated the sick and healed the wounded, they needed to treat all patients objectively without any bias. Thus, whether it was within the military academy or within the actual military doctors were absolutely not allowed to be involved in any conflicts among the various factions. This was because once a military doctor was involved, they could not guarantee that their heart would remain pure. Especially on the battlefield, if a doctor hesitated or wavered due to their patient being from a different faction, it could result in a death, and this was something the military could not condone. From the start, Xie Yi was a newsgatherer, a busybody. He knew what the senior across him had said was not wrong. If the other was really from the military doctor specialization, he could certainly relax, for the other would definitely not do anything bad to Li Yingjie. As such, he acquiesced, but he still kept a close watch on Li Shiyu and his group. The moment he detected anything odd, he would make sure to prevent them at first notice from harming Li Yingjie. At this time, Xie Yi was still rather simple and naive. not knowing that military doctors were people too. They experienced the full gamut of emotions just like any other person, and especially towards those particular people whom they loved and hated in equal measure. Even if they would treat them dutifully, they would still find all manner of ways to torment the other. And despite how these torments were actually also beneficial to the patient, it went without question that there was not a single patient who would be willing to accept such treatment if they had been given a choice. As the healing pod was completely opened, the healing fluid inside the pod was suctioned out at the same time. Very soon, Li Yingjia's body was revealed, and several seconds later, the uniform he was wearing was blown dry. It was as if he had never been immersed in healing fluid. At this moment, Li Yingjia finally found the chance to speak. He asked, "Second elder cousin brother, why are you here?" "Humph, why can't I be here?" Li Shiyu harumphed coldly. Facing Li Yingjia, he did not have the same patience he had when dealing with his eldest cousin brother. He found this brat here annoying no matter how he looked at him. Li Yingjia was instantly left speechless. He found that he was indeed a great idiot for asking this question. Li Shiyu being here, dressed in the uniform of a duck's no less, naturally meant he was a student of this military academy. And being able to be a student of the first men's military academy, of course, meant he had passed the admissions tests. Could his brain have been injured when he had been struck previously? Fine, that was a stupid question. I should ask, what are you doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? Li Yingjia stared unhappily at Li Shiyu. His relationship with his second elder cousin brother was not very good. He would not be so self-deluded to think that his cousin was here to be chummy with him. At least you are self-aware, wise enough to know you're a joke. Yes, I'm here to lecture you. Performing so terribly on the stage, you've really disgraced our Li family, scolded Li Shiyu, disappointed. Even though Li Shiyu had rejected the position of Li family inheritor, this did not mean he did not acknowledge that he was of the Li family. Thus, seeing Li Yingjia perform so badly, he was extremely dissatisfied. Li Yingjia rolled his eyes at these words. How could he have forgotten that his cousin brother had an inherently venomous tongue one? Whenever they met, his cousin brother would critique him till it seemed as if he were worthless. Of course, he had not wanted to just take it, constantly looking for a way to fight back. But unfortunately, the other was older than him by quite a few years and relied on his advantage of the extra years of strength and knowledge of combat skills to suppress Li Yingjia. Thus, he had failed many times in his attempts to object, never having found a chance to turn the tables till now. Originally, for years ago was a very good chance for him to turn the tables, but Li Shiyu had unfortunately become at odds with grandfather because he had rejected the position of inheritor, subsequently moving out of the Li family mansion. This caused Li Yingjia to no longer have the chance to meet the other to attempt bringing his revolt to the final stages. Li Shiyu paid no mind to whether Li Yingjia would be disgruntled by his words, instead continuing to instruct. Later, follow me to the Military Medical Research Center. After this, your injuries will be my responsibility. That's not necessary. Since I can be healed here too, why should I go there? Retorted Li Yingjia haughtily. He did not want to owe this annoying second elder cousin brother anything, and would rather suffer a little more here. At these words, Li Shiyu's face darkened and he leaned in close, bending over to pat Li Yingjia's still immobile face within the healing pod, and said lowly, "My taking over your treatment is already a fact, so just give up." Li Shiyu's dark face made the warning bells in Li Yingjia's heart blare loudly. Could it be that his cousin brother was shifting his venom from his tongue to his hands too instead? He struggled desperately, trying to speak. Right then, an icy voice suddenly rang out from the main doors of the treatment center. Despite the size of the treatment center and how many people there were inside, this voice seemed to ring out by everyone's ears, clear and coherent. "I would like to know what in the world is going on." From the doorway, this question signaled the entrance of a coldly dashing youth radiating a cold aura as he slowly walked into the treatment center. For some reason, the moment he entered the treatment center, the entire center's temperature seemed to drop by several degrees. Some people even felt an invisible pressure descend upon them. The initially somewhat raucous noise was abruptly silenced, and everyone's eyes were drawn and held by this youth. It turned out that Ling Lan, who had won the arena fight, had arrived, and behind her were quite a few of the team leaders of the new cadet regiment. Li Yingjia's initially grumpy expression instantly brightened when he heard this voice. He turned his head to look over and shouted out, "Boss Lan." This behavior of Li Yingjia's made Li Shiyu's face change minutely, and the gaze of Li Lanfeng, who had been observing Li Yingjia all this while, flashed briefly. Li Lanfeng lifted his head to look in Ling Lan's direction, and his gaze became extremely solemn. Li Yingjia. Li Shiyu could not hold back an angry bellow. His voice was raised quite a few decibels. It was clear to see how much rage was contained behind it. Li Shiyu was extremely dissatisfied with how easily Li Yingjia had acknowledged another as his boss, and was also sad on behalf of his eldest cousin brother. This was because he felt that only Li Mulan should be the boss of them Li family brothers. And Li Yingjia, this great big dumbass, had actually given this honorable title of their eldest cousin brother to someone else. This was something he could not forgive. Li Shiyu's furious roar did not cow Li Yingjia, who instead had an expression filled with stubborn recalcitrance on his face. Li Yingjia was exactly like this. He was someone who, if he does not acknowledge you, no matter how much you pressure him, he would still refuse to submit. However, if you could gain his heartfelt deference, one cold glance would be enough to freeze him in his place. Right now, this personality of Li Yingjia's was out in full force, which just made Li Shiyu's rage flare even higher. If it could be said that meeting his eldest cousin brother made Li Shiyu want to draw close instinctively, wanting to protect the other, then meeting Li Yingjia was completely the other way round. All of Li Shiyu's initial praiseworthy good temperament would completely disappear, only leaving behind roars of anger and a venomous tongue. Not once could they coexist peacefully. Li Shiyu and Li Yingjia glared at each other. On one side, Li Lanfeng's expression shifted minutely, but just as he was about to intervene and mediate, a glacial voice rang out extremely close to him. "Why isn't my party member being treated? Can you explain this?" Apparently, Ling Lan had already arrived by the healing pod of Li Yingjia, and was speaking directly to the staff member in charge of treating Li Yingjia. Perhaps because she had just come straight from combat, there was still a trace of killing intent on Ling Lan's body. This intimidating aura actually made the staff member break out in cold sweat all across his forehead, unable to reply for a moment. Ling Lan quirked an eyebrow, her freezing gaze driving a bolt of chill into the staff member's heart. He quickly replied, "I'm sorry, he's been transferred to the Military Medical Research Center." Transferred to the Military Medical Research Center? Ling Lan's brow furrowed, unsure what this meant. Xie dashed up to her side and explained the entire chain of events to Ling Lan. Ling Lan nodded as she listened, finally getting the picture. Once Xie was done speaking, he retreated. Only then did Ling Lan turn her attention to Li Shiyu's group of 4, and Li Shiyu's group instantly felt a wave of invisible pressure crashing onto them. Li Lanfeng's gaze began to flicker once more, because he had sensed a familiar energy. Perhaps the other was really like him. This was the very first time he had ever sensed the presence of kin. His heart could not help but pound for several beats. Li Lanfeng's control over his emotions was undoubtedly excellent. In the blink of an eye, he had regained his composure. He continued to observe coldly, keeping quiet, but mentally made a note to try and find out more about the other, to aid his future plans. Ling Lan swept her gaze contemplatively over the 4 youths, and her gaze finally landed on Li Shiyu. Xie had mentioned very clearly that this Dux was the one who had pushed this decision through, so she said to him, "Are you the one who requested to transfer my man into the Military Medical Research Center?" In spite of his displeasure, Li Shiyu's good upbringing still made him nod in response, indicating that Ling Lan was right. At that, Ling Lan raised an eyebrow and said, "I recall that. A request like that still requires the agreement of the patient being treated." After finding out about the situation, Little Four had instantly looked up all the related regulations on transferal of treatment cases. Thus, Ling Lan was now extremely clear on all the rules and procedures associated with the process. There were plenty of loopholes for her to play with. Li Shiyu's expression darkened, but he still replied, "I'm the Dux of the Military Medical Research Specialization. As long as any patient is within the treatment center, I have the right to designate them as my patient without requiring the other's approval." That said, he did not forget to throw a fierce glare in Li Yingjia's direction. The moment Li Shiyu said this, the senior year students all nodded in agreement, while the first-year freshmen stared at one another, uncertain whether the military academy really had this rule. Li Yingjie was rather bewildered by Li Shiyu's glare. When and how had he offended his second elder cousin brother now? Initially already irritated, he became even more disgruntled. His rage rose higher, but he still held back, only expressing it by returning an equally scathing glare to indicate his displeasure. Although every time Li Yingjie encountered Li Shiyu, they were like primed firecrackers, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Over these many years, Li Yingjie actually knew that his cousin brother would never hurt him. Otherwise, having the full upper hand over him all these many years, Li Shiyu would not have just mocked and taunted and snarked at him with words. From the time they were little till now, there had been plenty of chances for Li Shiyu to be ruthless and do away with him completely. This was also why Li Yingjie had not rebutted his cousin's words, merely glaring back. He did not want to put Li Shiyu on the spot one. Furthermore, Li Yingjie is my younger cousin. As his elder cousin, giving a hand to treat him is an obligation. I can ensure that he fully recovers in almost half the time. Of course, this was based on the prerequisite that Li Yingjie had to endure through the intense agony of his body being modified and improved by the medical agents. Li Yingjie would probably remember the experience for the rest of his life. A subtle smile appeared on Li Shiyu's lips. These words of Li Shiyu moved all of the first-year students. Even those members who had still been wary of Li Shiyu cast away their doubts at this time. Li Yingjie himself was convinced, but just as he was about to say he was willing, an ice-cold gaze swept over to look at him, instantly freezing him in place, along with those words which were already at the tip of his tongue. How terrifying! Compared to Boss Lan's cold gaze, his elder cousin's glares were really all too harmless. Li Yingjie swallowed the acceptance he had been about to utter, hurriedly ducking his head and pretending that he did not know anything. Li Yingjie resolutely chose Boss Lan's side. Offending his elder cousin would just cause him to be cut by the other's venomous tongue a few times, or at most resulting in some minor scrapes. But if he made Boss Lan unhappy, Li Yingjie shuddered internally. He still remembered not too long ago in the combat hall, he had seen Qi Long in a terrible state, crawling and staggering out with the last of his strength from a combat room. Qi Long's opponent that day had been Boss Lan. Out of curiosity over Qi Long's sorry state, Li Yingjie had asked Xie Yi, who was on friendly terms with everyone in the regiment, about it. Xie Yi had told him then that Qi Long had accidentally offended Boss Lan, so Boss Lan had decided to spar with Qi Long for a week too. And sure enough, for that entire week, Qi Long had crawled out so pitifully from the combat room every single day. Li Yingjie absolutely did not want to become the second Qi Long, so he was determined to follow Boss Lan's lead. Obtaining Li Yingjie's cooperation, Ling Lan retracted her gaze in satisfaction. She, who had originally had a relatively so impression of Li Shiyu, was now looking at Li Shiyu with sparkling eyes, just like a starving fox setting its eyes on a piece of premium-grade marbled meat. No, an extremely good collaboration partner. With regards to the three people who had been heavily injured in the arena fights, Ling Lan was extremely distressed by it. This was because she knew very well that missing too many of the physical conditioning classes would affect their final physical conditioning results. If the three of them could not pass the assessment in the end due to their injuries here, even if this allowed the new cadet regiment to establish their foothold within the military academy, Ling Lan felt that it was rather not worth it. This was also why she had rushed over here to the treatment center after accepting a simple round of congratulations from the members of the new cadet regiment. She wanted to know the conditions of the three and their final recovery prognosis 3. Along the way, having discovered the treatment estimations, Little Four had told her the time needed for the three boys to recover. Luo Lang would require 1 month, Li Yingjie 2.5 months, while Qi Long would need a whole 3 months. Undoubtedly, the treatment time for all three of them were extremely long. This would be very disadvantageous to them in the following physical conditioning courses. Although Ling Lan had tried asking Little Four to find a solution, Little Four's answer was that there was no way. This made Ling Lan extremely unhappy. Therefore, the moment she had entered the treatment center to find some seniors facing off against Li Yingjie and the others, Ling Lan's mood had become even worse, causing the cold air around her to become even colder by several degrees. But her luck was unexpectedly great. Here she was worrying about her three followers' conditions, when someone had voluntarily walked up to her front door to offer a solution. Even in her overwhelming joy, Ling Lan had begun to work the little abacus inside her mind calculating how best to use the other to obtain the best benefits for her followers. Ling Lan held this strange stare on Li Shiyu for a few seconds. Under this creepy gaze, the initially calm and composed Li Shiyu actually found cold sweat breaking out along his back, as if he had stepped into some sort of trap. The corner of Ling Lan's lips quirked up, and she suddenly opened her mouth to say, "Unfortunately, he already has a clan." Subsequently, Ling Lan, who had initially been 5 paces away, was suddenly right by Li Shiyu. She pressed down on Li Shiyu's shoulder with one hand and leaned in close to say softly by his ear, "Regarding the procedures and regulations on transferal of treatment, I know no less than you." Li Shiyu's expression changed, but before he could say anything, Ling Lan was already back in her original position, just as if she had never moved at all. This scene caused everyone in the treatment center to be stupefied, also causing the eyes of Li Lanfeng, who had been standing next to Li Shiyu, to narrow. "Liangjia, are you willing to go with me?" Li Shiyu swiftly regained his composure and turned his head to ask Liangjia. Now the key was Liangjia's answer. If Liangjia agrees, there would be no problem. Liangjia had long made up his mind. Hearing Li Shiyu's question, he responded without even having to think, "I'll listen to whatever Boss Lan decides." "Have you forgotten that you are a Li family descendant?" Liangjia's reply made Li Shiyu livid once more. When had this arrogant and annoying brat become so submissive? "No, he is still a descendant of your Li family, but he is also one of my clan members," Ling Lan interrupted to say. "You know very well that I have the right to decide everything for him." "You?" Li Shiyu was instantly left at a loss for words, because Ling Lan was right. Once a student joined a clan, that student would no longer be solely representing himself. Instead, he now represented the clan as well, which also meant that there were some things that Li Yingjia could no longer decide for himself. Li Lanfeng quickly stepped in to defuse the awkward scene. "Actually, everyone here is just trying to do the best for young Master Yingjia. Regiment Commander Ling, young Master Shiyu, is the dux of the Military Medical Research Specialization. Speaking reasonably, only young Master Shiyu has the right to use the best medicinal agents to treat young Master Yingjia. Thus, letting young Master Shiyu take charge of treatment, young Master Yingjia has everything to gain and nothing to lose." Li Lanfeng did not wish for the two sides to fall out and become adversaries. If possible, he still wanted to collaborate with Ling Lan. Moreover, he too was worried about Li Yingjia's injuries, and he also really did not want to hurt Li Shiyu's compassionate heart filled with brotherly love. "I know. However, I still have 2 clan members who are very gravely injured. I wonder if Duxley would be willing to lend a hand." Ling Lan did not want to draw things out with the other either, and so directly put forward her request. "You think ultra-effective medical agents are that easy to obtain?" Li Shiyu's expression was very dark. "If Li Yingjia were not my younger cousin, I would never have offered." "What a good big brother." Ling Lan lifted an eyebrow and glanced at Li Shiyu, a half-smile on her face, as if she had seen through Li Shiyu's inner thoughts. This made Li Shiyu feel somewhat flustered instantly, somewhat unsure whether he had misconstrued what the other intended. "What if I want you to treat all 3 of them no matter what? Are you threatening me?" Li Shiyu's eyes narrowed, a faint air of danger beginning to emanate from his body. The military medical students belonged to the neutral factions within the military academy. No individual or faction dared to offend them. After all, no one could tell whether they would ever be injured and fall into the other's hands. No one would play a fool with their life. "If you want to think so, you can," responded Ling Lan evenly. "This would depend on how much you, as a good elder brother, are willing to do for your younger brother." Li Shiyu clenched his teeth so hard, he almost shattered them. Who could have known that the boss Li Yingjia had acknowledged would be so shameless, actually using Li Yingjia as a bargaining chip to threaten him? He said resentfully to Li Yingjia, "This is the boss you want to follow? One who, for the sake of others, would be willing to sacrifice you?" Li Yingjia's complexion shifted slightly, but very quickly returned to normal. He said, "They are my brothers too. For brothers, a little sacrifice is worth it. Besides, it's not like I can't be healed. It'll just take a little longer, just as if you had never appeared." The connotation of these words was that he would just pretend that Li Shiyu had never showed up. that he was willing to either share the blessing or suffer together with his brothers. These words moved the people of the new cadet regiment. Han Jijian, Lin Zhongqing, Xie Yi, and the others all began to look at Li Yingjie with new eyes. Frankly, Li Yingjie's reputation within the new cadet regiment had never been very good. After all, his character was already deeply rooted. His arrogant tone and haughty manner were rather irritating. But now, they were seeing Li Yingjie in a new light. Apparently, that annoying and arrogant punk was not a selfish person. He was in fact willing to sacrifice himself for his brothers. All this had just been hidden below that pompous appearance, unknown by others. Hearing Li Yingjie's reply, Li Shiyu was so angry that he almost blurted out 5. You can bloody go live and die as you like. I don't want to treat you anymore. However, his eldest cousin brother Li Mulan's words surfaced within his mind. He had said before that Li Yingjie was not a bad person at heart, only being steered towards the wrong tracks by some people within the Li family. If possible, his eldest cousin brother still hoped that Li Shiyu could help Li Yingjie out, pulling him back onto the right path. And now, this situation was proving his eldest cousin brother right. Someone who was willing to sacrifice himself for his brothers. How bad could his heart really be? Perhaps this was an opportunity. If he could improve his relationship with Li Yingjie through this matter, perhaps he would be able to accomplish what his eldest cousin brother had wished for. Still, just thinking about this forced by one get two free deal, Li Shiyu felt depressed. Just as he had mentioned previously, those ultra-effective medical agents were not things you could just pick up randomly. Even if he was the Ducks, requesting special restricted medical agents for 3 people was still a considerable challenge, requiring him to pull some strings. Honestly speaking, he did not really want to use up those connections at this time, because this was a safety line he had been keeping in reserve for his eldest cousin brother. Of course, if you can heal them completely within a short period of time, we, the new cadet regiment, including myself, will owe you one. You can call on this favor anytime you like. Ling Lan was not purely pushing for Li Shiyu's help with threats. At the same time, she was also offering the price she was willing to pay. She did not want Li Yingjie to really lose this opportunity for enhanced treatment. Of course, your request must be something we the new cadet regiment is able to fulfill. New cadet regiment? A thought flashed through Li Shiyu's mind, but he soon sneered and said, Do you really think you can guarantee the new cadet regiment will continue to exist? Ling Lan replied calmly, There will be no problems for at least 2 years' time. You can choose for us to repay this favor within these 2 years. Of course, if the new cadet regiment no longer exists by the time you submit your request, Ling Lan's promise still stands. You can come find me. For the sake of the future of these followers of hers, Ling Lan felt that paying this price was worth it. Li Shiyu fell silent, contemplating whether this deal would be worth it. Right then, Li Lanfeng spoke up. Young Master Shiyu, I believe young Master Mulan would also agree that you should treat young Master Yingjie and his friends. Li Lanfeng sighed softly, his gaze a little unfocused, and as if speaking to himself, but also as if reminding Li Shiyu, he said, You should know, this has always been something young Master Mulan admires. Li Shiyu's heart throbbed, and holding back that surge of sour ache in his heart, he said loudly, All right, I agree. That said, he pushed forth 2 more requests for transferal of treatment on his communicator. Several seconds later, the notifications for approval came through once more. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, the tension in Ling Lan's heart eased, and she breathed a silent sigh of relief. Very quickly, the staff members had used stretchers to send the 3 patients to the Military Medical Research Center. Li Shiyu and Yun Xiu bade hurried goodbyes and left as well. After all, the injuries of the 3 were all rather severe. They needed to hurry back to the Military Medical Research Center and carry out their new treatment plans. While the treatment center was bustling with activity, Ling Lan led her posse to depart, and as she left, she coincidentally passed by Li Lanfeng's side. Ling Lan swept a disinterested glance at Li Lanfeng, and then they brushed by each other and went their separate ways. This was Ling Lan and Li Lanfeng's first meeting. There was no conversation, no interaction between the both of them. Li Lanfeng might perhaps have retained a deep impression of Ling Lan, considering the possibility of a collaboration, but Ling Lan only felt that this man was pretty decent, helping her out by speaking in her favor at that critical moment. That was all. Meanwhile, On the distant planet South Crest, where the headquarters of the 23rd Division was stationed, there were currently over 100 different things still waiting to be done. Lacking high-ranking officers within his division, the commander of the 23rd Division, Ling Xiao, not only had to fight and haggle with the other army division commanders to appropriate talent from their forces, he also had to work hard to smooth over those messes his own daughter was making, such as that ship takeover incident. Speaking of that day, Ling Xiao had been in a video conference meeting with several commanders of the other divisions. The agenda of the meeting was naturally to request support from the brother divisions in the form of high-ranking officers. Of course, these few commanders were all part of the 1st Marshal's faction. Thus, they were willing to help support the establishment of an allied division within the same faction. However, Ling Xiao's appetite was truly too much. All the candidates he chose were among the most exceptional officers within their divisions. This made the commanders somewhat unhappy, but they could not reject outright, and thus began these wrangling and fruitless negotiations. In reality, this was just Ling Xiao testing the waters by throwing out an exorbitant price. He was actually waiting for the other side to bargain with him and provide a more reasonable counteroffer one. Only this way would he be able to know what the baselines of the other commanders were. Of course, in order to obtain more talented people, Ling Xiao had already set his mind to grind it out with them. Mind you, to swiftly establish a mature army division, large numbers of excellent military officers were absolutely indispensable to form the backbone of the division. Once the skeleton structure was built up, filling it up with flesh and blood would be a much easier task. This was just the first step. Ling Xiao had also sent out transfer requests for some of the still surviving members of his original team in the 7th Division. Whether it would succeed would still depend on whether the current commander of the 7th Division was willing to let them go, as well as whether those old subordinates of his would be willing to relocate here to work under him again. However, just as the meeting had been going along swimmingly, a notification had popped up on Ling Xiao's communicator. After bending his head to glance at it, the initially smiling Ling Xiao had suddenly become serious, and the muscles of his face had even seemed a little stiff, as if he had received some great shock. Ling Xiao suppressed his emotions, extremely apologetic as he set a new appointment to meet with the various commanders again later on, and then he hurriedly ended the teleconference. This behavior of Ling Xiao's made the commanders feel somewhat uneasy, all of them wondering whether Ling Xiao had encountered some difficulty, had they went overboard in their bargaining, pushing the price down too low, thus making Ling Xiao sad too. After all, Ling Xiao was still a young man who had just turned 40 years old. Ahem. Compared to those typical commanders who were at least 60 to 70 years old, he was indeed rather young. They reckon Ling Xiao must be finding it tough. The 23rd Division sounded great in name, giving the impression that it was a regular army division, fully equipped with the various troops and facilities associated with the running of a proper division. But it was actually just an empty husk right now. The division was lacking in both manpower and equipment. Everything depended on Ling Xiao himself to gather resources and seek out good staff. Those of the other military factions were all watching coldly from the sidelines, just waiting for Ling Xiao to fail. If they of the same faction did not help out, who else would come forward to help Ling Xiao? With that thought, what mental imbalance they originally still had settled down. It was actually just giving up a few more military officers after all. Ling Xiao's request was still quite reasonable. If each division transferred 1 or 2 exceptional officers from each troop type over, it actually would not affect the various army divisions much. Even though those officers were indeed quite outstanding, there were still a lot of other outstanding officers within their ranks. They would not miss 1 or 2. The commanders discussed things over in private, and ultimately decided it was better to give Ling Xiao a little face. If Ling Xiao did well, they would be well off too. Thus, when Ling Xiao reopened negotiations with them once more, the commanders had become extremely generous. Basically, whatever Ling Xiao wanted, as long as it was not too unreasonable, they would agree. This made Ling Xiao exceedingly shocked and pleased. After all, every additional competent officer was a boon to the division. This meant that he would be able to train up even more excellent troops in-house, so the 23rd Division would be able to become battle-ready as swiftly as possible. However, in reality, those commanders were all mistaken. Ling Xiao had not encountered any great trouble, nor had he become depressed over their haggling behavior. The reason Ling Xiao's face had become so grim was because he had been petrified by the news about his daughter. The fact that the first men's military academy had an entrance exam was known to him. After all, he too had lived through it. He had not told Ling Lan about it because he wanted to see how Ling Lan would react. You could consider this a test a father was setting for his daughter 3. At most, Ling Xiao had thought that Ling Lan would lead her team to observe the proceedings coldly from the sidelines. That was what he had chosen to do when he had gone through the test in the past. Ling Xiao believed that based on the capabilities of his daughter and those companions of hers, obtaining the respect of the examiner soldiers would be no problem. But he would never have imagined that his daughter would be so wildly audacious that she would actually band the students on the ship together to assume control of the ship. And even more unexpectedly, she had actually bloody succeeded. Seeing this news, Ling Xiao chose to end his conference as soon as he could, and then ran off to laugh unreservedly at the heavens. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his trademark composed smile. He was no longer that always smiling national idol Ling Xiao, the elegant and dashing General Ling Xiao. He was only a crazed dad taking pride in his daughter. This was his daughter. Godmit, this was his daughter. Well, all right. That was all Ling Xiao could think about. He was so proud of his baby daughter, as expected of a child of his, daring to do things even he had not dared to do. However, after his wild bout of laughter, Ling Xiao began to frown and fret. This lass was still smart enough to know that some of the things she did had been a little overboard and could cause the soldiers who were testing them to be punished. Thus, knowing that she had made a mess, his daughter had sent word to her old man to help settle things for her. According to Ling Lan, having held the empty title of father for 16 years, it was about time for him to do something to live up to it. What an unfilial daughter. Although Ling Xiao was muttering about how unfilial Ling Lan was on the surface, he was actually very pleased in his heart, because this was the first time Ling Lan had personally asked him for help to clean up her mess. Even though her tone was not that wonderful, Ling Xiao knew that this was Ling Lan taking the first step. She was actively trying to accept him as a father. Understanding the deeper meaning behind this news from Ling Lan, Ling Xiao was instantly filled with motivation. He immediately passed on the task of recruiting and stealing talent over to his assistant, and then eagerly went off to clean up the mess his daughter had made. He first used his rank as general to brush aside the punishment order for the ship's captain, and then he requested a transfer order from military headquarters to bring in the spaceship and its entire crew, including the captain, into the 23rd Division. And after that, he immediately contacted the principal of the military academy to seal off all the results of the entrance exams this time, keeping it unannounced. Ling Xiao knew very well that once it was publicized, Ling Lan's exceptional performance would draw the attention of military headquarters, including that of the various major army divisions. This was something he absolutely would not allow. Having done all this, Ling Xiao was still somewhat uneasy. After all, far away here at Planet Southcrest 4, it was very difficult for him to be on top of the latest news from the First Academy 5. Therefore, he decided to personally go and check up on Ling Lan. Only after he ensured there was no danger to his daughter would he be able to continue working on establishing the 23rd Division without worry. The reason why this sort of idea would occur to Ling Xiao was that not long after this, the fifth-year senior cadets would be facing their first round of application assessments for enlistment into the various army divisions, and their 23rd Division would join this assessment system of the military academies for the first time. As one of the army divisions which would be accepting cadets, he, as the commander, would have to dispatch an assessment team to assess those students who applied for enlistment to the 23rd Division. Thus, Ling Xiao decided that this time, he would lead the team personally, though of course the assessment tasks would be delegated to his subordinate officers. His main mission would be to go check on and care for that peerlessly adorable baby girl of his. Ling Lan. Adorable? Only a 24 filial exemplar's dad would consider a daughter with as much cool, ruthless, dominant swag as Ling Lan to be a peerlessly adorable girl. It can only be said that when it came to Ling Lan, Ling Xiao's judgment just could not be trusted. Concerning this order by General Ling Xiao, the high-ranking military officers already in place were extremely puzzled. As the commander, the highest-ranking leader within the division, personally leading a team to oversee an exceedingly minor assessment was definitely beneath him. Although the First Men's Military Academy was a place to revere in the eyes of the students from the other military academies, for the various army divisions, no matter how talented the students of the First Men's Military Academy were, they still would not draw too much of the division's attention. The several assessments conducted every year were just a routine job to the divisions, not given any special emphasis. Of course, if an unmatched prodigy were to appear, the various divisions would most certainly change their lackadaisical attitude, sending out their highly capable men to lead their teams to try and snatch the student from the other divisions. If this had been the case, General Ling Zhao's decision to personally lead a team would still have some degree of reason to it. But this year, there had been no news of any exceptionally outstanding character within the First Men's Military Academy. As such, this trip of General Ling Zhao was truly not worth it in the soldiers' eyes. The general might as well remain in the base camp and continue negotiating with the other commanders for talent. He would probably gain more for his time that way. However, these men were all people who had been transferred over from various other divisions. They were not close confidants of General Ling Zhao. And so, though they might have objections towards this unexpected decision of General Ling Zhao, not many dared to say anything. And even those who wanted to object found themselves unable to say anything when faced with that warm and kindly smiling face of General Ling Zhao. Cough, cough, cough. Saying no to that smiling face really required courage and determination. In the end, there was naturally no one who actually raised any objections. Ling Zhao extremely easily became the leader of the assessment team. This made Ling Zhao rejoice secretly. It looked like having no close confidants within the division actually had its good points. Of course, Ling Zhao was still rational. He knew that using his commander's status to participate in the assessment was extremely inappropriate. Thus, he concealed his name and changed his surname, and rummaged up his past Major General uniform for the trip. This made the officers of the 23rd Division let out a great sigh of relief. Although it was still rather ostentatious for a Major General to lead an assessment team, at least it was not too illogical. This would not humiliate the 23rd Division too much. When Lan Luofeng found out about Ling Zhao's decision, she was both happy and sad. Happy that Ling Zhao could go to the First Men's Military Academy to visit their daughter Ling Lan personally and see how she was doing, but privately sad that her daughter could not regain her true female identity, instead needing to stay at the First Men's Military Academy and impersonate a man, hanging out with all those men for at least another 4 years. Having her emotions stirred up by all this, Ling Zhao was once again struck by tragedy. That night, he was once again chased out of the bedroom, forced to stay in his study for the entire night. Of course, Ling Zhao put it nicely by claiming he had work to do, but everyone here knows exactly what was going on. In the end, when the time came for Ling Zhao to go, Lan Luofeng decisively made Ling Zhao bring along several boxes worth of stuff, instructing Ling Zhao to make sure to hand them over to Ling Lan no matter what. As for how he could do that, that was not a problem Lan Luofeng had to worry about. Ling Zhao was incapable of denying Lan Luofeng's requests, so amidst bitter chuckles, he brought all of the boxes onto the military ship. Thus, there was now one more thing Ling Zhao had to worry about, and that was how he could deliver so many things to Ling Lan without drawing any attention. Right then, Ling Lan had no clue that her old man was actually abusing his authority to hide his identity and come to the military academy to conduct assessments. At the moment, Ling Lan's wrath had been incited by a sudden incident. Due to Li Shiyu's intervention, Luo Lang, who originally would have needed at least 1 month to recover, was already spiritedly running about just after 10 days. Still, Ling Lan was worried, so she conducted a thorough examination of Luo Lang's body and discovered that he was indeed fully recovered without any remnant problems. Even more shocking to Ling Lan was the fact that Luo Lang's physical constitution was actually much improved from its original baseline. This made Ling Lan curious about Li Shiyu, wondering how he had managed to repair Luo Lang's body so well. Perhaps Li Shiyu was someone she could collaborate with. Ling Lan was extremely pleased with Li Shiyu's treatment methods. In order to ensure the lives and safety of her team, tying down a skillful military doctor was necessary too. Ling Lan decisively stretched her greedy hands out towards Li Shiyu. At this moment, Li Shiyu, who was at the treatment center researching Li Yingjie's and Qi Long's physical data, suddenly sneezed violently. This made the instructor beside him very worried. Was his beloved disciple being tired out too much lately, causing his immune system to be weakened? His instructor's concern made Li Shiyu somewhat uncertain himself, so he quickly ran a full-body exam on himself. The results showed that all his body levels were above average standards, indicating that he was very healthy. This made Li Shiyu extremely puzzled. Why had he sneezed all of a sudden? As the ducts of the military medical research specialization, he took every signal from his body very seriously. However, since the exam said he was fine, being extremely busy, he very quickly cast this strange sneeze to back of his mind, once again immersing himself into the new treatment plans he had developed. He looked towards the two within the healing pods, mentally cackling in his heart. He would definitely let these two fellows have a good taste of the power of the gene agent S modification. At this time, he could not help but regret that Luo Lang had recovered too quickly. He had not expected Luo Lang to react differently to the gene agent S modification. This surprised him immensely. It was unfortunate that Luo Lang's wounds were not that serious, so one tube of the gene agent S modification had healed him for the most part, giving Li Shiyu no chance to use a second tube on him, thus causing him to lose one experimental subject. Li Shiyu was on one side feeling sorry, while Luo Lang, on the other, was seeing the great benefits of that one tube of gene agent S modification. Those training tasks which Luo Lang had been barely enduring before could actually now be completed without him breaking a sweat. This let the various instructors in charge of physical conditioning set aside their worries. They had been afraid that Luo Lang would not be able to keep up after missing 10 days of classes, affecting his final results in the end. Unexpectedly, after going through the arena fight, not only had Luo Lang's physical skills realm stabilized, his body constitution seemed to be much better than before. The instructors were thrilled by this. Qi Long still had not recovered enough to return. Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqing were in different specializations, while Boss Ling Lan had already received an exemption for the physical condition assessments, and so did not attend physical training courses. Thus, over these past few days, Luo Lang was basically going to class and leaving class with Xie. On this day, Xie and Luo Lang were just about to return together to the dormitories when Luo Lang was abruptly called out by a student on some matter. Initially, Luo Lang had wanted to ask Xie to wait, but then he suddenly received a notification from the treatment center, telling him to hurry to the Military Medical Research Center for a follow-up examination. Luo Lang found it a little strange. Back when he had recovered, Li Shiyu had said with a constipated expression that, "You can leave now. Don't come here anymore." Why then would Li Shiyu call him back now for a follow-up? Luo Lang wondered about this for a moment, but still decided to go once. Regardless of whether there was a follow-up, he would be able to find out what was going on by going there. Thus, he said goodbye to Xie and left on his own. Luo Lang came to the closest hover car stop near him and boarded a car. The military academy was just like a city of its own. Relying on one's two legs to get to the center would take 1 to 2 hours, so Luo Lang naturally chose the convenience of public transportation. The hover car brought him all the way to the gates of the Military Medical Research Center. He had just disembarked when a blue-uniformed senior rushed forward to greet him, asking, "Luo Lang, right?" Luo Lang nodded and said, "Yes, that's me. Duxley asked me to take you straight to the examination center. Please come with me." The senior indicated for Luo Lang to follow him. Luo Lang did not think much of it, following the blue-uniformed senior for a distance, where they then saw a hover car parked not too far from them. The senior explained, "The examination center is rather far. To save time, we'll take a hover car there." During the final stages of his treatment, Luo Lang had also been to the examination center before. Thus, he knew that it was indeed quite a distance away, and so got into the car without any objection. The two of them split up to sit in the front and back row, with the senior seated in front. After the senior keyed in their destination into the hover car's AI, the hover car swiftly raced off. However, very soon, Luo Lang noticed something strange. The scenery passing outside the window was extremely unfamiliar, not at all like the route he had taken to the examination center previously. Luo Lang's heart clenched and he asked, "This road doesn't seem to be going to the examination center. Before going to the examination center, I need to go to the dormitories first to collect an examination study report," said the blue-uniformed senior, turning his head back to smile apologetically. This report has to be submitted to the examination center today. I had originally planned to send it along with you, but I unexpectedly forgot to bring it with me when I left earlier. I'm sorry for making you accompany me for this extra trip, but don't worry, your scheduled examination time is half an hour later. My living quarters isn't far. We'll be able to rush back in time. Hearing this, Luo Lang replied, so that's how it is. I understand. Though he said that, Luo Lang had already sensed something fishy about the situation. He began thinking back on the notification he had received earlier and this person who had come out to greet him. It was all actually quite puzzling. If he truly needed to have a follow-up examination, why would it be a staff member from the treatment center who contacted him? Mind you, in order to track their recovery, Li Xiu had taken down the contact numbers of all three of them, so Li Xiu could have just sent the message to him personally. Moreover, if he was supposed to go to the examination center from the start, why didn't they ask him to go there directly? Why had they asked him to come to the Military Medical Research Center first? The more Luo Lang thought about it, the more suspicious things seemed, so he said, why don't we do this, Senior? You go to your dorm to retrieve your report, while I'll head to the examination center first. Maybe Duxley has some instructions, so it would be better for me to get there earlier. There should be another hover car stop in front. You can just let me down there. The senior turned his head and said with a smile, it's fine. Duxley is not at the examination center. This is just a routine examination. Once the report is out, it just needs to be sent to him. With that, Luo Lang could already confirm that the other was definitely not sent by Li Xiu. This was likely a ploy by some person or faction against him. He sifted carefully through his memories of this period of time since entering the academy. He had always trailed Qi Long, desperately working towards completing his physical training. He had no memory of offending anyone, so this scheme should not be directed at him personally. Could it be that there was some other faction who wanted to target their new cadet regiment, thus wanting to take him as a hostage to threaten Boss Lan? How could Luo Lang allow himself to be taken just like this? With that thought, he suddenly pointed towards the front, his complexion paling dramatically as he shouted, Senior, what's that? The blue-uniformed senior quickly turned his head around to look, but saw nothing there. In his bewilderment, he suddenly felt a pain at the back of his head. His sight grew dark, and he fell over unconscious. With a flip of his body, Luo Lang was at the front seat. He pulled out the information the other had keyed in earlier, trying to change their destination, but found that it had already been locked in by the other, with no way of changing it. Of course, this was just a measure which would work against regular cadets like Luo Lang who were not in the hacker specialization. A competent hacker would still be able to crack this relatively basic lock, but unfortunately, Luo Lang did not have the skills on this front. He could only watch helplessly as the hover car flew towards the destination the other had set, unbelievably frustrated. Luo Lang understood that to stop the travel route was impossible, unless he used violent means to destroy the hover car. But, extremely rationally, he rejected this idea, because the hover car was flying rapidly at an altitude of over 100 meters. The moment it was broken, he would plummet along with the car. At this height, no matter how confident Luo Lang was, he could not guarantee he would be able to land safely. If things did not work out, he might once again be gravely injured. Luo Lang really did not want to end up in Li Xiu's hands again. Although the other truly had superior skills in treatment, his methods of tormenting others were also extremely masterful. Most importantly, for your own good, was putting it nicely. You really had no way of resisting, and would even have to grudgingly thank him for the torment after the fact. Besides that, Luo Lang also really wanted to know who the opponent was. An unknown enemy was most often the most fearsome and troublesome type. If he could find out some information on the opponent, it would undoubtedly be a great help to the new cadet regiment. More importantly, Luo Lang was also afraid that if he escaped this time, the opponent might turn their sights on the other members of the new cadet regiment. Other than Ling Lan, Qi Long, and Wu Jiong, Luo Lang's strength was obviously a bracket higher compared to the other members, and so his chances of escaping were also much better than any other member. For these reasons, Luo Lang decided to brave the tiger's den to probe the opponent's identity. Having made his decision, Luo Lang no longer concerned himself with the hover car. He tied up the unconscious blue-uniformed senior by his side using the other's belt, the binding method naturally being the one Ling Lan had taught them, and then dumped the other in the back seat. Then, He stared straight ahead with a grim expression, silently trying to memorize the path of the hover car. The hover car moved very swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, the hover car began to slow down from its initial rapid speed. Luo Lang readied his guard, because he knew he was about to arrive at the destination the opponent had set. The enemy was upon him. Although the journey had taken less than 20 minutes, with the hover car's speed, they were likely to have already traveled over several hundred kilometers, already very far away from the military medical research center. The surroundings were extremely unfamiliar to Luo Lang. Towering mountains and dense forest were all around them. Besides the wailing cry of some unknown beast, the surroundings were so silent that it was rather unnerving. Luo Lang used the optical supercomputer of the hover car to zoom in on the environment, and found that other than mountains and trees, there was only more mountains and trees, no sign of human presence whatsoever. Luo Lang's brow began to furrow tightly. He had originally thought that the hover car would bring them directly to the opponent's main camp, or perhaps a temporary outpost. Unexpectedly, he had been brought to such a bleak and remote area. This left Luo Lang at somewhat of a loss. The hover car was slowing down more and more, even as its height was slowly descending. In the end, the hover car maneuvered into a narrow gorge, and after passing through it, Luo Lang was greeted by the sight of an average-sized patch of grass. It was lush and verdant, with countless small blooms of myriad colors dotting this sheet of green, giving observers a sense of extraordinary beauty. At the edge of the grassy patch was a sea of trees. Luo Lang could hear the sound of a babbling brook coming out from the trees, causing everything to seem that much more beautiful and harmonious. This made Luo Lang's initially high-strung vigilance ease a little, but only for a split second. Luo Lang very quickly had his guard up high once more, no longer lingering in his appreciation for that patch of lovely grass. Instead, he paid close attention to the movements of the hover car beneath him. The hover car slowly moved onto the grass patch and began to descend until it had landed fully. After that, the hover car emitted a mechanical voice. "You have reached your destination. Please disembark." Following this announcement, the car doors swung open. Luo Lang did not choose to get off, instead turning on the AI again, trying to see if he could enter a new address. In this extremely foreign place, Luo Lang's first move was to try to implement a plan B. He wanted to set it so the hover car would automatically return from this place back to the dormitories after waiting for 10 minutes. But very quickly, Luo Lang found that he had failed. The other had already thought of this possibility, and had programmed the AI to shut off on its own the moment the hover car arrived at its destination, switching into parked mode. It would not accept any new instructions from Luo Lang, so Luo Lang really had no choice but to remain. Seeing this, Luo Lang could not help but be chilled by the opponent's attention to detail. It should be known that the hover cars of the military academy would never turn off their engines. They were powered by photonic energy, whether it was sunlight or starlight. All of it would give the hover cars power. Therefore, the hover cars could theoretically continue driving on forever, unless some other mechanical issue occurred or their AI programming malfunctioned. Luo Lang knew that this situation now meant that the opponent must have a high-level hacker on their side, one capable of modifying the operating system of the hover car's AI, thus forcing the car to power down automatically when it arrived at its destination. This arrangement of the enemy forced Luo Lang to stay, because there was nothing at all around here. No village houses, no stores, no hover car stops. In other words, once someone came here, other than taking the hover car which had originally brought them here back, they would not be able to summon a new hover car over to pick them up, unless they used their communicators to request assistance from the Academy mainframe. Luo Lang was almost certain that his communicator would be unable to contact the outside world by now. The opponent had planned things so thoroughly, so it was unlikely they would have missed such a large hole in their plan. Sure enough, when he peeked down at his communicator was displaying an alert saying "Signal disrupted, device out of contact." Who knew how long his device had been flashing that alert? Luo Lang's attention had just been elsewhere, which was why he had not noticed till now. Luo Lang knew that a tough fight was sure to follow. The opponent had set such an elaborate trap to draw him here. They would not just want to meet him for a chat. He sighed silently, getting off the hover car with his sense on high alert, stepping foot on this lovely patch of grass. With his back to the hover car, He swept his gaze over the perimeter on all three sides before him. Seeing no one, he was frowning in puzzlement when he suddenly heard the sound of a hover car coming from behind him. Luo Lang snapped his head around and saw three hover cars flying swiftly towards him. In the end, the three cars circled around to surround him before they slowly descended to land. Soon, 7 or 8 people had disembarked from the three hover cars. The person in the lead was dressed in a pressed white uniform, and he was smiling as he looked at Luo Lang. His figure was tall and stately, his face extraordinarily handsome. He definitely possessed the figure and appearance that Luo Lang dreamed of having. But his sparkling, flirty eyes disturbed Luo Lang. Those eyes just did not seem to fit the other's overall appearance somehow, resulting in a huge deduction in the overall sense of perfection. The other youths were all dressed in blue uniforms. They looked to be about 20 years old, definitely senior cadets of the military academy. It was just hard to tell which year exactly they were from. They stood around almost randomly, but still keeping Luo Lang completely within their circle. Luo Lang stared warily at the group. This behavior of the other side let him know that these people were most definitely the ones who had tricked him here. The two sides stared at each other silently for 2 to 3 minutes, neither side saying a word. Luo Lang clenched his teeth. From the looks of it, the opponent was not planning to speak up first. Thus, he decided to take the initiative. Looking towards the obvious leader of this group, the white uniformed youth, who must be a dux of who knows what specialization, he asked coldly, "Was it you who set up this trap to bring me here?" The white-clothed youth laughed and clapped his hands. "Bingo! How clever! Bringing me here, what business do you have with me? I think I have never seen you before, so I should not have offended you somehow," Luo Lang said. The white-clothed youth laughed again and said, "Haha, of course not. Actually, I just wanted to become friends with you." Luo Lang scoffed at these words. Become friends? Using this kind of despicable method? The white-clothed youth frowned and said sullenly, "Could it be that Yongwang too didn't tell you that I wanted to discuss something with you? Using a text message to trick me into going to the Military Medical Research Center, then using the excuse of an examination at the examination center to trick me onto a hover car and bringing me here by force. What do you think?" Hearing all this, the white-clothed youth said exasperatedly, "Yongwang misunderstood my intentions. I just said that I especially admired your performance during the arena fight, actually being able to achieve an upset, defeating a stronger opponent. This deserves my respect. I most admire your type of resilient and tenacious spirit. So, I told him that if I had a chance, I'd like to get to know you, maybe become friends or something." At this point, the white-clothed youth began muttering to himself. Yongwang clearly said that he could help me do that. How did things turn out this way? So saying, he abruptly raised his head and asked Luo Lang, "Where's Yongwang? Let me ask him what exactly is going on. I had clearly asked him to invite you here. This place is my favorite spot. I thought you might like it too, which is why I arranged to meet you here." The white-clothed youth's expression was earnest, as if the truth was just as he said. With that explanation, Luo Lang began to doubt whether things were really like that. Was it this Yongwang who had made a mistake? However, Boss Lan's cautionary words very quickly rang out in his mind. When you are still uncertain whether an other is a friend or foe, you need to guard against the other as if they were an enemy. Luo Lang's heart clenched, cold sweat breaking out along his back. Without knowing it, he had slowly been letting down his guard. He abruptly stared penetratingly at the seemingly earnest face of that white-clothed youth and said coldly, "No need. He is my hostage now. Why don't you tell me what you intend?" Luo Lang's wary gaze made the lips of the white-clothed youth twitch, his gaze quickly becoming bleak as he said, "I really had no bad intentions." That said, he bowed his head somewhat mournfully. "If you have no bad intentions, then help me unlock the settings of the hover car. It's getting late. I should go back now," responded Luo Lang coldly. No matter what the other said, he was determined not to believe it. Who would do such a bizarre thing as this just to make friends? It was suspicious however he looked at it. Resigned, the white-clothed youth said, "Okay, I really don't know how things turned out this way. All of this was done by Yongwang. You need to wake Yongwang up. He should be able to resolve this." Luo Lang peered intently at the white-clothed youth for a long moment. Then, without shifting his line of sight, his hand reached into the back seat of the hover car behind him and smacked that person called Yongwang awake. Yongguang moaned and opened his eyes, waking to find himself all tied up. His face paled, but just as he was about to shout, he noticed his companion standing right outside the car. Joy bloomed on his face as he cried out, "Elder brother Shi, save me." The white-clothed youth saw this, and his face turned stony as he barked, "Yongguang, I ask you, didn't I say I wanted to become friends with Luo Lang? Asking you to help me invite him out for a meeting. Why did you make such a mess of it?" Yongguang's gaze flickered. He looked towards Luo Lang, then looked back at the white-clothed youth, and after some thought, he said, "Honestly, I had wanted to invite Luo Lang out properly, but the companion by his side was very wary and cautious. Every time I tried to approach, that person would stop me. Even though I said I had no bad intentions, only wanting to get to know him, the other just would not believe me. In the end, I had no choice but to do things this way. I was originally thinking to explain the situation after we arrived at the destination, but I unexpectedly angered Luo Lang, who knocked me unconscious along the way." At this point, Yongguang bowed his head dejectedly and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Luo Lang, for misleading you. All of this was really just your idea?" Despite the other's explanation, he did not manage to make Luo Lang relax his guard. Luo Lang's right hand was still gripping the other's neck securely. At any strange movement, he would be able to finish off the other instantly. This action of his was also a silent warning to the other people there to not move recklessly, for he had a hostage in hand. In response to Luo Lang's question, Yongguang said, "Yes, I'm from the hacker specialization, so I could only use a hacker's method to invite you out." Yongguang was rather proud of his own methods, but very quickly deflated again. "I was originally just thinking of using the Military Medical Research Center system to send you a message, but that system is just too hard to crack. In the end, I could only use the treatment center system. Luckily, you did not suspect anything." Yongguang's words explained why he had received the message from the treatment center. This rather convinced Luo Lang of the veracity of his words. However, he also began chiding himself internally. It was just as Boss Lon had said. He was all a fighter's brawn and courage, without a strategist's mind one. He had not noticed such a simple and obvious flaw. If not for the fact that the subsequent events had been too out of the ordinary, he might not have noticed right up till the very end. Luo Lang made a decision then and there that he would definitely go find Han Jijian when he had a chance for some remedial lessons. Even if he could not become someone as astute as Han Jijian, he just could not let an opponent use such a simple scheme to lure him out. This was too disgraceful. He could already foresee the teasing he would receive from his companions when he returned. "That hover car is also your doing?" Luo Lang continued to ask. Yongguang's downtrodden demeanor was swept away in an instant. Beaming with pride, he said, "Of course. All this is just a piece of cake too." With regards to his own specialization, he was still very confident in his abilities. The others' reactions chipped away a little more of Luo Lang's skepticism. As if aware that the ice on Luo Lang's face was thawing, the white-clothed youth immediately spoke up to say, "You see, Luo Lang, I really had no bad intentions. I just felt that we would click, so I wanted to get to know you." Saying this, there was actually a trace of hurt on the youth's face. Seeing this, Luo Lang's heart could not help but soften, but Ling Lan's stern expression once more floated to the surface of his mind. That cold gaze of his pierced Luo Lang's inner heart, causing his heart to clench once more, causing him to once again harden his somewhat softening heart. When the white-uniformed youth saw mental clarity reassert itself in Luo Lang's eyes once more, he could not help but jerk back, his initially wounded expression stiffening for just a moment. Ling Lan, who was currently in the mecha world performing a mission, suddenly stopped moving, causing Little Four to ask in confusion, "Boss, what's wrong?" "My spiritual power has been stirred." Ling Lan answered with a frown. "What happened?" Little Four was very shocked. He had not sensed any people with specter abilities near them in the virtual world. It was impossible for anyone to have attacked Boss. Could it be something from the virtual world? Ling Lan asked Little Four. When it came to the virtual world, Little Four knew better than she did. "No, there are no specters within 100 square li of us. Unless this world has another entity like me around. But even so, it should not be able to escape my sensors," replied Little Four with confidence. Ling Lan's brow scrunched up even tighter. If it did not come from the virtual world, then where had this attack come from? Right then, Ling Lan had already forgotten that, back during the grand armed melee. In order to protect Qi Long and the others, she had unleashed several strands of her spiritual power, lodging them within the minds of her team members. Back then, Ling Lan had been afraid they would get too caught up in fighting that they might make a wrong decision during a critical moment. Thus, she had left these spiritual power strands in their minds to jolt them into awareness again at those critical moments. Originally, she was supposed to take those strands back once the grand armed melee ended. However, by virtue of the chain of events that had followed, her being targeted for an assassination, being seriously injured and unconscious and leaving for home, and then when she woke up, she was immediately taken in by Mu Shuiqing as a disciple to train in divine command. She had forgotten to seek out her companions to reclaim those spiritual power reserves of hers. With the passage of time, these spiritual power strands had been absorbed by her companions' spiritual power, becoming part of them. However, there was an unintended benefit. Whenever her companions were attacked by a spiritual power user, Ling Lan would sense it. At present, though, Ling Lan did not know about this, which was why she was extremely puzzled over the source of this attack. I need to log off. Something just doesn't feel right. Ling Lan decided to listen to her gut, immediately logging off from the virtual world. Inside the villa of Ling Lan's team, one room on the third floor was specially used for the login pods to the virtual world. The moment Xie returned to the team home, he immediately ran to the third floor. As long as it was not during meal time, Boss Lan, Luo Lang, and the others would be in the virtual world, and Xie needed to find Boss Lan before Luo Lang heard of this matter to discuss how they could advise Luo Lang to accept the mission set by the military academy this time. It turned out that 10 days later would be the first assessment for the fifth-year seniors who applied to the various army divisions for enlistment. It could be said that this would certainly affect the futures of those students, as well as affect the reputation of the First Men's Military Academy. This was because those students who passed this first assessment would obtain the best resources the divisions had to offer and gain the best cultivation and be deployed to the best troop for their development. In comparison, the assessments after that would not provide such great treatment anymore. This was why all the military academies would put their all into doing their best for this first assessment. The assessment teams sent by the various army divisions would not only come to the First Men's Military Academy, but would also set up station at several other military academies. Those locations would gather all the enlistment hopefuls from the other military academies for assessment. The competition could be said to be extremely fierce. Thus, every year, the military academies placed the greatest importance on this very first assessment. It should be known that, in the past, the students of the First Men's Military Academy would dominate half the passing group. This was why the First Men's Military Academy had always reigned supreme over the other military academies. The First Men's Military Academy naturally hoped to continue extending their reign of good repute, hence placing a high standard on all aspects of the assessment team's visit. The school hoped to have everything as perfect as possible, so it could leave a good impression on all the assessment officers of the various army divisions, in hopes that the officers would be merciful during the assessment of their students. Meanwhile, the most essential piece was the welcoming reception. As the First Men's Military Academy consisted entirely of manly men, the school could not do as other co-ed military academies did, sending out beautiful ladies to receive the officers. This time, they received news that their sworn rivals, the Federal Co-ed Military Academy, had sent out the so-called loveliest female squad to welcome the officers. This made the top ranks of the First Men's Military Academy extremely agitated. If they still sent out some rough and hairy boys to welcome the officers this time, with this stark contrast, would the examiners be irritated? Thinking that this could affect their cadets' results, their hearts were burning with desperation as they racked their brains to think of a counterplan 3. Heaven knows who suggested it, but someone mentioned that there were some among the boys who were graceful and beautiful too, such as the first-year Luo Lang. Due to his participation in the wagered fight, quite a few people knew of Luo Lang now. Even the top ranks of the school administration had caught wind of him. The administrators latched onto this suggestion like their lives depended on it, swiftly settling on seeking out some of the more refined and gentle-looking youths to handle this matter. In the end, after some study, everyone decided that the first-year freshmen were still the most suited for this job. The freshmen were innocent, not as slick as the older cadets, so if they really ended up making any faux pas on account of their young ages, those officers would likely be able to overlook it. Finally, this matter was handed over to the new cadet regiment to execute. Who asked Luo Lang to be a member of the new cadet regiment? Moreover, the new cadet regiment was the only organization the freshmen of this year would acknowledge. Who else would the administrators seek out if not them? Xie Yi had been called out by a student for precisely this reason. Their first-year homeroom teacher had asked that student to pass on the word, calling Xie Yi to the homeroom teacher's office. Ever since Qi Long and Li Yingjie had been injured, Xie Yi had temporarily taken their place to become Wu Jiong's assistant, helping Wu Jiong to handle the matters of the new cadet regiment, which was why the teacher would seek out Xie Yi. The moment Xie Yi arrived at the homeroom teacher's office, he saw Wu Jiong there as well, giving him a hint that this was likely regarding the new cadet regiment. Reality proved that Xie Yi was right. The homeroom teacher plainly told them the intentions of the top ranks of the military academy, tasking the new cadet regiment with the job of receiving the examiners. Additionally, he kept subtly and pointedly bringing up how excellent Luo Lang was, strongly suggesting that it would be most appropriate for him to lead the welcoming committee. Wu Jiong and Xie Yi could only smile wryly. The homeroom teacher's words had let them understand clearly what the top file of the military academy was after. They had set their hopes on the lovely androgynous face of Luo Lang. However, Luo Lang had always hated others judging him by that feminine face of his. The two of them really had no idea what Luo Lang would do when he found out about the administrator's plan. Would he go berserk and flip the principal's desk in anger? After that meeting, the two of them discussed things over, and felt that Boss Lan was likely the only person who could handle Luo Lang for this. Thus, Xie Yi had rushed back to the villa and straight up to the third floor to find Ling Lan. Xie Yi had just stepped into the login pod room when he saw Boss Lan's exclusive login pod swing open. Ling Lan sat up primly, prepared to climb out of the login pod. Seeing this, Xie Yi said happily, "Boss Lan, I was just looking for you to discuss something." That said, Xie Yi shuffled over to lift up Ling Lan's towel from the counter and passed it to Ling Lan. "What's up?" Ling Lan smoothly accepted Xie Yi's offering of her towel and began walking as she asked. She was moving towards the restroom to one side, prepared to wash up. Xie Yi quickly hurried over and said, "It's like this." He explained the task the military academy had set for the new cadet regiment to Ling Lan. The top rank of the academy has set their sights on Luo Lang, wanting Luo Lang to be in charge of the reception team. The intention being that those going to welcome the examiners should be those who are more on the graceful and slender side. The hand Ling Lan was using to wipe her face with her towel paused for a beat, then swiped roughly once more as she said with a cold chuckle, "That bunch of top ranks must have something wrong with their brains. The assessment officers of the divisions are here to see brave and skillful warriors, not this superficial nonsense." Xie Yi nodded emphatically, "Right? Wu Jiong and I felt right then that something was off, but before we could refuse, the instructor had implied that this was a mission the new cadet regiment must carry out." Unable to refuse, asked Ling Lan, her eyebrows locking up. She really disliked this mission. Luo Lang would likely be extremely resistant to this mission as well. If we could refuse, we would have pushed it off a long time ago. The instructor said that, as long as we complete this mission, the school will guarantee that within 1 year, no other faction will bother us. Xie Yi shared the benefit the school was promising as well, though this was of course still a type of threat. Faking generosity by piggybacking others. They know very well that Lei Tang will help us settle everything in these 2 years. Actually, just promising this, what great planning, commented Ling Lan with a cold huff. She threw her towel into the wash basin and strode out of the washroom. Xie Yi hurriedly rushed forward to clean the towel in the wash basin a little, wringing it dry and hanging it back in its place, as he replied, "Right? But with the school's promise, some factions might make less underhanded moves behind the scenes. Lei Tang would only help them resolve the conflicts on the surface, so the new cadet regiment would still have to handle any maneuvers behind the scenes themselves." In this half a month after the wagered fight, there had indeed been no disturbances on the surface, but behind the scenes, the regiment members had still received taunting and bullying to a certain extent. It was just that the perpetrators seemed to have no clear connection to any of the factions, seeming to be acting purely on personal grudges. But Wu Jiong and Xie Yi knew very well that things were not that simple. Simply staying on top of all these miscellaneous trivial matters had given them a lot of stress. Thus, this vow of the military academy was still rather attractive for the new cadet regiment. If our new cadet regiment is given a stable year's time, allowing the regiment members to successfully complete their final exams, in the second year, we will no longer have to be afraid, added Wu Jiong. This kind of backstage harassment might not bother the top ranks of the new cadet regiment much, but they were still extremely detrimental to the lower-ranking members. Mind you, the first year was the most critical physical conditioning phase, which was of the utmost importance to every freshman. If they did not have a secure environment to complete these physical training courses, it might affect their final assessment results. This was why Wu Jiong and Xie Yi had agreed to the mission in the end. For the sakes of their regiment members, it was necessary for them to suffer some things. Ling Lan walked over to sit on a sofa at one side. As she listened to Xie Yi, she could not help but knock on the arms of the sofa, thinking for a long while before saying, "Looks like Luo Lang will have to take one for the team." This statement sealed Luo Lang's tragic fate for the near future. At these words, Xie Yi's expression eased. He took a seat on the sofa beside Ling Lan's and sighed. "He'll just have to. For the sake of our new cadet regiment's future." That said, he added obsequiously, "Of course, this matter still requires you, Boss Lan, to act. Luo Lang listens to you best." Ling Lan threw a cold glance at him in response, frightening Xie Yi so much that he quickly ducked his head, afraid to make eye contact. Frankly, they had only called on Boss Lan to act because they had no other choice. That punk Luo Lang may look as soft and gentle as water, but he was actually a firecracker, liable to explode with a tiny spark. If they tried passing on the news themselves, they might only manage to touch on the subject. Before they managed to elaborate and clarify the whole mission, Luo Lang might already have flipped the table in anger. However, Boss Lan was different. Luo Lang adored Boss Lan and listened well to Boss Lan's words. If it came from Boss Lan, regardless of how unhappy Luo Lang was with the news, he would still obey docilely and complete the mission perfectly. This was why Wu Jiong and Xie Yi would seek out Ling Lan for help. At the heart of it, whether it was those of Ling Lan's team or those of the new cadet regiment, they all had a kind of unquestionable trust in Ling Lan. In their minds, as long as a task was taken on by Boss Lan, any challenge would no longer be challenging. What blind confidence they had in Ling Lan. Seeing Xie Yi's cowed expression, Ling Lan turned her gaze aside and said dispassionately, "Only this once." Ling Lan did not wish for them to develop the habit of relying on her. There would come a day when they would go their separate ways and fight on their own. At these words, Xie Yi finally smiled. With Boss Lan's promise, this matter was sure to go off without a hitch. He decided that he would inform Wu Jiong right after this, and ask him to select some of the more genteel-looking freshmen with refined manners to cooperate with Luo Lang in completing this mission. At this moment, Ling Lan was also mentally considering what to do. She did not want to be a tyrant boss, assigning missions to her followers by force without caring what they thought. She wanted to ask Luo Lang's opinion. If Luo Lang was at all reluctant, she decided that she would go forth together with Luo Lang to complete this welcoming mission. Ling Lan knew very well that if she too was in the welcoming committee, Luo Lang would definitely have no more mental resistance to the mission and would instead follow her enthusiastically. Besides, as a girl, Ling Lan did not feel there was anything disgraceful about accepting this mission one. Ling Lan would make this decision because she felt that she herself matched the conditions the top ranks of the academy had set for the welcoming committee. With the union of her parents' strengths, when she looked into a mirror, even she could not help but be enchanted by her own lovely face. Indeed, Ling Lan was pretty good-looking, and her slender frame had none of the bulky muscularity of the typical male. By all accounts, she indeed fit the criteria very well, but she had forgotten her own millennium-long unmelting ice block of a face, as well as her piercing gaze which chilled others to the bone. Just standing there, she exuded a boundless air of domination. How then could she possess the gentle and accommodating air the upper ranks of the military academy requested? It had to be said that Ling Lan was actually quite tragic, having such a lovely face, but no one dared to even look straight at her. The domineering air coming from her body completely overshadowed her unbelievably beautiful face. At first glance, all everyone could think was that this person was really cool, really strong, really dominant, forever unrelated to the phrases beautiful, pretty, or adorable. After thinking about it, Ling Lan decided to first discuss things over with Luo Lang to see what the other thought. So, she asked Xie Yi, "Where's Luo Lang? Why didn't he come back together with you?" Xie Yi was taken aback. "Luo Lang told me he would leave first. Did he not come back here?" He quickly stood up and ran to Luo Lang's login pod to take a look. There really was no one inside. Xie Yi instantly frowned and said, "This fellow, where has he gone?" Ling Lan also frowned. Luo Lang typically would not run around needlessly. Could it be that something had popped up? Ling Lan rapped on the arm of the sofa once more and said, "Tell me the situation when you last saw Luo Lang." Xie Yi carefully recalled the scene for a moment, then replied, "I had originally asked Luo Lang to wait for me, because the homeroom teacher passed a message for me to meet him at his office. Luo Lang had said yes at first, but then, soon after, he said he had something to do and asked to leave first. Since I did not know what the homeroom teacher wanted, or how long it would take, I agreed. After saying goodbye to him, I went to the homeroom teacher, while Luo Lang left the training field. Initially agreeing to wait for you, but then saying that he had something to do and leaving. This means that within that brief window of time, there was a change in Luo Lang's state of mind," Ling Lan analyzed. "Yes, I wonder if Luo Lang suddenly recalled something, or did something happen within that period of time to change his mind?" Xie Yi mused. Suddenly thinking of something, his face paled, and he said, "Could he have been tricked away by that person?" Ling Lan's face darkened. "What's this?" Xie Yi quickly told Ling Lan all about the senior who had been constantly trying to find a way to approach Luo Lang over the past few days. Back then, he had already found the other rather fishy, which was why he had actively stopped him. However, the other's intentions were extremely concealed, so all he had were speculations, hence he had not spoken to Luo Lang of it. At this point, Xie Yi was filled with regret. He should have warned Luo Lang earlier to be careful. Luo Lang is not that foolish. A stranger would not be able to trick him away so easily. There must be some reason which he could not refuse. Ling Lan did not think Luo Lang was that gullible. Even if Luo Lang was indeed all dumb innards behind an intelligent face too, he still did not lack basic judgment. "Wait here for a moment. I'll log onto the virtual network to see if I can find any useful information." Ling Lan decided to depend on Little Four for this, lying back down into the virtual login pod. She was prepared to let Little Four use the virtual network to look up the various surveillance stations in the military academy to see where Luo Lang had gone. Xie Yi nodded, settling down quietly onto the sofa. No matter how anxious he was, he did not make any sound. He knew what Ling Lan was heading into the virtual world to do. Their entire team knew that Boss Lan was most likely also a very high-level hacker. Perhaps Boss would be able to find some clue within the virtual world. Meanwhile, Luo Lang, who was facing off against a crowd, had not let down his guard due to the warning jolt he had received from Ling Lan's spiritual power. After listening to what the white-clothed youth had to say, he contemplated silently for a moment before replying. "I really want to believe what you're saying, but I cannot under these circumstances. If what you say is true, then unseal the hover car and let me go home." The white-clothed youth responded sadly. "Luo Lang, is it really impossible for us to become friends?" At these words, Luo Lang laughed. This laugh was unbelievably lovely and charming, causing the white-clothed youth's gaze to darken briefly, becoming deep and unfathomable. But his loss of composure only lasted for a split second. Not thinking too much about this, Luo Lang missed this swift change. Luo Lang said amidst his laughter, "If you really want to be friends with me, come find me openly. I will not reject someone who sincerely wants to become friends." The white-clothed youth instantly broke out into a smile, making his face incomparably sunny and bright. This caused Luo Lang's impression of him to rise by several notches once more. Still, even so, his vigilance was not reduced. That cold and piercing gaze of Ling Lan's made him fear to relax. "Yup, I'll let Yongguang unseal the hover car then. I'll come find you tomorrow. Is that okay?" said the white-clothed youth with his sunny smile, his tone extremely earnest and sincere. Perhaps he was too earnest. for no matter how one looked, he exuded an air of silliness. Luo Lang only continued to smile politely without saying a word, waiting for the other to fulfill his promise. Yongguang heard what the white-clothed youth said, and could not help but smile bitterly and say, "Being all tied up like this, how can I unseal anything? At least untie my hands." He turned his head to look at Luo Lang and said, "Since elder brother she has already said this, why don't you untie my hands so I can help you unseal the hovercar?" The white-clothed youth's gaze settled on Luo Lang's body once more, filled with anticipation. Luo Lang hesitated briefly. He saw the 3 other hovercars not too far off, and an idea sparked. "No need to unseal this one. Aren't there 3 perfectly fine cars over there? If you don't mind, let one of them take me back." The white-clothed youth nodded at this and said, "Don't mind. Of course I don't mind. You can choose whichever of the 3 hovercars you like." Luo Lang smiled, but did not point out which car he wanted. He carefully lifted Yongguang, using him as a hostage to block his body, carefully retreating. When he was not too far away from the 3 hovercars, he jumped backwards abruptly, leaping to the side of one of the hovercars. Pulling the door open, he continued to keep Yongguang as a shield before him as he slowly retreated into the car. Luo Lang sat down, and seeing the other side still standing where they were without moving a single step, he could not help but relax. It looked like they truly had no ill intent. His tightly clenched hand loosened. Right then, Yongguang, who had been docilely cooperative all this while, sensed the weakening of the grip around his neck. With a forceful twist of his body, he wrested free of Luo Lang's grasp, throwing himself bodily towards the ground. Luo Lang was greatly startled, but just as he was about to lean out of the car to reach out for the other, he suddenly heard an extremely soft mechanical click. At the same time, a beam of silver light flashed right in front of his eyes. Luo Lang felt an unprecedented sense of danger coming right at him, and the muscles of his entire body tensed up. Many years of battle experience ensured he did not panic. With a sweep of his right leg, he kicked out at Yongguang, who was about to hit the floor, sending him flying into the air. Meanwhile, he used the rebound force of this kick to glide swiftly deeper into the hover car, trying to dodge that threatening silver light. Quicker than words could say, despite Luo Lang's nimble reflexes, he still did not manage to overcome the speed of the silver light. Luo Lang did not manage to dodge cleanly. The silver beam grazed Luo Lang's right shoulder, drawing a streak of blood, which swiftly dyed Luo Lang's green uniform red. Luo Lang ignored the wound on his arm. As he had glided into the hover car, he had hooked the car door with his right leg, shutting it, and Luo Lang then quickly pressed down the lock button from the inside, sealing the car. Other than the person inside, anyone outside who wanted to open the car would need to use brute force now. After doing all this, Luo Lang calmly activated the AI of the hover car. Right now, he prayed that he would be able to successfully activate the hover car and escape from this place before the opponent managed to destroy the hover car. By now, no matter how dumb Luo Lang was, he still knew he had fallen into the opponent's trap. That white-clothed youth had been lying through his teeth, and was certainly not as pure and earnest as he had portrayed himself to be. Luo Lang secretly hated himself for being taken in so easily by the opponent, actually beginning to like the other. That was why he had become distracted at the end, wasting all his efforts thus far, getting injured by the other's underhanded methods. Luo Lang decided to remember this bloody lesson. Next time, he definitely would not make such an idiotic mistake ever again. Outside the hover car, a youth dressed in a blue uniform, mostly shielded from view by the white-clothed youth, lowered his hands in frustration. In his hands was an extremely exquisite, well-crafted, pocket-sized crossbow, and that streak of silver light had been a pocket-sized bolt fired from the crossbow. He pulled back the crossbow, frowning as he said, "Elder brother Shi, what do we do now?" Who could have expected that Luo Lang would be able to react so quickly even when he had attacked so abruptly, actually managing to dodge? The white-uniformed youth glared brutally at the tightly locked hover car and sniffed coldly. "What else can we do? Smash it. I don't believe he can escape my grasp." He was standing at the fore, so he had seen very clearly. When the bolt had brushed by Luo Lang, some blood had been drawn, so the bolt must have injured Luo Lang. He believed that, based on the compound on the bolt, as long as the other was wounded, it would be enough to force the other to stay. Yes, brother Shi. Receiving their instructions, the others began to move swiftly. They all ran towards the other two hover cars, taking out the metal bats they had prepared from within the cars. The military academy kept a close watch on firearms, forbidding students from using those highly volatile and damaging weapons outside of their classes. Thus, students would always use this type of metal bats in their personal scuffles. Seated inside the hover car, Luo Lang watched nervously as the AI booted up. He could already sense those people outside surrounding this hover car. Very soon, the clanging sounds of impact rang out from all sides of the hover car. Luo Lang knew the opponent was trying to break the hover car by force, trying to keep him behind. Time was tight. Luo Lang was so nervous his forehead was sweating. His eyes were locked onto the screen of the optical supercomputer. With all his attention focused on the screen, he neglected the trace of numbness that had appeared in his own right arm. When the supercomputer finally displayed the notification to enter his intended destination, Luo Lang was overjoyed. As long as he managed to enter the address, he would be able to get the hover car to bring him away from this place. He was just about to lift his hand to key in the information when he found that he could not move his right arm. His heart clenched in fear, but before he could investigate why, he felt his vision blur, his head becoming groggy and heavy. Not good. Ultra-effective anesthetics. Luo Lang naturally knew what was behind this. It went without question that that silver bolt which had injured him must have had ultra-effective anesthetic smeared on it. Otherwise, he would not have presented with its effects so quickly. Luo Lang unhesitatingly bit down on the tip of his tongue. Riding this violent jolt of pain, he collected his quickly dissipating consciousness. He had to key in the address he needed to get to in these final moments of awareness. His right arm was already completely numb, so Luo Lang gritted his teeth, using momentous effort to raise his limp and weak left hand. He began to key in the address of his dorm, and then pressed the button to confirm. When he saw the AI display the following message, Destination, XXXXX, please press Yes to confirm, press No to cancel. Luo Lang used almost all his strength to press down firmly on the Yes button, and then he fainted dead away. In the virtual world, Little 4 was displaying every digital footprint Luo Lang had left after leaving the training hall one by one before Ling Lan. 1609, Luo Lang received a message from the treatment center. Contents as below. Cadet Luo Lang, please present yourself at the Medical Treatment Research Center this afternoon at 1700 hours for a final follow-up examination. Main service counter of the treatment center. 1615, Luo Lang rode a hover car to the Medical Research Center. 1652, Luo Lang appeared at the entrance of the Medical Research Center and met up with someone in a blue uniform. 1658, Luo Lang went off with the blue-clothed person in a hover car. Search for destination in progress. At this point, Ling Lan's eyebrows were tightly knitted, which goes to say that we still can't find where Luo Lang is now. The hover car has been modified by a hacker. The destination keyed into it has not been recorded into the mainframe databank. For me to find out now, I need to find that hover car, which Luo Lang took from all the surveillance footage. This is a little harder and will take more time. With regards to professional questions, Little 4's answers were meticulous. All right, Little 4, take your time. Although Ling Lan was rather anxious, she did not want to show it and give Little 4 too much pressure. Not too long after, Little 4 chimed in again. Lu Yongguang, third-year elite student from the hacker specialization. Little 4 had discovered the identity of that blue-uniformed person with Luo Lang. Is he involved with any faction or group? Asked Ling Lan spiritedly. According to the data in the mainframe, he had joined the Tianji Mecha clan. Little 4 very quickly gave her an answer. The military academy mainframe, which all hackers found so difficult to penetrate, was just like his personal backyard in Little 4's eyes. He could come and go as he pleased, and the information inside it was as if part of his home, free for him to take as he willed. Tianji. Ling Lan's brow furrowed at these words. Ever since Leitang Mecha clan had lost in the wagered fight, the various factions had toned down significantly. They were afraid they would accidentally offend Leitang, giving Leitang some excuse to vent their anger on them instead. If this matter was really initiated by Tianji, why had they chosen to act during this sensitive period? Could they be trying to take advantage of the instability to knock down Leitang and become the #1 faction themselves? Or was this perhaps a setup by some other faction, trying to pit the new cadet regiment against Tianji, so that faction could then benefit as the external third party, as the two clashed and weakened each other? There were countless suppositions in Ling Lan's mind. Although she could not be sure whether Tianji was the real culprit, she would not let the other go, so she asked, Little Four, without affecting the search for Luo Lang, can you take control of all the surveillance equipment inside the Tianji headquarters? Little Four replied without skipping a beat, Piece of cake. Leave it to me. He had barely finished speaking when an additional window had appeared before Ling Lan's eyes. There was a garden, a living room, other rooms, and also various passages and corridors. Ling Lan knew that this was most likely the inside of the Tianji Mecha clan headquarters. As expected, when it came to any surveillance equipment being used in this era, Little Four really had no difficulty at all infiltrating it. Not every faction had a headquarters. Only the organizations which ranked within the top 4 of the school ranking had this honor. The military academy would allocate official venues of different sizes to the groups according to their ranking to become their headquarters. Therefore, every year, the various factions would be embroiled in a brutal competition in order to win one of these 4 spots on the ranking. The Tianji Mecha clan was the second major faction within the military academy, so the headquarters given to them was considerably huge. All the safety and security measures were done up extremely well, and from the video feed, Ling Lan could even see some patrols passing by every so often. However, Ling Lan was only perusing it cursorily. Her main priority was still in waiting for Little Four to come up with his final tracking results. Time passed bit by bit. Not too long after, Han Jijian and Lin Zhongqin too had ended their physical training classes and returned. When they heard the news, Han Jijian asked Xie Yi to contact Wu Jiong. They waited patiently in the living room, waiting for Ling Lan to exit from the virtual world. As the skies grew darker and darker, they began to become a little restless. Boss Lan had not logged off after so long. Did this mean that he had not found anything useful in the virtual world? Xie Yi was the first to lose his patience. After all, Luo Lang had last been with him. If he had only been more alert back then and cautioned Luo Lang, perhaps this kind of thing would not have happened. Filled with remorse, he suggested whether they should mobilize the new cadet regiment, sending everyone out to look for Luo Lang together. Wu Jiong was rather stirred by the suggestion. After all, he felt unsettled just sitting here doing nothing. Han Jijian was unexpectedly cool-headed, immediately shooting down the two's plan. Han Jijian believed that taking reckless action while the circumstances were still unclear would just scare off the villains before they could go after them, and may even make the situation worse. If the opponent became wary and transferred Luo Lang to an even more concealed area, it would make it even harder for them to find him. If this allowed the opponent to successfully hide Luo Lang away for a month's time, even if they managed to find Luo Lang eventually, Luo Lang's future would already be ruined by the opponent. Rather than that, they might as well wait patiently for Boss Lan to emerge before making a decision. The final exams of the military academy every year were extremely stringent. Skipping classes without reason for an entire month would cause a cadet to lose their study right. Many factions would use some underhanded means to steal talent for themselves. Kidnapping was one of those methods, but it was used very, very rarely. After all, monitoring them all from above was the surveillance team of the military academy, which kept watch on all the factions and organizations on record within the school. Other than those who were confident they could carry it off flawlessly, the typical faction would not choose to use this method. The new cadet regiment group seated here already had an inkling that Luo Lang had most likely been kidnapped. They just did not know whether it was a personal act or if some faction or group was behind it. This matter caused the mood of the new cadet regiment group here to be a little low. Originally, they had all been the elite princes of the Central Scout Academy, growing up smoothly without much hardship along the way. Under Ling Lan's lead, they had not met many obstacles, and though they had been forced into a wagered fight the moment they had entered the military academy, even when everyone had not thought well of their chances, they had prevailed. They had managed to turn the tables around and defeat the Leitang Mecha clan. It could not be denied that they had begun to become proud, their confidence going off the charts, thinking that there were no factions which could prevent the new cadet regiment from rising to prominence. However, It was right at this time that Luo Lang had mysteriously gone missing from right beneath their noses. This was like a basin of cold water pouring down on them, causing them to understand that the waters of the military academy were still deeper than they realized. It was still much too early for them to strut around with their tails cocked up high. Thump, thump, thump. From upstairs, there came the rhythmic, hard sounds of boots striding across the ground, steady and powerful, causing the initially somewhat flustered hearts of those people seated below to settle down. Almost simultaneously, they all stood up and turned their heads to look. A familiar figure was walking down the stairs. Their gazes lit up instantly, the embers of hope flickering in their eyes. Ling Lan walked down the stairs with an ice-cold expression. Seeing the lot of them, she instructed, "Wu Jiong, you all wait here. Pretend nothing has happened." Even though Ling Lan's tone was as dispassionate as usual, everyone there could sense the indistinct, killing intent radiating from Ling Lan's body, a surge of chilly air penetrating straight into their hearts. Boss Lan was pissed. Everyone understood tacitly what this meant. Wu Jiong blinked blankly, but quickly figured things out and said, "Understood, Boss Lan." Han Jijian frowned, a trace of worry flashing through his eyes, and asked, "Boss Lan, you plan to act independently?" "Yes, I have already found Luo Lang's trail, but that location is unsuitable for group activity. Going alone, it'll be easier for me to rescue Luo Lang," explained Ling Lan. "Who's the opponent?" Xie Yi suddenly spoke up to ask, his eyes brimming with fiery anger. "The Tianji Mecha clan." Ling Lan bit out each word by word. Her suppressed rage exploded as she uttered these 4 words, and her right hand reflexively slammed down onto the handrail of the staircase. There was a snap, and the solid wooden railing was actually broken into 2 pieces by Ling Lan's angry palm. Han Jijian's expression could not help but pale drastically at the sight. "Boss Lan, has Luo Lang been harmed?" Following this question, all the expressions of the others changed greatly as well. Several pairs of furious eyes stared at Ling Lan, hoping he would tell them the answer. Ling Lan gritted her teeth and said, "Not yet for now, but this does not guarantee that it won't happen later. Thus, I have to hurry over as soon as possible." Ling Lan glanced at Wu Jiong, Han Jijian, and the others, and ordered, "Wu Jiong, Jijian, I leave this place to you two. No matter what happens, you two must hold the fort. Remember, our new cadet regiment knows nothing, and no one has gone out. As for Luo Lang, he has only gone to the medical research center for an examination." After leaving her instructions, Ling Lan rapidly departed the villa without a backwards glance, very quickly disappearing into the night. Wu Jiong retracted his gaze, turning his head to ask Han Jijian, "Han Jijian, say, what do you think Boss Lan is planning to do?" Han Jijian indicated for the rest to return to the main hall to sit on the sofa, asking Lin Zhongqing to bring over a pack of cards for them to while away the time, then replied, "Tragedy is about to befall the Tianji Mecha clan." Huh. Wu Jiong had only guessed that Ling Lan was planning to execute a solo rescue, so he could not understand why Ling Lan did not want to let others know that it was the Tianji Mecha clan who had abducted Luo Lang. Han Jijian merely shook his head, not planning to enlighten Wu Jiong. This made Wu Jiong restless, impatience and annoyance stirring in his heart, causing him to play his cards in a distracted manner. Xie Yi was in fact similarly uncertain, but he knew his place and so did not think too hard on the matter. Thus, he was not as unsettled as Wu Jiong. In the end, it was still Lin Zhongqing who could not bear to see Wu Jiong's sorry state, and could not help but hint, if no one knows that Luo Lang was abducted by the Tianji Mecha clan, then there will also be no way to prove that the one who wiped out the Tianji headquarters today is our Boss Lan. Wu Jiong's eyes lit up. So that's how it is. However, he very quickly became despondent, pointing out the flaw in the logic. But there are surveillance equipment in every area of the military academy. Han Jijian smirked coldly. "And how much of Boss Lan's methods do you know? If Boss Lan wants you to do this, then you do this. This won't be a mistake." Wu Jiong suddenly recalled their time on the spaceship. Boss Lan had successfully taken control of the surveillance equipment before then. His gaze brightened once more, and he shouted, "I've got it." This cry drew the cold glares of the other 3 there with him. Han Jijian, in particular, looked at him disdainfully as he mocked. "If you understand, then be quiet about it." Do you want to draw everyone here and negate Boss Lan's alibi? Wu Jiong did not become angry, even though he had been mocked by Han Jijian. Since his doubts had been answered, he could now play his cards with an easy mind. Meanwhile, the moment Ling Lan exited the doorway, she asked Little Four within the mind space, Tianji headquarters, which way is it? Little Four showed a map to her instantly, with an arrow marking Ling Lan's current location and a red flag marking the position of their target. The information was clear with just one glance. He also spoke up to say, I suggest you first take a hovercar ride, and then choose a stop near them to get off. This way, you can save some strength and internal energy. Little Four knew what Ling Lan was going to do on this trip, so he wanted to help Ling Lan reduce the drain on her energy. After all, destroying a headquarters was a laborious task. They should save whatever energy they could while they could. Ling Lan decided to listen to Little Four's advice. With just one step, she had traveled over 100 meters away, arriving at the closest hovercar stop to her living quarters in 2 steps. Then, she waited for a hovercar to arrive. Even if she would use her chi gene sparingly for now, time was still of the essence. She did not hope to see Luo Lang being tormented at this final juncture. The hovercar arrived quickly, and Ling Lan darted into it like a spirit. Before Ling Lan could key in anything, Little Four had taken the initiative to choose a stop about 1 kilometer away for Ling Lan, concealing his command from the system at the same time. In the mainframe of the military academy, this hovercar Ling Lan was riding was still an empty car floating around the school. Furthermore, the moment when Ling Lan had gotten into the car and the period later when she got out would also be altered on the surveillance records. Of course, Little Four's tampering was perfect. No one would ever notice any trace of modification. Just like that, with no witnesses or material proof, Ling Lan left her own villa. In one of the rooms within Tianji headquarters, the white-uniformed youth suppressed the intense pain coming from his body and swallowed the ultra-effective medication his subordinate had brought for him. Brother Shi, are you all right? A blue-uniformed person asked worriedly. I bloody didn't expect that Luo Lang to have such powerful spiritual power, able to resist my ability, hissed the white-clothed youth sullenly. Not only that, he lashed back, wounding me. The other had clearly lowered his guard and believed his words. Why had he regained mental clarity at the final moment? It was then that he had been injured. If he had not held back from showing any signs of pain, the other might have seen through his act immediately. And also perhaps because he had forced himself to tolerate that rebound force in silence. The injury he had received was 30% worse than it would have been originally. Wait till I've healed completely. I'll definitely torment that fellow properly. A savage expression emerged on the white-clothed youth's face, utterly ruining his originally rather charming face, leaving behind only ugliness beyond measure. Congratulations, Brother Shi. Not only have you obtained a beauty, you have also obtained a physical skills prodigy, adding yet another great helper for our Tianji mecha clan. Lu Yongguang congratulated at one side fawningly. This improved the white-clothed youth's mood greatly, the viciousness in his face fading considerably, morphing him back into a handsome, lively, and sunny youth. You performed well this time. Later, go to the contribution department and collect a second-tier resource. I'll give you my warrant in a bit. His mood greatly improved. The white-clothed youth began to reward his underling who had performed well. Thank you, Brother Shi. Thank you, Brother Shi, said Lu Yongguang with pleasant surprise. He had initially thought he would be lucky to get a third-tier resource, but Brother Shi was unexpectedly so generous this time. A blue-clothed youth by Lu Yongguang's side felt that this was not very appropriate, and was just about to speak up about it when a companion standing beside him tugged on his arm, signaling him to stay silent. The lord before them now was an obstinate and conceited person. He was not that just and righteous Lord Regiment commander of theirs who was currently in closed-door meditation 1. After basking in a round of flattery by Lu Yongguang, the white-clothed youth abruptly thought of something and asked nervously, You've eliminated all signs, right? You're sure no one will be able to trace us back here? Lu Yongguang replied proudly, Don't worry, Brother Shi. I've handled everything. Even if the #1 hacker, Lin Jidong, gets involved, he won't be able to trace us anytime soon. That said, he laughed and said, That new cadet regiment has also shot themselves in the foot. After offending Lei Tang, you think Lin Jidong will help them? Definitely not. And as for the others, I believe no one will be able to crack my methods. Hearing these words of Lu Yongguang, the white-uniformed youth relaxed instantly and began to laugh. His doubts were gone. Now, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to train that beauty well, so that the other would submit to him, body and soul, in the end. The white-clothed youth was so confident because his spiritual mutation was a type of magical hypnotism. He could easily obtain the favor of others with it. If he wanted the other to love him wholeheartedly, as long as he had enough time, he would succeed. Just like with his previous lovers, this was exactly how he had reeled them in, and even until now, they still thought they had been willing to. At the Tianji Mecha clan headquarters, a shadowy figure dropped stealthily into the flower garden. At this particular time, this landing spot was precisely the blind spot of all the patrols and sentries. With just one step, Ling Lan slipped into the corridor of the garden. By this time, Little Four had long cooperatively manipulated the surveillance feed of the corridor. In the monitoring room, the monitoring staff could only see images from several seconds ago. Ling Lan's speed was ghost-like, leaving only a streak of shadowed light as she passed through the dim lighting of the corridor. Crossing the corridor, she arrived at the foot of the main building. She did not choose to enter the hall, instead dashing over to a blind spot by a wall. Then, Ling Lan's hands could be seen to fly swiftly, aiming for the irregular spots on the wall, using them as makeshift handholds to pull her entire body up, crawling up the wall like a lizard in the blink of an eye to reach the fourth floor. At this moment, Luo Lang was stowed within one of the bedrooms on the fourth floor. She needed to rescue Luo Lang first before she considered anything else. Moreover, Little Four had already given her a view of the entire headquarters beforehand. Therefore, she knew that the fourth floor, which was where she was climbing to now, had a room with an unlocked window. She would be able to open it and enter from there, and there was coincidentally no one inside at the moment. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity, which could shorten the time Ling Lan needed to infiltrate the base. Ling Lan came to that window and lightly pushed it open. In the silent depths of the night, even the lightest creak would be striking. Ling Lan was extremely calm. Without any hesitation in her movements, she opened the window just wide enough for her body and slipped into the room. Right outside the room was the main corridor. Little Four was already displaying the image of the corridor outside for Ling Lan, notifying her of the closest patrol. They were still a distance away, so Ling Lan did not hesitate to open the door, just as if she were still in her own villa. She walked out blatantly into the corridor, without any bit of the sort of wariness and care one should have when breaking and entering into someone else's home. Ling Lan had faith in Little Four's judgment, and Ling Lan did not have the time to spare anyway, because Little Four had told Ling Lan that someone with nefarious intentions against Luo Lang was already heading towards the bedroom Luo Lang was in. She needed to hurry. After traveling for a distance, Little Four suddenly warned her that there were two patrollers approaching from around the corner. With a fleeting step, Ling Lan was at the corner. Several nimble steps up the wall later, she had climbed up to the crossbeam and laid herself flat over it. If someone came up from behind Ling Lan's figure would be clearly exposed to the eye, but from the opposing direction, Ling Lan's body was entirely obscured by the crossbeam. It would be impossible for the incoming patrollers to discover her presence behind the beam. Perhaps the patrollers too did not expect that the impregnable headquarters one in their eyes would actually be infiltrated by an enemy who had already gotten to the fourth floor. Mind you, security was strict on all floors below this one, so any intruder would typically not be able to get past the second floor. Thus, they were somewhat slack, casually breezing past the crossbeam, never once considering to even lift their heads to look up too. Ling Lan waited for the two men to pass below her, then quietly dropped back down to the ground. In order to eliminate any latent problems, her palms whipped down like knives, chopping onto the napes of the two men. The two men toppled as the chops landed, and Ling Lan grabbed hold of a man with each hand. She then dragged them to the next equally empty room and tossed them into it. These were all just small fry, so Ling Lan did not intend to be too harsh on them. In the internal energy she had used during the hand chops, she had only included a little bit of her innate talent's special power. If the other did not manage to clear out that bit of special power, their progress would be greatly impeded. This was Ling Lan's punishment for their role as accomplices to the villain 3. After tossing them into the room, the remaining matters would be Little Four's responsibility. Little Four would lock the doors, and just as when they had been on the spaceship, before the morn of the next day, the men's communicators would be non-functional. Before Ling Lan had completely vented her rage, Little Four would ensure the men had no chance of contacting the outside world. After settling the two men, Ling Lan swiftly hastened towards her destination. Along the way, with Little Four's advanced warnings, in order to avoid detection by the enemy, Ling Lan employed sneak attacks to bring down all enemies in her path before they could notice her. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, as Little Four had used a constant loop of false images to replace the video feed, those patrollers taken down by Ling Lan still appeared to be patrolling along their designated routes, again and again. The white-uniformed youth finally felt the pain in his head leave him, his spiritual power recovering to his normal levels. He walked out excitedly from the infirmary in the base, prepared to properly enjoy the spoils of victory he had gained today. Thinking of that beauty finally capitulating to pleasure under his body, his heart felt hot. It was as if he had not felt this excited in a long time. The white-uniformed youth was the Dux of the Starship Command Specialization, named Shimingyi 4. He was one of the vice regiment commanders of the Tianji Mecha clan. Technically, he was unqualified to take on a vice regiment commander role based on his abilities, but he just so happened to have a batch of faithfully loyal subordinates, one of whom was even the best mecha expert in the clan beneath the regiment commander. Due to that subordinate's emphatic support, Shimingyi had become a vice regiment commander of Tianji last year. Since shouldering the role of vice regiment commander, Shimingyi had used the resources of the Tianji Mecha clan quite often to seek out information on all the fair-faced youths in the various specializations. Of course, he was cunning about it. Those with substantial family backgrounds, he would not dare to touch. He typically went after those from common stock or those students without very significant backgrounds. One after another over the past year, there had already been 5 or 6 youths who had fallen into his wicked hands. And now, these victims had all become team members in his fold, holding him in extraordinary love and admiration, loyal to a fault. It was also precisely for this reason that Shimingyi's fondness for men had not yet been exposed. Adept at deception, he used his trump card to gather a great deal of good favor among the regular cadets, setting himself up as a sunny, righteous, and honest person. He was the consummate good student in the instructor's eyes, the Dux who the students respected, the just vice regiment commander of the Tianji Mecha clan. Moreover, Shimingyi knew very well where the secret of his success laid. Apart from himself, no one else knew that his spiritual mutation was hypnotism. No one other than his closest confidants knew he liked men. On the outside, he buried this proclivity of his deeply. Even though all types of gorgeous young men were gathered by his side, due to his own handsome appearance, he fit in well enough that no one had ever thought anything of it. As a vice regiment commander, Shimingyi had a personal lounge within headquarters at the end of the 4th floor. Even though it was just a small bedroom of about 20 square meters, it was furnished lavishly, with the entire floor covered in shag carpeting. When one opened the door and entered the room, the first thing one would see would be a grand old-fashioned wooden armchair directly facing the doorway. However, this armchair was very strange, taller than regular chairs by 30 to 40 centimeters, almost at the height of a standard table. Who knows whether it was truly meant for sitting on or was just a decoration. Behind the armchair was a thick cloth curtain, hiding the scene deeper into the room from view. Shimingyi cast a careful glance out the doorway, confirming that there was indeed no one there before softly shutting the door behind him. After that, he deadbolted the door and set a protective passcode, assuring that other than himself, no one else would be able to enter his room. That done, he stepped past the armchair and parted the curtain. Inside, there was only a single circular waterbed, with chains as thick as one's thumb draping down from it on all sides, culminating in a strange aesthetic. Additionally, on the ceiling, a flat and sparkling mirror was embedded, clearly reflecting everything on the bed. A youth in a green uniform was lying on the bed. On his delicate face, his eyebrows were knitted, his eyes closed tightly. It looked like he was deeply unconscious, but perhaps because there was some discomfort affecting his body, for his complexion was pale, causing him to look even more pitiful and fragile. The sight of him almost caused Shi Mingyi to be consumed by the flames of lust. He wished desperately that he could morph into a ravenous wolf and gobble up this delectable youth instantly. This lovely youth on the bed was precisely the one Ling Lan had spent so much time and effort to find, Luo Lang. Besides the large bed, there was nothing else that could be seen within the room. The walls on all four sides were covered by thick, floor-length curtains. Shi Mingyi gulped, slowly walking over to sit on the edge of the bed. He gently stroked that exquisite face of Luo Lang, so enchanted that he almost did not want to stop. His fingers slid down slowly from Luo Lang's face to his neck, and then slowly unfastened the buttons on Luo Lang's uniform. He tugged open the top of the uniform forcefully, revealing the white shirt inside it, along with a faint trace of soft white skin. Right then, Shi Mingyi could hold back no longer. He ripped apart the white shirt impatiently, and with a tearing sound, the rest of the buttons were sent flying, and Luo Lang's lovely body was exposed just like that before Shi Mingyi. The two pretty pink nubs on Luo Lang's chest almost made Shi Mingyi salivate. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Who would have expected such an exquisite beauty to appear in the first men's military academy? All those I have sampled before were just trash, exclaimed Shi Mingyi, his fingers trailing down Luo Lang's chest. He reveled in the sensation he was receiving from his hand, feeling how smooth and warm the other's skin was, how supple. Perhaps these touches made Luo Lang uncomfortable, for his brow creased even more noticeably. However, the effects of the anesthetic were too strong. He still laid there unmoving. Shi Mingyi had initially planned to properly savor the other, but seeing the other unresponsive like a dead fish, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. After some thought, he tugged over a chain hanging by the head of the bed and looped it around Luo Lang's left hand, securing it. Next, he pulled yet another chain from the other side and secured Luo Lang's right hand as well. Then, he pressed a button at the head of the bed, and the curtain on his left-hand side was pulled aside to reveal a cabinet. Inside the cabinet were countless sex toys, and even some SM equipment 5, and there was of course several high-tech safes installed within it as well. Shi Mingyi pressed a finger onto the screen on one of the safes, and the initially dark screen lit up to display a numbered keypad. Shi Mingyi deftly keyed in a string of numbers, and with a dull click, the door of the safe sprang open. There was a considerable number of medical agents inside it, as well as several one-use syringes. Shi Mingyi removed 2 tubes of agent from the safe, and then took out a one-use syringe set. He filled the syringe with one of the agents, walked over to Luo Lang, and injected its contents into Luo Lang's arm. This was closely followed by the next tube of agent, which he also injected into Luo Lang's arm. After doing all this, Shi Mingyi discarded the one-use syringe set into the rubbish bin. He then shut the safe, returned to the bed, and pressed another button. The curtains drew close once more, restoring the room to its original state. Equals 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 equals. Very quickly, Luo Lang moaned and opened his eyes, and saw the white uniformed youth beaming at him. Luo Lang's expression changed drastically, for he knew now that he had not managed to escape in the end, and had been abducted by the other. He struggled, then heard the clinking noises coming from above his head. Looking up, Luo Lang saw his hands bound in metal chains, and as the anesthetic had not worn off completely yet, he still felt weak and powerless. "Who are you? Which organization are you from? Why did you capture me?" Luo Lang quickly calmed himself down and spoke up to ask. His voice was rather hoarse and weak. In Shi Mingyi's ears, it naturally had a particular flavor of enticement. Shi Mingyi, 4th-year Dux of the Starship Command Specialization and Vice Regiment Commander of the Tianji Mecha Clan. And as for why I captured you, Shi Mingyi smiled and reached out to stroke a hand over Luo Lang's face, expression besotted as he said, "That's because I like you." Luo Lang tried to evade Shi Mingyi's fingers in revulsion, but was unsuccessful. And then Shi Mingyi's words registered, causing him to freeze for a moment. But he quickly understood and yelled in rage, "Let go of me, you pervert." "A pervert, is it? If I must become a pervert to like you, I will willingly succumb to this depravity." Shi Mingyi's face shifted to reveal a bitter smile. This expression startled Luo Lang, but logic quickly reasserted itself as he scolded. Of course you're a pervert. Or else how could you do something like abduction? Shi Mingyi's body jerked back as he pressed a hand to his forehead. He closed his eyes to rest his mind for a beat before opening them again. Right then, his initial seemingly earnest smile was nowhere to be seen. There was only darkness and a trace of ruthlessness left on his face. Still not working? Who could have expected that your spiritual power is this strong, actually repelling me once more, reflecting damage back at me? Looks like I need to first let you taste the all-consuming pleasure of the body before you'll be willing to submit to me. That said, he began to take off his clothes. Luo Lang's irises contracted, and his pearl-white teeth bit down harshly on his own lips. He was trying to use pain to chase away the effects of the anesthetic, desperately circulating the qi gene in his body, hoping that he would be able to recover enough qi gene for a final suicide attack. Yes, Luo Lang was prepared to die with his enemy in his attempt. He would not suffer this humiliation. Within the yawning emptiness in his body, Luo Lang suddenly sensed the presence of internal energy again. Pleasant surprise flashed through Luo Lang's eyes, but very quickly, his expression changed once more, the initial paleness of his face being replaced by a rosy flush. Haha, you're feeling it now, right? This is some ultra-potent aphrodisiac. It will make you beg me to give it to you again and again, turning you into a complete SLT. Shi Mingyi began laughing gleefully at the sight. He was just about to rip off the clothes on the lower half of Luo Lang's body when a frigid aura enveloped the entire room. How dare you? A glacial voice rang out by Shi Mingyi's ear, instantly dousing Shi Mingyi's blazing fires of lust with a deluge of ice-cold water, cooling him down rapidly. Meanwhile, on the bed, Luo Lang, who had been planning to kill himself along with his captor, had relieved joy shining from his eyes. His line of sight had coincidentally shifted to look up at the mirror on the ceiling, and from its reflection, he could see a stony and stately figure standing at the curtain by the door. It was Ling Lan. "Boss!" Luo Lang cried out emotionally. His eyes turned red uncontrollably, as his heart full of rage, sorrow, and despair instantly melted into a pool of tender emotions. So this was his boss that deserved his loyalty and trust. He had come at this most critical moment to save him. Shi Mingyi whipped his head around in shock, and seeing that familiar figure before his eyes, his expression shifted as he called out, "Ling Lan, it's you." He reflexively looked towards the area behind Ling Lan. He had clearly set a passcode. Didn't Lu Yongguang say before that no one would be able to crack the lock and would only be able to break down the door by force to enter? How then had the other snuck in without a sound, without him sensing anything at all? "You've made me angry. You have to pay the price for your transgressions." Ling Lan's face was a sheet of ice, for she had seen Luo Lang's current state. The killing intent in her heart waxed thicker. The blood-soaked killing intent concealed deep within her body, all this while abruptly exploded out into the room, instantly dominating the entire space. Qilong, Luo Lang, and the other little companions who had grown up alongside Ling Lan held special places in Ling Lan's heart. Ling Lan took care of them like her own younger brothers. In fact, in Ling Lan's heart, they were even like sons to her. The emotions she invested in them were beyond the norm. Ling Lan's killing intent was extremely dense now, but she controlled it skillfully, not allowing any bit to leak out of the room. As the main target of the killing intent, Shi Mingyi instantly felt himself plunged into a crimson world. Countless knives of light and swords of shadow hurtled towards him. He felt himself being pierced by these countless phantom blades, but also felt his limbs being sliced off bit by bit, his gut dissected, and his heart torn out, but he could not die. He watched helplessly as his body, his innards, were finally reduced to a puddle of bloody water, which then vanished without leaving a trace. This was not only physical agony, it was also a spiritual torment. There was a moment where he even wanted to end his life by biting his tongue off, unwilling to bear this endless suffering any longer. In reality, he had really bitten his tongue. However, perhaps because he did not have enough strength, or perhaps he did not really want to die in his subconscious mind, for although he had bitten his tongue, he had only wounded it and not severed it completely. Still, this allowed him to stumble onto an escape by chance. The intense pain shook him out of the illusion of hellish torment, to return to reality. However, even so, the power which had crashed onto him from the start had still caused internal injury to Shermingi. The moment he regained awareness, a lance of blood spurted from his mouth, and his entire body wavered on his feet. At this time, Shermingi could already tell that he was no match at all for Linglan. He had some understanding with regards to force of presence. He knew that it was one of the abilities one gained in the late stages of Qijin. He had studied it and formed it himself. It would push a crushing pressure onto the intended target, effectively subduing them. He had never before encountered such a formidable embodiment of presence, however. Its power was not only presented on a physical plane, but also on a spiritual one. If he had not stumbled onto a way out of its effect by chance, he might have been trapped in its endless torments until he died. Shermingi knew that he had misstepped this time. Who knew that the seemingly easily bullyable Luo Lang actually had such a powerful boss behind him? Shermingi did not want to die, so he decided to use his last resort. Boss Ling, I think this is a misunderstanding. Shermingi tolerated the pain in his mouth, forcing a stiff smile onto his lips. Ling Lan quirked a brow at these words. Oh, she had sensed a strange tendril of spiritual power trying to invade her spiritual domain. This should be a type of spiritual attack, but it was not one Ling Lan was familiar with. It did not cause any discomfort and seemed exceedingly harmless. Of course, Ling Lan would not permit any strange spiritual power to just invade into her spiritual domain. With a swift spiritual shake, she crushed this cord of spiritual power. Sure enough, the moment Ling Lan destroyed this cord of spiritual power, Shermingi's body jerked, his already pale face becoming even paler, losing all trace of blood. She even saw the other's eyebrows locked tightly together, the muscles on his face spasming. It looked like the rebound force had been extremely powerful. The other had not been able to bear it without reacting. Little Four, what spiritual power is this? Ling Lan was curious, so she asked Little Four within the mind space. Little Four immediately answered, this is a type of mid-level awakened innate talent, mesmerize. Sensing Ling Lan's confusion, he explained, it's actually what you call hypnotism in your world. With this ability, a person can beguile another to change how they view them. Little Four silently wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he still had 9 instructors to be his solid backup. Otherwise, he would not have been able to elaborate anything on this kind of mysterious awakened innate talent. Ling Lan's initially tepid face became frigid once more. This type of ability in the hands of such a scumbag. How many innocent people had suffered at his hands? In an instant, Ling Lan decided to rid the other of this innate talent. Shermingi found that his hypnotism had backfired on him, and felt a surge of despair. He knew now that the other was most likely someone with a mental spiritual mutation, able to defend against this ability of his, just like Luo Lang. He was not content to just give up and be captured, so when he saw Ling Lan appear to be thinking about something, he leapt forwards with a spring of his right foot, pouncing towards Luo Lang on the bed, planning to grab Luo Lang to use as a hostage. As long as Luo Lang was in his hands and the opponent became afraid to act, it would give him the chance to sound the alarm in Tianji's headquarters, and he would be able to live. Yes, he did not want to die, because he had seen the boundless killing intent within the opponent's eyes. You're asking for it. Seeing Shermingi try to grab Luo Lang in a final desperate bid for survival, Ling Lan growled furiously. Following this sound, Shermingi's darting body crashed onto the ground. A powerful spiritual charge had been sent straight at his brain. He only felt his brain being struck harshly, and then there was a soft splat, as if his brain had split open, and he fell unconscious. Ling Lan's figure shifted, and she was instantly by Luo Lang's side. She asked, Luo Lang, how do you feel? I'm okay, boss. I just feel weak. Despite the red flush suffusing Luo Lang's face, the aphrodisiac in his body already beginning to show effect. Because it was still in the early stages, he could still bear it. He was extremely ashamed about how he had been captured so easily, finally even needing to trouble Boss Lan to come save him. Anesthetic. Ling Lan scanned Luo Lang's body, and found that the anesthetic had already mostly run its course. As long as they waited patiently, Luo Lang would return to normal, but there was still another extremely strange agent within Luo Lang's body. What is this? Ling Lan was rather puzzled. Boss, Luo Lang has been dosed with an aphrodisiac. Little Four had described Luo Lang's condition to the instructors of the learning space. When he had told instructor number 9, she had kicked him right out of her space, while instructor number 5 had only reacted with a sleazy and lecherous smile. Fortunately, instructor number 4 had taken pity on him and secretly told him the answer. But what was this thing called an aphrodisiac? Little Four decided to rifle through his databases to find out. What? Aphrodisiac. The veins on Ling Lan's head popped out in anger. She swept a freezing gaze at the unconscious Shi Mingyi lying on the ground and unhesitatingly lifted a foot to stomp heavily on the other's unprotected back. She ground her heel mercilessly into his back for a moment, and the cracking sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Shi Mingyi's backbone had been pulverized by Ling Lan 7. Is there an antidote? Little Four, search the scene. Ling Lan ordered as she broke the chains holding down the wounded Luo Lang. Very quickly, Luo Lang moaned and opened his eyes and saw the white uniformed youth beaming at him. Luo Lang's expression changed drastically, for he knew now that he had not managed to escape in the end and had been abducted by the other. He struggled, then heard the clinking noises coming from above his head. Looking up, Luo Lang saw his hands bound in metal chains, and as the anesthetic had not worn off completely yet, he still felt weak and powerless. Who are you? Which organization are you from? Why did you capture me? Luo Lang quickly calmed himself down and spoke up to ask. His voice was rather hoarse and weak. In Shi Mingyi's ears, it naturally had a particular flavor of enticement. Shi Mingyi, 4th-year Dux of the Starship Command Specialization and Vice Regiment Commander of the Tianji Mecha Clan. And as for why I captured you, Shi Mingyi smiled and reached out to stroke a hand over Luo Lang's face, expression besotted as he said, "That's because I like you." Luo Lang tried to evade Shi Mingyi's fingers in revulsion, but was unsuccessful. And then Shi Mingyi's words registered, causing him to freeze for a moment. But he quickly understood and yelled in rage. "Let go of me, you pervert." A pervert, is it? If I must become a pervert to like you, I will willingly succumb to this depravity. Shi Mingyi's face shifted to reveal a bitter smile. This expression startled Luo Lang, but logic quickly reasserted itself as he scolded. Of course you're a pervert, or else how could you do something like abduction? Shi Mingyi's body jerked back as he pressed a hand to his forehead. He closed his eyes to rest his mind for a beat before opening them again. Right then, his initial seemingly earnest smile was nowhere to be seen. There was only darkness and a trace of ruthlessness left on his face. Still not working? Who could have expected that your spiritual power is this strong, actually repelling me once more, reflecting damage back at me? Looks like I need to first let you taste the all-consuming pleasure of the body before you'll be willing to submit to me. That said, he began to take off his clothes. Luo Lang's irises contracted, and his pearl-white teeth bit down harshly on his own lips. He was trying to use pain to chase away the effects of the anesthetic, desperately circulating the qi gene in his body, hoping that he would be able to recover enough qi gene for a final suicide attack. Yes, Luo Lang was prepared to die with his enemy in his attempt. He would not suffer this humiliation. Within the yawning emptiness in his body, Luo Lang suddenly sensed the presence of internal energy again. Pleasant surprise flashed through Luo Lang's eyes, but very quickly, his expression changed once more, the initial paleness of his face being replaced by a rosy flush. Haha, you're feeling it now, right? This is some ultra-potent aphrodisiac. It will make you beg me to give it to you again and again, turning you into a complete SLT. Shi Mingyi began laughing gleefully at the sight. He was just about to rip off the clothes on the lower half of Luo Lang's body when a frigid aura enveloped the entire room. How dare you? A glacial voice rang out by Shi Mingyi's ear, instantly dousing Shi Mingyi's blazing fires of lust with a deluge of ice-cold water, cooling him down rapidly. Meanwhile, on the bed, Luo Lang, who had been planning to kill himself along with his captor, had relieved joy shining from his eyes. His line of sight had coincidentally shifted to look up at the mirror on the ceiling, and from its reflection, he could see a stony and stately figure standing at the curtain by the door. It was Ling Lan. "Boss!" Luo Lang cried out emotionally. His eyes turned red uncontrollably, as his heart full of rage, sorrow, and despair instantly melted into a pool of tender emotions. So this was his boss that deserved his loyalty and trust. He had come at this most critical moment to save him. Shi Mingyi whipped his head around in shock, and seeing that familiar figure before his eyes, his expression shifted as he called out, "Ling Lan, it's you." He reflexively looked towards the area behind Ling Lan. He had clearly set a passcode. Didn't Lu Yongguang say before that no one would be able to crack the lock and would only be able to break down the door by force to enter? How then had the other snuck in without a sound, without him sensing anything at all? You've made me angry. You have to pay the price for your transgressions. Ling Lan's face was a sheet of ice, for she had seen Luo Lang's current state. The killing intent in her heart waxed thicker. The blood-soaked killing intent concealed deep within her body, all this while abruptly exploded out into the room, instantly dominating the entire space. Qilong, Luo Lang, and the other little companions who had grown up alongside Ling Lan held special places in Ling Lan's heart. Ling Lan took care of them like her own younger brothers. In fact, in Ling Lan's heart, they were even like sons to her. The emotions she invested in them were beyond the norm. Ling Lan's killing intent was extremely dense now, but she controlled it skillfully, not allowing any bit to leak out of the room. As the main target of the killing intent, Shi Mingyi instantly felt himself plunged into a crimson world. Countless knives of light and swords of shadow hurtled towards him. He felt himself being pierced by these countless phantom blades, but also felt his limbs being sliced off bit by bit, his gut dissected, and his heart torn out, but he could not die. He watched helplessly as his body, his innards, were finally reduced to a puddle of bloody water, which then vanished without leaving a trace. This was not only physical agony, it was also a spiritual torment. There was a moment where he even wanted to end his life by biting his tongue off, unwilling to bear this endless suffering any longer. In reality, he had really bitten his tongue. However, perhaps because he did not have enough strength, or perhaps he did not really want to die in his subconscious mind, for although he had bitten his tongue, he had only wounded it and not severed it completely. Still, this allowed him to stumble onto an escape by chance. The intense pain shook him out of the illusion of hellish torment to return to reality. However, even so, the power which had crashed onto him from the start had still caused internal injury to Shi Mingyi. The moment he regained awareness, a lance of blood spurted from his mouth, and his entire body wavered on his feet. At this time, Shi Mingyi could already tell that he was no match at all for Ling Lan. He had some understanding with regards to force of presence. He knew that it was one of the abilities one gained in the late stages of Qi Jin. He had studied it and formed it himself. It would push a crushing pressure onto the intended target, effectively subduing them. He had never before encountered such a formidable embodiment of presence, however. Its power was not only presented on a physical plane, but also on a spiritual one. If he had not stumbled onto a way out of its effect by chance, he might have been trapped in its endless torments until he died. Shi Mingyi knew that he had misstepped this time. Who knew that the seemingly easily bullyable Luo Lang actually had such a powerful boss behind him? Shi Mingyi did not want to die, so he decided to use his last resort. "Boss Ling, I think this is a misunderstanding." Shi Mingyi tolerated the pain in his mouth, forcing a stiff smile onto his lips. Ling Lan quirked a brow at these words. Oh, she had sensed a strange tendril of spiritual power trying to invade her spiritual domain. This should be a type of spiritual attack, but it was not one Ling Lan was familiar with. It did not cause any discomfort and seemed exceedingly harmless. Of course, Ling Lan would not permit any strange spiritual power to just invade into her spiritual domain. With a swift spiritual shake, she crushed this cord of spiritual power. Sure enough, the moment Ling Lan destroyed this cord of spiritual power, Shi Mingyi's body jerked, his already pale face becoming even paler, losing all trace of blood. She even saw the other's eyebrows locked tightly together, the muscles on his face spasming. It looked like the rebound force had been extremely powerful. The other had not been able to bear it without reacting. "Little Four, what spiritual power is this?" Ling Lan was curious, so she asked Little Four within the mind space. Little Four immediately answered, "This is a type of mid-level awakened innate talent, mesmerize." Sensing Ling Lan's confusion, he explained, "It's actually what you call hypnotism in your world. With this ability, a person can beguile another to change how they view them. Little Four silently wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he still had 9 instructors to be his solid backup. Otherwise, he would not have been able to elaborate anything on this kind of mysterious awakened innate talent. Ling Lan's initially tepid face became frigid once more. This type of ability in the hands of such a scumbag. How many innocent people had suffered at his hands? In an instant, Ling Lan decided to rid the other of this innate talent. Shi Mingyi found that his hypnotism had backfired on him and felt a surge of despair. He knew now that the other was most likely someone with a mental spiritual mutation, able to defend against this ability of his, just like Luo Lang. He was not content to just give up and be captured, so when he saw Ling Lan appear to be thinking about something, he leapt forwards with a spring of his right foot, pouncing towards Luo Lang on the bed, planning to grab Luo Lang to use as a hostage. As long as Luo Lang was in his hands and the opponent became afraid to act, it would give him the chance to sound the alarm in Tianji's headquarters, and he would be able to live. Yes, he did not want to die, because he had seen the boundless killing intent within the opponent's eyes. You're asking for it. Seeing Shi Mingyi try to grab Luo Lang in a final desperate bid for survival, Ling Lan growled furiously. Following this sound, Shi Mingyi's darting body crashed onto the ground. A powerful spiritual charge had been sent straight at his brain. He only felt his brain being struck harshly, and then there was a soft splat, as if his brain had split open, and he fell unconscious. Ling Lan's figure shifted, and she was instantly by Luo Lang's side. She asked, "Luo Lang, how do you feel?" "I'm okay, boss. I just feel weak." Despite the red flush suffusing Luo Lang's face, the aphrodisiac in his body already beginning to show effect. Because it was still in the early stages, he could still bear it. He was extremely ashamed about how he had been captured so easily, finally even needing to trouble Boss Lan to come save him. Anesthetic. Ling Lan scanned Luo Lang's body and found that the anesthetic had already mostly run its course. As long as they waited patiently, Luo Lang would return to normal, but there was still another extremely strange agent within Luo Lang's body. What is this? Ling Lan was rather puzzled. Boss, Luo Lang has been dosed with an aphrodisiac. Little Four had described Luo Lang's condition to the instructors of the learning space. When he had told instructor number 9, she had kicked him right out of her space, while instructor number 5 had only reacted with a sleazy and lecherous smile. Fortunately, instructor number 4 had taken pity on him and secretly told him the answer. But what was this thing called an aphrodisiac? Little Four decided to rifle through his databases to find out. What? Aphrodisiac. The veins on Ling Lan's head popped out in anger. She swept a freezing gaze at the unconscious Shi Mingyi lying on the ground and unhesitatingly lifted a foot to stomp heavily on the other's unprotected back. She ground her heel mercilessly into his back for a moment, and the cracking sounds of bones breaking could be heard. Shi Mingyi's backbone had been pulverized by Ling Lan 7. Is there an antidote? Little Four, search the scene. Ling Lan ordered as she broke the chains holding down the wounded Luo Lang. Little Four saw many buttons at the head of the bed and so infiltrated into the system. Very soon, he had found that safe of Shi Mingyi's which contained so many agents. Opening it, he discovered that aside from the antidote for the anesthetic, the other agents were all myriad types of arousal-enhancing agents, which were collectively known as aphrodisiacs. Little Four had already found the description of aphrodisiacs in his database. With a troubled expression, he said in the mind space, "Boss, it seems like there are no antidotes for aphrodisiacs. The only antidote is to find him a woman. But this whole academy is all boys. You are the only girl." Seeing Ling Lan sweep a fierce glare in his direction, Little Four quickly ducked his head and muttered at his fingers, "Of course, if that's really out of the question, it's also fine to find a man for him." According to the database, there were cases where men helped men to clear out the aphrodisiac. Although, Little Four really did not understand why the antidote had to involve males and females, the innocent Little Four still did not really understand what was meant by the carnal pleasures of love. "You can just stop giving those rotten ideas of yours," huffed Ling Lan in exasperation. Right then, Luo Lang struggled to sit up, and tolerating the discomfort of his body, he said to Ling Lan, "Boss, I'm fine." Luo Lang did not want to hold his boss back at this dangerous moment. Ling Lan threw a glance at Luo Lang's trembling legs. In this state, could he really follow her to charge out of Tianji headquarters? Ling Lan did not think Luo Lang could really do it. Perhaps sensing Ling Lan's distrust, Luo Lang bit gently at his lower lip, face determined as he said, "Boss, believe me, I can do it." He, Luo Lang, would not lose to anesthetic, and he also would not lose to this ridiculous aphrodisiac. Luo Lang's determination made Ling Lan sigh internally. Although Luo Lang looked like the most delicate one among all her companions, the stubbornness and aggression in his bones were no less than Qi Long's. It could be said that the other members of the team were a bracket weaker than him in this respect. Ling Lan believed that if she really permitted Luo Lang to follow behind her, even if he pushed himself till he was littered with injuries, Luo Lang would still stubbornly keep pace behind her as long as he remained conscious. What a little fellow who tugged at one's heartstrings. Ling Lan could only nod and say, "Understood." Ling Lan's reply made a smile bloom on Luo Lang's face. Boss was still willing to believe in him. Right at that moment, Ling Lan darted forwards, and before Luo Lang could react, she had already pinched the back of Luo Lang's neck forcefully. With a trace of incomprehension in his eyes, Luo Lang fell unconscious. Ling Lan's left arm reached out and tugged, pulling Luo Lang easily into her embrace. Her lips parted to say softly, "Silly little fellow, isn't it much more convenient if I carry you?" 1. Agavalala. Boss, you actually gave away your first virgin hug to this brat Luo Lang. Little Four went utterly berserk at this sight. I mean, this was Boss Lan's first hug. He had originally said it so that he, Little Four, would be the one to receive it. Why had this brat taken it away now? At this moment, filled with envy, jealousy, hate, Little Four was unbelievably resentful at how backward the technology of this world was, actually lacking any physical constructs which an intelligent bioentity could inhabit and use. Otherwise, he would long have taken Boss's first hug for himself. Shut your mouth. My first hug has long ago been given to Mom. Little Four's words rendered Ling Lan somewhat speechless. Wasn't her mom the first to hug her right after she was born? It should be, right? Ling Lan was a little uncertain. It doesn't count for the same gender. It must be for the opposite sex. The opposite sex, you hear me? And also, it must be you, Boss, who initiates the hug. Little Four objected stubbornly, insisting that Mummy Lan's hugs did not count. Then, it still would not be Luo Lang. My first hug has already been taken by Dad. Ling Lan calmly revealed the truth to Little Four. The thing he was obsessing over had long been given out long ago. Little Four was stunned. How come I didn't know about this? At that time, you were already completely bowled over by Dad. You could see nothing else but him, said Ling Lan disdainfully. Every time Little Four saw Ling Xiao, he would become a crazy fan, with not one whit of the level-headedness so-called intelligent bioentities should have. Ling Lan once again confirmed that this Little Four was definitely a factory reject. Ling Lan even suspected that Little Four had only been able to appear in the primitive Earth of her previous life because the person who had created Little Four had not been able to accept this flawed product. Based on the out-of-sight, out-of-mind mantra, had that person thrown Little Four into a primitive dimension for him to live and die as fate decreed. Ling Lan felt that this hypothesis was very reasonable. When Little Four sensed Ling Lan's thoughts, he was sent spiraling into a tantrum. He vehemently objected to this preposterous theory, insisting that he, Little Four, was a special intelligence entity that was truly one of a kind among the celestial and mortal realm. He hoped that Ling Lan would properly cherish him, this omnipotent follower. Of course, Ling Lan had already gotten used to this behavior of Little Four's. When she was younger, she would still end up resorting to domestic violence out of sheer aggravation. But now, she had become extremely indifferent to it, calm and unruffled in the face of it. Ling Lan felt that Little Four deserved a lot of credit for her slack-faced Fu Tu being so strong. Without his antics day after day, year after year, helping her to train up her hard intolerance, she would not have been able to maintain it so well. Just like this, under Little Four's raging frenzy, Ling Lan hefted Luo Lang over her shoulder. As she left, she did not forget to stomp mightily several times over Shi Mingyi's body. Ling Lan was not purely venting her rage. These few stomps carried her unique qi gene. It could be said that without some peerless experts' help in driving out this energy from the other's body, even if Shi Mingyi's shattered bones were treated and healed, he would not be able to stand up again. When Ling Lan left Shi Mingyi's room, Little Four subsided from his initial frenzied state into extreme calmness. Eyes bright, he asked, "Boss, can I act now?" They had planned things this way from the start. After they had rescued Luo Lang, all the surveillance equipment within Tianji's headquarters, along with the exclusive mainframe belonging to Tianji headquarters, would be open game for Little Four. He could play with them however he liked. Though, of course, the condition being that whatever he did would not be traced back to the new cadet regiment. Yup, and don't forget to find out who were those involved in Luo Lang's kidnapping. Ling Lan's lips quirked up slightly, her eyes endlessly cold. Luo Lang's abduction never happened. You know what to do. Kill them all. Little Four was thrilled by these words. Ling Lan had always forbidden him from acting overtly in the virtual world. He had actually felt very constrained. Mind you, his greatest talents laid in the virtual world, where he could determine whether everyone lived or died. No, there's no need for that. Those scum are not worthy for my Little Four to commit this crime. You only need to crush their spiritual selves, and that'll do. Ling Lan said to Little Four within the mind space as she stroked his head tenderly, though the words she spouted were exceedingly vicious. Little Four might not understand yet, but at times, living was a fate worse than death. Got it, boss, leave it to me. Little Four cast down these words, and then went off to complete his task and kill some people. Ling Lan stared at the spot in the mind space where Little Four had disappeared. Her emotions were a complicated jumble. She did not know whether this decision of hers was too cruel. After all, destroying another's spiritual self was equal to turning the other into an idiot. Shi Mingyi's brain space had been crushed by her, so it was confirmed that he would be a handicapped idiot when he woke up again. She did not regret this, even thinking that leaving him with his life was already a mercy. However, those other people she had set Little Four after were only accomplices. Other than participating in Luo Lang's abduction, they had not done too many bad things. At this time, Ling Lan could feel Luo Lang's body on her shoulder becoming hotter and hotter, and that trace of compassion and hesitance in her heart vanished. Indeed, those people might have only been accomplices, but if not for them, would Shi Mingyi alone have been able to capture Luo Lang? If Luo Lang was destroyed by this? At this thought, Ling Lan could not stop herself from slamming a fist into a wall. Her hidden energy flowed from her hand into the wall, spreading out into the surrounding area, creating countless cracks inside the wall. As Ling Lan's strength was released in an extremely skillful manner, there was not a trace of the internal damage on the surface of the wall. The coldness in Ling Lan's eyes grew thicker. She decided she would be true to her heart. She could not bear the outcome of losing Luo Lang, and so could not find it within herself to forgive those people. Therefore, they needed to pay the price for this current situation. Those who harmed her brothers, she would make them pay the price in blood. If not, how could she face those comrades of hers who trusted her and loved her? For this reason, even if her hands became stained with blood and sin, she was willing to sully them. Right then, in the initially quiet monitoring room of Tianji headquarters, a shocked cry rang out suddenly. What happened? Why is my screen here black? The staff on duty within headquarters discovered the strange state of his monitoring channel and instantly leapt up in shock. Me too over here. The screen's black too. Another monitor shouted as well. I can't see anything here now either. The monitoring room was instantly in a state of panic. Don't panic. Check the mainframe system immediately, ordered the on-duty leader calmly. Following this order, everyone in the room began to move. They all attempted their own methods to try and connect with the mainframe system, but found to their dismay that nothing worked. They just could not contact the mainframe system. It was as if the mainframe had been sealed off. Leader, I have no response here. One team member shouted out, his face drenched with sweat. Me too. Over here, there's no way in. Another team member lowered his hands in frustration. No matter how many times he tried to connect to the mainframe, the signals he sent were like rocks sinking into the ocean. Not good. It's a hacker attack. Cut all connections with the mainframe. Activate the secondary AI system. The leader seemed to come to some conclusion, his face paling drastically. He hurriedly instructed his team members to cut off all headquarters terminal connections with the mainframe, which had been invaded. After that, he would be able to activate the secondary AI to take over all the surveillance systems and safety measures within headquarters. Yes, leader. The leader's orders rallied the team members' spirits. It was true that they had not run out of options yet. They still had the backup secondary AI system. As long as they could hold out for the duration of time needed for it to activate, they would be able to guarantee that Tianji headquarters remained properly safeguarded. However, after they had manually cut off the mainframe's electrical supply and activated the secondary AI, they found that the situation remained unchanged. All of the equipment were still in a frozen state, unable to be used. Leader, what now? One of the team members looked to be younger than the rest, and he actually began to sob uncontrollably. If any great incident occurred while their systems were incapacitated, the consequences of failure would be too much for all of them to bear. Relying on us alone will not be enough. Quickly, go gather all the hacker members in the clan and get them to come here to the monitoring room. At this time, the team leader could no longer remain calm. Sweat poured from his forehead, dripping off it like rain. Yes, leader. The team members quickly turned on their respective communicators, thinking to contact the hackers in their Tianji mecha clan. However, they soon found that their communicators were all dead. The communicators cannot make external contact. This realization made the faces of all the team members change drastically. They, who had initially already calmed down after receiving their leader's orders, began to panic and lose control of themselves again, completely at a loss on what they should do. This was not something any ordinary hacker could do. Mind you, taking control of a student's personal communicator was not that simple. The hacker would need to break through the defenses of the S-tier mainframe of the military academy and obtain all its administrative rights. Only then would they be able to control the communicators of the cadets. Could it be that the one attacking Tianji headquarters was a God-class hacker? How could this be? The team leader jumped up in fright at his team members' words. He began examining his communicator in disbelief and found that it was truly as his team members had said. His communicator was completely unresponsive. No, this type of ability, even if it were the #1 hacker of our school, Latang's Lin Jidong, he would not be able to do this. Could it be that this attack is from the outside? The team leader's face went dark at this thought. No matter how powerful an attack was from inside the school, it was still just inside the school. There would be no real harm to the military academy's mainframe. However, if the attack was an external one, their school would be in danger. He said anxiously, "You all continue trying to log into the mainframe. I'll go find the instructors." Such a formidable hacker attack. Only the instructors would have the power to save them. That said, the team leader rushed out of the monitoring room, prepared to go find the instructors of the hacker specialization and report what was happening here. If his guess was right, this attack was very likely a sinister plot of an outside faction targeted at the military academy. Their Tianji was just unluckily the spot they chose to infiltrate from. Meanwhile, at this time, with Luo Lang over her shoulder, Ling Lan was swiftly making her way across the 4th-floor corridors. Every 20 to 30 meters, Ling Lan would smack a palm at the wall. This action seemed extremely casual and did not appear from the outside to cause any damage to the wall. However, Ling Lan herself knew that the spots where she had chosen to hit were all the main structural points of support of this building. When she had come, she and Little Four had already discussed beforehand that Little Four would be in charge of destroying all the surveillance facilities here, while she would demolish the entire building. She wanted the Tianji Mecha clan to fall from their perch in the clouds into a pit of dust and ashes. Once they were no longer the lofty second faction of the school, they would no longer have the wherewithal to commit any more dirty criminal acts. Besides, Little Four had already given Ling Lan the blueprints of this building before she had even entered it. On the map, he had even thoughtfully provided several spots which were most appropriate for Ling Lan to attack. After finishing with the 4th floor, Ling Lan immediately chose to go downstairs. After ambushing several patrolmen in the stairwell who were slacking off with a cigarette break, she successfully came to the 2nd floor and then continued with her demolition work. Right then, Little Four suddenly began to shout excitedly, "Boss, I found Lu Yongguang." After Little Four had destroyed the mainframe of the Tianji headquarters and all the surveillance equipment, he had begun searching for those people who had helped Shi Mingyi abduct Luo Lang. and very quickly, he had found that the biggest culprit was Lu Yongwang. If he had not used the treatment center to send a fake message to Luo Lang, Luo Lang would not have gone there, and what happened next would never have happened. Destroy him, Ling Lan replied clinically. Having decided on her personal code of honor, Ling Lan's way of acting became even more cold and resolute. Roger that, boss, answered Little Four excitedly. He could finally show off his amazing skills to his boss. The initially cute steamed bun face of Little Four stretched as he opened his mouth wide. Two sharp fangs began to grow out from within it, and the area around his marble-round eyes began to turn bruised and mottled as his face became paler and paler, in stark contrast to his lips, which were as vibrantly crimson as fresh blood. Thwack! A strong finger flick sent Little Four's gruesome head bending back. Face dark, Ling Lan said. What the hell are you doing? Who are you trying to scare with this demonic appearance? Little Four appearing with such a demonic aura without any warning. No matter how composed Ling Lan was, she could not help a shudder from coursing through her heart. Dean it. Since she was a kid, she had never liked watching horror films. Little Four was flicked back to his original form by Ling Lan. Seeing Ling Lan's angry expression, Little Four quickly covered his head with his arms and scurried away. No, went off to carry out his task of killing people. Right then, Li Lanfeng, who was in the military academy's virtual world revising his training courses, suddenly felt an extremely familiar yet horrifying energy explode within the virtual world. His specter energy was blaring violent warnings at him, and had automatically activated itself to form a powerful defensive shield. This is specter energy. How is this possible? Li Lanfeng stared in the direction of where the explosion originated from, his face filled with disbelief. He knew very well that this energy had come from within the military academy, otherwise he would not have sensed it so acutely. This energy was something only specters could sense. Could it be that there was another specter hidden within the military academy? An extremely cold and unfeeling face emerged in Li Lanfeng's mind. Could it be him? Only he had given Li Lanfeng the vibe that he could be kin, but Li Lanfeng just could not be sure. This explosion of energy, did it prove Ling Lan was also a specter like him? Could that person be his companion? At this thought, Li Lanfeng's heart pounded, so hard that it almost seemed as if it would leap out of his throat. His heart, which had been so lonely all this time, could not help but yearn for this, just like when he had encountered that rabbit 7 years ago. Lu Yongwang, who was in the virtual world searching for information, was currently ecstatic. He had obtained the second-tier warrant of Vice Regiment Commander Shi 1 as he had wanted. To get this, he had done quite a number of questionable things, but the rewards were bountiful. Lu Yongwang felt that it was very worth it. Heaven destroys those who do not look out for themselves. After all, this second-tier warrant entitled him to withdraw a second-tier resource from the Tianji Contribution Department. The types of second-tier resource were abundant. In order to avoid wastage, he had decided to first do some research in the virtual world so that he would be able to make the best choice and select a resource most appropriate for himself. Just as he was reading all the materials he had gathered with relish, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger rise within his heart. Before he could react, he felt a tremendous force steamrolling over his body. Lu Yongwang felt his consciousness fading, his vision becoming blurry and unfocused, and then everything turned completely black as he finally became fully unconscious. If there had been anyone by Lu Yongwang's side, they would have found that Lu Yongwang's body in the virtual world was slowly disappearing. This was distinctly different from the typical log-off process, where a person would turn into a flash of white light and disappear swiftly from the virtual world. Instead, this was a slow process. His body was disintegrating slowly, becoming countless small particles which drifted into the air, finally becoming a slight breeze within the virtual world to disappear without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Yongwang's real body, lying in a virtual world login device, never ever opened his eyes again. He had become a vegetable. Little Four hated how the other had abetted evil for his own greed, and thus had not shown any mercy. He had crushed the other's awareness completely, not even giving him the chance to live as a simpleton. As for the other people involved, Little Four still obeyed Ling Lan's directive. He only destroyed part of their brain region, leaving that last thread of awareness. In other words, they would still wake up, but they could only live the rest of their lives as dullards. When Ling Lan was about to finish her sabotage of the second floor, Little Four returned to Ling Lan's mind space after completing his tasks. "Boss, all done," said Little Four smugly, his hand raised in a victory sign. However, he was still rather regretful that his boss had not been there to witness his great prowess in the virtual world. Little Four secretly decided that if there was a chance in future, he would definitely make sure Boss got to see how he killed and tormented those scumbags in the virtual world with her own eyes. He would let Boss truly understand the meaning behind his status of God of the virtual world. All right, now it's my turn. In the blink of an eye, Ling Lan returned to the central area of the second floor. She raised one hand and shouted, "Domain, activate." 2. A half-step to domain was enough to allow her to activate her domain for a few seconds. Although it might be ineffective in neutralizing opponents due to how briefly it could be used, it was more than enough to demolish this building which had already been structurally weakened by her. Right then, the entire space about 10 meters around Ling Lan had become her domain, and then Ling Lan could be heard to roar, explode. Violent explosions answered her cry, beginning from the domain area furthest from Ling Lan. Since the person controlling the domain was Ling Lan, in order to guarantee Luo Lang's safety, Ling Lan had chosen the safest sequence of explosion. Following the activation of the first explosion, Ling Lan's figure was like a streak of light, passing by the corridors of the second floor in a flash. At the end of the corridor was a window. Right before she would crash into it, Ling Lan's readied palm pushed out forcefully, sending a surge of invisible energy at it, shattering the glass panes of the window into smithereens. And at the moment Ling Lan broke the glass, she leapt down from the second floor with Luo Lang. With a soft touch of her feet on a branch outside, she flew off in a sprint, leaving the Tianji headquarters without a sound, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Meanwhile, violent explosions began to rock Tianji headquarters. Several minutes later, the entire Tianji building could no longer withstand the destructive power of the explosions, collapsing in on itself, and the people on duty inside could be seen rushing out amidst horrified wails and howls. Of course, this did not account for those who did not manage to escape in time. Those people were trapped within the ruins, but with the abilities of any student of the First Academy. Even if they were trapped under rubble, they would not die. Ling Lan's use of the immense power of half-step into domain to blow up the entire building startled several old beasts, 3, who had been laying dormant within the school all this time. They charged over to the scene as soon as they could, hiding in the shadows, trying to sense the remaining energy signature to try and see which tough customer had done this. Actually a domain stage? This energy signature is very unfamiliar. I have never seen it before. Else, how did a foreign domain stage master make their way randomly into the military academy? When they confirmed the energy signature was unfamiliar, they could not help but look at one another, all of them equally shocked. They, who had always taken pride in the fact that the military academy's defenses were no weaker than that of the Federation's military headquarters, felt deeply burned by this scene before their eyes. Looks like the other has already left. After closely investigating the scene, they did not sense any presence of the domain master remaining in the area. These few old beasts were filled with worry, unsure whether this domain master was still within the school planning his next act of destruction. What bothered them even more was, for what reason had the other come to the military academy to do such a thing? Also, were the defensive capabilities of the military academy really as foolproof as they had imagined? If it were, then how in the world had this domain master gotten in? They just could not figure it out, and so one of them said, "Let us return and discuss this with the principal." This suggestion was agreed upon by all those present. They might not be overly clear on what was going on in the academy, but the principal of the school should know better. Perhaps he would be able to give them an answer. They left as quietly as they had come. No one else at the scene even knew that some supreme strong masters had been there to investigate the scene. The emergency assistance system of the military academy was extremely efficient. It had not even been 5 minutes since the building had collapsed when the first batch of relief workers had rushed to the scene, beginning to rescue the students trapped within the rubble. Right then, Ling Lan, who was already far from the scene, was sitting with Luo Lang in a hover car, swiftly flying towards the destination that Little Four had set. At the very moment those old beasts had appeared, that was when Ling Lan had gotten into the hover car and left. If she had been later by just 1 second, she might have been caught by those old beasts. No matter how composed she was normally, Ling Lan could not help but feel cold sweat running down her back at this time. It was unexpected that this seemingly laid-back academy actually had so many powerful masters holding the Fort 1. Luckily, she had escaped swiftly enough with Little Four's spot-on assistance. Any bit of error, and she would have become a turtle in a jar too. Of course, Ling Lan had already taken precautions against this right from the start. She was well aware that there would definitely be some super strong masters holding the fort inside the military academy. Even the Central Scout Academy already had a few domain masters in-house, not to mention the First Men's Military Academy 3. Thus, Ling Lan had made arrangements beforehand, choosing to begin running the moment the first explosion was set off. Reality proved that her decision was correct. Escaping by the skin of their teeth, Little Four breathed out a great gust of relief. With some remnant fear, he patted his little chest and said, "Gosh, boss, that was too close. I can't believe we really managed to escape right under the noses of those domain masters. It's all thanks to you, Little Four, for finding the best escape path, as well as getting a hover car here in time." Ling Lan could not help but pat the hover car they were riding, filled with admiration at Little Four's accurate calculation ability. Even if she had run at full strength, without Little Four's flawless coordination in getting this hover car here to cover them, she would not have been able to escape from the other side's powerful sensory range. She would certainly have left some energy vibrations of her own on the road she traveled, and they would have been the evidence which would expose her. Praised by Ling Lan, Little Four joyfully clapped his hands to his face and wriggled his bum, taking a good long while to calm down again. Then, he thought of those patrolmen who had been knocked unconscious by his boss, and could not help but ask worriedly, "Boss, will there be any problems with those people you knocked unconscious?" It was not that Little Four cared whether they lived or died. As an intelligent bioentity, he had no feelings for. Little Four was just worried that his boss would be burdened by guilt if anything really happened to them. "They're fine. The supports of those areas where I stashed them, I did not sabotage. Even though the building collapsed, those few rooms will be all right," replied Ling Lan evenly. Although she had destroyed the entire Tianji building in revenge, she would not let these uninvolved people die in the process. She was someone who clearly discriminated between justice and mercy. "Boss, you're really awesome. Actually planning so thoroughly." Little Four resolutely began sucking up, fully slipping into the role of a brown-nosing lackey, fanning Ling Lan's mood even higher. It should be mentioned that, the moment Ling Lan succeeded in destroying Tianji's headquarters, her mood had already become all kinds of amazing. In the meantime, those supreme masters of the school had already had a round of discussion with the principal, but still had not received a satisfactory answer. Very soon, another piece of news arrived. According to the info they had gleaned from those members of the monitoring team of the Tianji Mecha clan, before the building collapsed, it was suspected that their Tianji headquarters had been hacked by an Imperial-level hacker. As more and more people were rescued out, a number of clan members were found trapped in the wreckage who had had parts of their brains ravaged, leaving them as mentally handicapped people. Among them, one member who was from the hacker specialization was gravely injured. He was reduced to a vegetable instantly. The Military Medical Research Center determined that there was no possibility of him ever waking up again. The discovery of these people made the masters speculate. In this incident, had there been a fearsome specter involved as well? 3 people with exceptional skills in their respective realms appearing at the same time at the military academy. This possibility caused chills to run through those masters. Where in the world had these people come from? Which faction were they affiliated with? With their capabilities, they could have taken down the mainframe of the military academy if they wanted. Why had they chosen to strike out at a group of a small faction within the school? For a time, all sorts of conspiracy theories ran rampant among the upper ranks of the military academy. There were even some who cast suspicion on the other military academies. They speculated that the other schools were trying to affect their first academy's results in the great assessment this time, and so had purposefully created this disruption. Those schools must have been trying to make the students panic and lose all mind to prepare for the exams, thus affecting the final test results and causing the first academy to lose their secure spot at the top. These speculations received quite a significant degree of agreement from those of the upper ranks, leading them to spread their investigation out far and wide, indirectly helping Ling Lan out. Of course, there were still other possibilities being considered by the upper ranks of the administration, but no one even thought to consider the involvement of any cadets. In truth, there was indeed no one who would even suggest the possibility, for anyone who voiced this possibility would most probably be laughed out of the room. Oh please, what do you take a domain master for? And what of an imperial-level hacker? How could a mere academy cadet become such a horrific existence? If they really were at that level, would they still need to come study at the military academy? They would have long been snatched away by the various army divisions. As for the Spectre, that was even more unimaginable. Mind you, anyone who possessed this kind of horrifying ability would have already been taken in as the secret weapon of the federal military since birth. How could they be hiding within the ranks of cadets in the academy? It had to be said that the upper ranks of the military academy were taking things a little for granted. Sometimes, the truth just really happened to be those things that seemed completely preposterous and impossible. In order to settle the collapse of the building this time and allow the students to prepare for the upcoming exams without any worries, the administration suppressed the entire incident. They also gave a plausible explanation to those members of the Tianji Mecha clan who had reported the attack by the Imperial-level hacker. They said that their investigations showed that this series of errors had occurred because the military academy mainframe had malfunctioned. As for why the Tianji building collapsed, they used the excuse of the building being too old, paired with a lack of proper maintenance. Although this building had been built about 100 years or so ago, it should be known that the current passing standard of a building was at least 500 years. Using this kind of excuse, did it mean this building was constructed with tofu pulp? Regardless of whether the cadets believed it or not, or had any complaints, the military academy stuck with their answer. The incident of the Tianji building collapse was quelled just like that. Subsequently, the Tianji Mecha clan suffered a great decline due to this incident. For a very long period of time, they did not recover. Meanwhile, the third-rank Wuji Mecha clan and the fourth-rank Doha Central Mecha clan took advantage of the situation to challenge the Tianji Mecha clan to a Mecha clan wagered fight, in order to fight for their ranking. Lacking capable fighters, and with their morale low, the Tianji Mecha clan lost both battles, aggrieved. They slid down from their position as second faction straight to the fourth faction, becoming the laughingstock of the military academy for a stint. Under these circumstances, the Tianji Mecha clan's regiment commander could only swallow this humiliation with silent resentment. It was a shame that he did not know that the main culprit of Tianji's downfall was Ling Lan of the new cadet regiment. If he knew, he would most certainly have used all his strength for revenge. It should be said that Ling Lan's operation this time was very perfect. She had finished off every single person who had participated in Luo Lang's abduction. But the Tianji Mecha clan had no clue that the source of all their woes was Luo Lang. She had kept Luo Lang out of this incident perfectly. All of Ling Lan's detailed planning was to protect Luo Lang. Even though Luo Lang had not suffered any significant damage, she did not wish for her beloved younger brother to be the sideshow of the military academy and be gossiped about. This would place an unneeded burden on Luo Lang's spirit. Reality proved that Ling Lan's worries were not unfounded. After Shi Mingyi's innate talent had been destroyed by Ling Lan, those lovers of his who had been enthralled began to regain their clarity of mind. When they recalled everything they had done, they were exceedingly appalled and regretful, as well as filled with a burning hatred for Shi Mingyi. If they had all been level-headed people with high tolerance and resilience, perhaps this matter would have blown over in silence. However, as luck would have it, there was a student with an extremely fragile soul among the group of victims. He could not take the humiliation, thinking that his life had been utterly ruined. That night, carrying an army knife he had created himself, he slipped into the treatment center when the staff members were unguarded. He then dragged out Shi Mingyi from his healing pod and rapidly slashed and hacked at him till he died before committing suicide. By the time a staff member found them, it was already too late. This incident raised a great uproar within the military academy, until the investigation team of the school found that student's suicide note and will in his dorm, thus revealing the truth of the matter. Subsequently, The spiritual mutation research instructor in the military academy specially looked up Shi Mingyi's spiritual mutation ability and found that Shi Mingyi had the ability of Hypnosis 5. Only now did everyone see the true colors of Shi Mingyi. Because of this incident, the reputation of the Tianji Mecha clan dropped once again. Many members stated that they could not accept that one of their clan's vice regiment commanders was a person like that and chose to quit the Mecha clan. This was yet another nail in the coffin of the Tianji Mecha clan. Of course, there were also some residual effects from these events. Among those ex-subordinates of Shi Mingyi, those of them who were good-looking were all labeled as Brokeback 6, causing them to receive all kinds of strange looks within the academy. Other than one extremely tough and resilient cadet who managed to bear it all to graduate successfully, the others all found various reasons to drop out and leave the school. It could be said that these excellent youths with their bright futures had all had their futures ruined by Shi Mingyi. On the other hand, due to Linglan's conscientious planning, Luo Lang was not caught up in any of this. When Luo Lang regained his awareness, he was extremely grateful and vowed silently to himself that he would repay Linglan's many instances of great kindness by dedicating his future to Boss Lan. Of course, all of this would occur only after Luo Lang was aware again. Right now, Linglan's great mood from demolishing Tianji's building was abruptly dampened because she found that in the back seat of the hover car, Luo Lang's condition was deteriorating. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.